Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the Spring 2025 Student Innovation Project Showcase. I'm Dabsri Valenzuela. I'm the Curriculum Integrity and Senior Professor at the University of Advancing Technology. Today, our students will be demonstrating the projects that represent our various degree programs. This includes AI, computer science, cyber, game, marketing, design, video, robotics, and more. But for those of you that are unfamiliar with the Student Innovation Project, what we refer to as SIP, students are tasked with identifying the problem, a gap in the marketplace, an ineffective tool, an insufficient process, a broken system, or an expensive product in order to ideate a solution that is better, faster, less expensive, or completely disrupts a segment of an industry. Our students pitch their ideas to subject matter experts, which are full-time faculty within our various degree programs, through a series of rounds. They pitch their ideas for approval, and upon approval, the students research, document, and prototype a minimal viable prototype, which you'll be seeing today. But before we get started, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone who has made this event possible. Thank you to Dr. Bowman and the entire leadership team for your support. Thank you to all of the SIP committee members, Professor Bellinger, our Dean of Faculty. Thank you so much to all of our subject matter experts, the professors who worked diligently to make sure that each of the presentations are ready for today. Thank you to our cafe staff who will be providing refreshments and hors d'oeuvres and will enjoy during our lunch break. To our marketing team, to our student services, to our entire staff, including Professor Derek Clark, who is helping to administer our virtual component of our event today. I'd like to also welcome everyone that's joining us via Zoom. Welcome parents, siblings, friends, and peers. At the end of this event, I will be providing a link so that way you can watch the recording, including all of the student presentations. And I'd also like to thank especially the students for working so hard on ensuring that your projects are prepared for today into the wee hours of this morning. So thank you for all of your hard work. I hope that you feel accomplished because you've certainly completed something very extraneous and arduous at times. I'd also like to remind everyone to ensure that your cell phones are on silent. There will be breaks throughout the presentation. There'll be a lunch break and afternoon break. We'll finish sometime around 4:30, depending on how we stick to the agenda. Also, at the beginning of each of the presentations, there'll be a video presentation followed by Q&A. The Q&A is only for our full-time faculty members to ensure that we stick to today's agenda. We have a full house presenting today for their projects. Also, I'd like to remind everyone that this Friday, our student award ceremony will be announcing winners of today's presentations. We have Best SIP Pitch, Most Market Ready, People's Choice, and Most Creative. You're able to vote on People's Choice Award through our Sarkative link that will be provided to you throughout the presentation. But I'd like to ask that you please refrain from voting until you've seen all the presentations before you pick on your favorite. The SIP committee does, along with faculty, select the other winners, but everyone in the audience, including those visiting via via Zoom, will be able to vote for People's Choice. And our student award ceremony will be held in room 206, 207, 10 o'clock through Teams as well. I think I've covered everything. I'd like to thank everyone again for being here with us, and we'll go ahead and get started. So first, we'd like to start off with our Advancing Computer Science, AI, Human-Computer Interaction, and Data Science. We'll begin our show with Daniel Chavez-Ceniceros, ACS major with Heartbreak App.
After a breakup, I feel like everybody tries to fill the void by going out and just dating newer people and just more people. But I feel like the only person who could fill the void is yourself.
I know there are thousands of people, men and women, who have felt this feeling, and it's extremely real.
Why am I here? Why do I have to go through this pain? Why do I have to go through this fear all the time? Why can't it just be peaceful all the time? Then it wouldn't be life.
I'm in a bit of a bad way at the moment. He goes, oh yeah, what's the matter? Yeah, so, I'm just not You know, I'm just not comfortable. You know, I'm saying goodbye to somebody that that I really love, and I'm not happy. I'm not in a good space. And
But if you are broken, you do not have to stay broken.
See, we've all felt that. That feeling of being broken, getting your heart broken. It's a universal experience, and the world tells you to move on. No one really says how. The problem is, we oftentimes see heartbreak as something to be ashamed about, something to hide. But that's not how I see it at all. It's a chance to rebuild, to self-improve, to be better than you were before. The past few weeks have been hectic, but I did it. I managed to build an app that will flip this narrative. Because what's the narrative right now? It's that after a heartbreak, you're supposed to stay quiet, push through it, act like it didn't hurt, or worse, just move on. But here's the truth, no one really knows how to move on. There's no system, no roadmap for healing, just a lot of pushing through, hoping it gets better. That's why I want to introduce to you Heartsbreak. Heartsbreak is a mobile app I built to guide people through heartbreak. Because healing isn't just about feeling better, it's also about doing better. It helps you rebuild both mentally and physically, which are the two places heartbreak hits the hardest. Let me show you how. Upon logging in, users will be greeted based off of time of day. Following this will be a quote or verse which rotates daily. Now verses are automatically added to the quote pool. However, you can toggle this off if you prefer no verses and strictly quotes. It is important to start off the day reflecting how you feel, which is why mood tracking is one of the first things you see upon loading the app. After logging their mood, users will receive a message of encouragement. For example, if they are sad, they receive a message saying it's okay to not be okay. Today, just breathe. These moods will automatically be stored and tracked within the database. They will also be viewable underneath the home screen. Users are also given the option to write down their story, view it at any time, edit it, or share it with somebody who needs to hear it. Now I want to introduce to you the heartbreak tools. But first, I want to ask you something. What is the thing that people hold on to the most after a heartbreak? It's memories. More specifically, photos. They are oftentimes the most difficult thing to get rid of. This is the letting go feature. It helps with something most people struggle with after a breakup, which is holding on to old memories. Here, the app walks you through selecting all the photos tied to your ex. Once you pick them, they're safely stored inside the app's private database. Then originals are deleted from your phone. So the only way you'll see those memories again is by letting them go one at a time. Every time you show up and check into the gym, the app gives you the opportunity to view and release one photo. But see, the solution isn't to get rid of all your memories, it's to pick the right ones. This is save memories, where instead of holding on to the old reminders that hurt, this is where you save things that lift you up. It could be a quote, a screenshot, a reminder of how far you come, whatever keeps you moving forward. The user is also able to write down journal entries within the why wall. It's your space to write down reminders of why you're staying strong. It could be a single sentence, it could be a story. It could just be the thought you don't want to lose. See, bad days happen, and this wall is for the days you need to remember why you started healing in the first place. And now let's switch to the workout tools. You've got a full workout library you can browse, pre-made templates to get you started, and when you're working out, you can cross off your exercises as you go to keep track of what you've done so far. Now, unfortunately, I can't say building this app was an easy process for me at all. I switched from Expo Online to a fully local development just to unlock the features it needed. There were so many restless nights where I would sleep at 6 a.m. or sometimes even 10:30 a.m. trying to fix broken code. I set a big scope and big goals for this app that I couldn't even handle on my own. I would bump into various payloads, the database wouldn't upload, and super-based uploads kept failing. The time I'd fix one thing and yeah. That's how overwhelmed I felt with all the problems that I had with this app, and it felt like I was going nowhere. What most people don't know is Heartbreak would have been nothing but just an idea, because I felt like giving up and moving to an easier project, but I couldn't, because when I went through Heartbreak, there was nothing like this. No guide, no system, no structure, just me figuring out by myself. I had to pick myself up, push through the anxiety, the overthinking, feeling like I had lost everything and not knowing how to recover from it, and it worked, but it was harder than it needed to be. So I built Heartbreak to be the guide I never had. A system for the people who are stuck like I was, to help turn the worst experience into something good, because heartbreak isn't the end, it's the beginning.
Excellent job, Daniel. Questions for Daniel? Professor
Yes.
Caruso.
You can go.
Yeah, so what are your plans for the app coming up?
So like I had said, I do have a big scope for this app. For the letting go feature, like you saw, it's manual. This was the second option. Initially, it was supposed to be AI. So that way, the feature is that you can pick one image that the person is in. It detects faces. You select the face, you recognize who the person is, and it scans within their camera roll to well, to just figure out how many photos, select the photos, and delete them so that way you can only access them by visiting the gym. And so I do have that feature working, but because of scope, that's one of the things I plan to do next.
Professor Creighton?
Yeah, awesome job, Daniel. I think the thing about this project and your video you really nailed home is this idea that you can take pain and propel you forward instead of leaving you stuck. I think you really illustrated that point very well. I know a lot when we met, we talked a lot about the physical kind of side of this, the workout side of this. I was very excited and very proud to see all this mental stuff, you know. Can you talk to us about kind of the difference of designing this mental side and how to help that mental health, and then also the physical side and that physical?
Yeah, so I think the first way mostly is to present or to heal mentally first before you're able to physically heal. But ultimately, yeah, I think the way to do it is through these heartbreak tools. Like for example, I didn't include it, but there's a no contact timer. There's also other things like the journal entry, and all of these help you to kind of just focus on the good, focus on getting better. And yeah, equally this allows people to go into the gym. So even if they feel like maybe they're not improving mentally or they're not improving physically, there's always an alternative. And so it kind of mixes the two into one. So that way they are just better overall, both mentally and physically.
I agree. Awesome job.
Thank you.
We have a question by Dr. Coddington.
I just wanted to say that the development of this project has been amazing, and the fact that you married so many different principles, like the idea of the timeout and the idea that you have the workouts, so that you're feeling better about other things in your life, taking away from that. I just thought that the marriage of all the different things really made an incredible application, and I wanted to say congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Daniel, I have a comment for you. Psychology tells us that when we experience a negative event, it's internalized literally forever until we can replace it with a positive experience. And I think that you've created something that will help a lot of people, regardless of age, to replace some negative experiences with positive ones. And since we're so accustomed to relying on our cell phones for everything, it only makes sense that we could rely on our cell phones for something good. So I commend you for doing something that is positive, because we are so reliant on this type of technology. So congrats on that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Dr. Bagodi?
Of the game like a champion.
Thank you.
So I'm a firm believer in the empowerment of turning a weakness into a strength, and you took that concept and knocked it out of the park. I love everything about the presentation, the concept, the execution. I think it's great. Is it available on the App Store?
It is currently not, but I definitely do want to eventually push this out into the App Store to help people.
Recommendations on sending a link to my ex, maybe.
We'll have to work on that.
Professor Prater?
So once again, I'll have to follow suit that it is a fantastic app, fantastic planning. That's the deal, is you really focused on the details, which is where the app is really gold, or really seems to be gold. So a couple quick questions. First of all, when you move the pictures from the roll to whatever storage, is it stored locally or is it stored in the cloud? And then, I guess that's the only question I have is where's it going to be? Oh, and then the second question did you use React Native to develop it, or what was it, Android Studio, or was it God forbid Swift on iOS? You know, how did you develop it?
So for development wise, I use React Native. Like I had said, I started with Expo Online, but I realized that it was such a big scope and there were so many features that needed to be expanded then into just an online IDE. And so I switched to Visual Studio Code. And with that, I use Expo Router. I also use React Native, like I was saying. And that was mainly because I wanted to focus on iOS first. But if I were to ever release it to the App Store, I would want the Android option as well. So it's not that much work at the same time if I were to go with Swift. And then for the second question too, it's stored within a Supabase, which is an online database similar to MongoDB. And what that does is every user, there's also real authentication. So every user like yours would be different than mine. The images I store would be private to where I wouldn't be able to see them. No other person would be able to see them besides you. And so yeah, that's how they're stored.
Cool.
Professor Bellinger?
I just wanted to comment on a couple comments. One, this is just an incredible piece of work. My suggestion would be to maybe an update or a second app would be to deal with grief, which is along the same lines. And I think we're working on yourself. Part of it, maybe not as much as this, but that definitely fits in the same incredibly well done.
That is something I talked about with my SMEs. Professor Coddington gave me the same idea. And again, I do think that's a bigger way to expand it because heartbreak doesn't always look like this. It looks different for everybody else. And so, yeah, I do think that's a great idea.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you very much, Daniel. Well done. Okay, next up we have a triple major. Advancing Computer Science, Network Security, and Network Engineering. We have Ozzie James presenting Emergency Alert Response System, AKA EARS.
Now that everyone's awake and I have everyone's attention, my name is Ozzie James. I am a Network Security and Network Engineering student here at UAT. Imagine this, a fire breaks out in your dorm, or worse, an intruder is spotted nearby. In moments like these, every second counts. But what if the emergency alert system is too slow, or worse, fails to notify the right people in time? Right now, students rely on outdated systems that don't provide feedback or help responders act fast. That is where I come in with EARS, or the Emergency Alert Response System. My app offers mass notifications, providing instant alerts for all residents, response collection, providing quick status updates, and optional 3D location tracking, providing precise location data for responders. My app is the first alert system specifically designed for dorms that combines two-way communication and 3D tracking with geofencing for user privacy and safety. Now, talking about the 3D location tracking function. If there is an emergency and someone can't respond to a notification, the admin users can then track the student based off the phone's location to get them help. Now, I know you're wondering, what about the privacy of a user? That is why I added geofencing function, which stops the location tracking once a student is 100 feet off of campus. Now, here's for my demo. On the left, you have the different options for fire, gas, and intruder, and I'm going to be adding more in the future. And on the right, you can see that I'm logging into the admin account. Now, for security, I know this is not very safe, but I wanted to show it working, and don't worry, I will change this password once we're done. Now, on the left, the user can send an alert to the admin phone on the right. The admin can then approve the alert, and then the user will be prompted with questions to answer. Once each question is answered, the user can then submit their responses to the admin, and then the admin will be able to see each individual user and the responses they have. As you can see, the admin is going to be going over to the response history and there's a user that responded. Now, we're going to the location tracking page. This shows both the latitude and longitude, but it also shows if they're on the first, second, or third floor. This allows for the admin to be able to find the user if they are trapped and can't answer the alert message. Now, going back to the response history. As you can see, it lists the users that have responded to the alert, but I will be updating this so that it first displays all the users who have not answered or have answered with not being safe, so that the admin can then locate these users first before getting the data from the users who are already safe or answered the messages. My app is currently only working on Android, but I do have plans to expand it to Apple in the future. Now, EARS is not just an app. It's a life-saving tool that ensures students are protected when seconds matter most. By bringing real-time alerts, two-way communication, and smart location tracking to college dorms, we can make campuses safer together. Any questions? I will be standing up in the front to answer any of the questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Excellent, excellent work, Ozzy. Questions for Ozzy?
So it uses GPS. It's from the cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
How good is the GPS in the dorms? Because those are concrete buildings, so it's difficult for it to get the GPS there.
Yes, sir. I did notice that when I was initially testing it. It took some tweaking. It's gotten pretty accurate. There is a slight difference between the second and the third floor, but I'm working on getting that worked out. But other than that, everything else works fine.
Because what you could do instead, and especially with this on campus being on campus focus, you could instead focus on the routers and with which router you're hooked up to. Your phone is hooked up to, so then you're within a certain distance of the router, and you compare that info or use that info instead.
Yes, sir. That's actually a really good idea. I'll definitely look into that. Thank you.
I love the idea. Have you considered making it almost like the way Uber does? So let's say I'm in the building, I need just an emergency. I can tell what type of emergency is happening, and then maybe it sends it to the authorities and lets them know exactly what type of emergency is happening and send them my location immediately.
That's my future updates. Right now, I just want to get the basic fire, gas, and intruders working so that I can start pushing it out there. And then I will implement the more specialized alerts that you were suggesting.
Professor Rodriguez.
All right, great job on this. This was just a pleasure to watch this get built. All the things that he had to do to get this off the ground, the planning that he did. I remember there was one day where we just had a drawing on the board for like an hour or so. We just hopped on it back and forth. So this has been a lot of fun. You totally stole my where I was going with this, with the future stuff, because I know where you're going. Have you worked on the dashboard at all for like the communication with the fire department, police department, for letting people know where they are in the building, like those future plans?
So with that, I was talking to the dorms, and they said the way their system works, it already sends out an alert to the fire department. So they don't want to have multiple alerts go sent out to the department. So as soon as the fire department comes here, they're supposed to be talking to the dorm managers, and then the dorm managers can then go and relay the information to them on if everyone's safe, who's not safe, and where each person is at.
And is this going to be like on a, what's your big idea? Do you want them to carry on like a tablet? Is it going to be a computer? Is it going to be something to take off the wall later on? Like, what do you think?
This is available on, it's going to be available on phones, computers, and tablets right now. Sorry.
Dr. Bogodi?
Thank you. To echo Professor Rodriguez, it was an absolute joy to watch you go from concept to execution. A great presentation. Can you give us a 60-second blurb in regards to what your business model for this is?
Can you rephrase that, sorry?
Yeah, so in your vision of putting together this application, do you expect to sell it? What does that look like? How is it managed?
So I am working on selling it right now. I'm working on the pricing structure for this because I don't want it to be too expensive for the smaller dorms like UAT, but I don't want it to, yeah, I don't want it to be too expensive for the smaller dorms. So I'm trying to figure out the pricing structure so that it's available for the smaller dorms as well as bigger dorms and maybe even hotels and places that need it.
Yeah, great. My recommendation would just be a per head count in regards to the sales price. Safety and emergency management never got out of style. It was great to see your presentation. Excellent work.
Professor.
Yeah, so great presentation. I guess I'm just kind of curious, because I mean, having been at universities, like other universities in the past, we've had, interactions with other like similar safety apps in the past when it comes to like alerts, whether it be like, notification of a robbery in the neighborhood or something like that. So, I mean, just help me understand as well, kind of like the things that help in distinguishing, your app as opposed to something like LiveSafe or something.
Yes, sir. So most of the apps that I've researched as far as emergency systems for dorms it's just communication between the admin and the user. So the admin just sends out the alert to the user. There's no response collection for the most part. And when there is, you don't get the 3D tracking option that I've also implemented. So with it being 3D tracking and the two-way communication between admin and user back and forth, that's a benefit. And then I also have the geofencing function, which I mentioned in the video, which keeps the location just to the campus so that as soon as you're off campus, you don't have to worry about being tracked.
Dr. Bowman?
As you're developing the app, did you have an opportunity to talk with Kylie and Karis, get their input on what,
Yes, I did.
what they said?
They loved the idea and they actually gave me some more alert ideas for like buttons.
Okay.
But I'm going to take this gentleman's advice for a more specialized text, I guess, alert, so that I don't have to put 1,000 buttons on the front screen. I just have a second option for more text-based alerts.
And the concept, the idea is that someone like a dorm director would serve as the admin.
Yes, sir.
And use that to track locations and things like that.
Yes, it's only going to be available to the admin. No user is going to be able to get access to it, any of the data.
Excellent. Excellent. Nice job. Really good, Ozzy.
Thank you.
It's great, Ozzy, that you leveraged this space and all of the people within it so that way you can test the initial proof of concept for your idea. Because it's one thing to have it in your head and then also to integrate the feedback from the actual users from this app. So well done.
I had a couple of friends test this out, gave me some feedback on it, and that's what helped me improve my app. Another point that I was going to make with this app is I was worried about the users spamming the admin too much. So I did add a function to where only 3 alerts are able to be sent right after the other. Other than that, it spaces it out a little bit. At least for one user. Another user can, send out an alert, but only one user can send an alert 3 times in a short period of time.
Well, we're thinking of you. Well done. Thank you very much, Ozzy. Okay, next up, we have a double major, Advancing Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence, Alexander Britton with Argue Smarter.
Hello, my name is Alexander Britton. My major is Artificial Intelligence. My project is named Argue Smarter. Emotional advertising creates a greater memory retention for products that are placed in moments that invoke a strong emotion to the viewer or the user or whoever's involved. Many of you have probably seen a commercial before asking you to save puppies with donations, or maybe a TV show right before they reveal the villain in a mystery, cuts to a commercial and then places a product right during that emotional heightening point. This is to increase the retention of your memory towards that product. It's sort of a subliminal yet obvious tactic used to influence someone's behaviors in purchasing, their opinions of politics, pretty much anything. I found that humor is the most fun to use and can be a very, very effective way to make sure I'm retaining information that I want to, is to find some humor wherever I can. Emotional advertisements tend to be more effective because they tap into our subconscious and create stronger, longer-lasting memories compared to advertisements that rely solely on logic or product features. I use this strategy to increase memory retention for complex vocabulary words and communication skills. Communication is a skill that every human benefits from developing. Whether it's through your work, with your friends, your family, or even if you're just talking to yourself, it is important to know how to create and express an idea through communication. Here, I can help you learn more sophisticated vocabulary in a way that is humorous or irritating, so that what you learn is more effectively retained. Well then, this is Argue Smarter.
Thou art a pompous windbag, spewing forth turgid verbiage like a fountain pen unleashed upon parchment. Pompous, characterized by an excess of pride or pretension, arrogant. Windbag, a person who talks at great length and with little substance, especially in a self-important manner. Turgid, swollen with liquid, gas, or other fluids, distended. Also, characterized by overblown language that is difficult to understand or unconvincingly grandiose. Thou art a quixotic imbecile, inebriated with delusions of grandeur and suffused with an obnoxious odor. Quixotic, characterized by idealistic schemes or fantasies that are unattainable or impractical. Inebriated, intoxicated, particularly with alcohol to the point of lacking control or clear judgment. Odor, a distinctive smell or scent, especially an unpleasant or offensive one. Thou art a fusty, vapid, and obstreperous clown. Fusty, musty or stale, like old bread. Vapid, lacking interest, excitement, or intelligence, dull or insipid. Obstreperous, noisy and difficult to control or quiet down.
Thank you.
Questions or comments, Alexander? Professor Prater?
How did it choose what words to define? Because like odor isn't that difficult a word. I thought that the next word, I think the next word in it was something more difficult.
So I kept that one in there specifically because the first part of this whole project was programming, but the prompt engineering to a language model is actually like pretty sophisticated, especially when they don't have the context of like ChatGPT with trillions of parameters at this point. So sometimes it would like it used the word suffused in that same sentence, and then it defined the word odor. So that was actually one of the things I kept trying to dial in. That was the majority of the work I had to do in the last leg of this project. So it shows it based on a prompt. I tell it like use specifically 3 complex vocabulary words and then define them for me after. And so it just sometimes would pick one like that. So there was still a little bit of dialing in that could never fully be kind of like wrapped up in the prompt.
Other questions? Alexandra, I have a question for you. Do you have a target age for this particular application?
Well, this is definitely towards a specific, like, I'd say around my age or a little older.
Okay.
People that will probably appreciate a little more of the, I don't know, I think that people that like to debate or people that like to use communication as a tool of dissemination, right? Like you're trying to figure out what's going on in a debate or in a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
If you use what typically people would consider rude language, and every AI model you're ever going to interact with is very polite, unless you tell it not to be.
Mm-hmm.
And even that's difficult to get it to do. You know, it's like I actually was told I shouldn't do that. So I think it's just for anyone who understands that the communication skills and understanding of vocabulary, like the word obstreperous, I'm never going to forget that because the machine called me obstreperous. So it's pretty much for anyone that wants to just get a little smile, and then that little smile out of humor helps me remember that word. Like it helps me absorb that information more effectively. So I think it's for just about anyone willing to try a way to learn.
I mean, I was even thinking of a kid-friendly version. I have a 14-year-old son, and sometimes they banter with, you know, his friends, and that helps them to bond in a very interesting way. But I think that this could maybe have like a kid-friendly version of it that elicits, you know, a better understanding of vocabulary and just integrating that into their communication skills. Dr. Pike.
High school English teachers would eat this up, particularly when they're teaching Shakespeare. There's a Shakespearean insult generator online that is similar to what's going on here, but it doesn't actually go and define the words like that. So they could have a blast learning vocabulary and actually get something out of it in class, and not just for fun, although there's nothing wrong with doing it for fun, but that might be a way to market it and actually use AI in the classroom in a way that's useful.
Professor Jacob?
So Dr. Mike kind of helped in answering this question that it's high school English teachers that would like this product a lot. I'm curious, have you like tested or like had anybody try this out to get a sense of like whether this helps with vocabulary learning experience?
So in just the group of people I shared it with, as I kind of finished the original demo video, I asked them after I showed them the video, like, do you remember any of the words and their definition? And people, more than half of them said yes. They're like, yeah, I didn't know what vapid meant. And now I know what to call somebody if I feel like they're empty-headed and unintelligent. So there's definitely an effectiveness to it that seemed to work. The reason I couldn't have them directly tested as much is because the language model I use it's kind of the large version of doing it. So I did it on desktop. A phone couldn't run the program on an isolated system, so it'd have to be cloud computed. Also wrote an API version of it, which actually works much better, but still wasn't the same as, you know, working with a local model.
Professor Kareem?
Yeah, I just kind of want to echo what comments have already been said. I think this has to be some sort of like educational value in this software. You know, I think there is a little bit, not exactly, but a little bit of like gamification element where you're taking learning vocabulary words and making it so entertaining. It's so fun, especially some of those insults have everyone laughing, you know. So I think you should totally look into trying to incorporate this, whether it's like high school English classes or something in the educational space. I think that'd be awesome.
Professor Bellinger?
I was there a function on there? I might have missed it to save some of the zingers.
You can see them in the text box, but I don't store them. I mean, I could in the code, I could just take the string variable and store it into a file if I wanted to. So I don't have that now, but I could add that probably in just a few minutes.
We have a question by Dr. Coddington.
I wanted to say that, first of all, you have perseverance here. You've said since the day one that you were going to do something humorous and something insultive, and you definitely followed through on that. I'd also like to say that the combination of humor and shock value, because I'm not used to just being insulted like that, made me learn the word so much better. And I'm impressed with what you've accomplished.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I want to continue on what Professor Pike said. Like, as someone who is closer to the high school age, yeah, we will 100% eat the shit up. Like especially boys, like we're like for especially like Gen Z boys, and probably like even like Gen Alpha later down the line. We have very crude language, and this
I have easy tattoo on my
arm. And so like this will like be very entertaining. Not just for like education, just for like the sake of just messing around with it.
Well, you get to talk shit to your friends and learn from
Exactly.
it. It benefits you.
And especially if you like send it to a text to speech, like just like just set a microphone up and just let it spew out words. It's gonna be thought something very entertaining to use.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Okay, next up we have ACS major Nicole Ralston with Dear Diary.
My name is Nicole Ralston, and I would personally like to invite you to journal with me today. Welcome to my digital journal. Oh, for privacy reasons, I need to log in first. But before we do that, let's take a moment to explore some therapeutic resources. Here you'll find essential supports links, including National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, BetterHelp, Talkspace, and Cerebral. These resources are always here, a click away, in case I need them. Now let's log in. Perfect, now we're in. As you can see, my journal supports a wide range of emotion, from joy to sadness. It also has a expandable box for longer reflections. If I were to scroll down, you'll notice my emotions are visibly logged on a mood tracker, and right beside it, I can view my journal entries for each corresponding day, making it easier to reflect on how I feel and what I wrote. Speaking of writing, let's write something. I'm feeling a bit anxious. I mean, you guys are watching me. As you can see, it gives me a little pop-up saying to take a deep breath, that I've got this. Uh-oh, a burnout alert has appeared. This only happens when I have 3 or more negative entries. It prompts me to take a break, take a rest, and consider talking to someone if I need support. It also gives me the resource link, as I was talking about before. If I were to scroll down, it also appears on my chart down here, but I'm no longer feeling that entry, so I'm going to go ahead and delete it. As you can see, it tells me that my journal entry has been successfully deleted and the burnout has disappeared. So that's much better for me. Oh, would you look at the time? I want to sincerely thank you for joining me today. My name is Nicole Ralston, and this has been my walkthrough of my SIP project, Dear Diary, a platform created specifically for students who are navigating mental health challenges, seeking a safe space to express their thoughts, or simply looking for helpful resources. Thank you for being here.
Great job, Nicole. Questions or comments for Nicole? Professor.
Lovely presentation, Nicole. I was just kind of curious about like what your process is in kind of vetting the mental health resources that appear on the app itself. And the reason I ask is because like I saw BetterHelp, I'm like, hearing about like earlier hot water they had, allegations related to like selling personal mental health data to advertisers. So I'm just kind of curious about like vetting processes that go into that.
Well, personally, I used BetterHelp, so I didn't know about the allegations. I just kind of used any therapy like that I knew of. I kind of just went typing to Google therapeutic resources and ones that I knew like my friends used or like ones that are common. So that's why you saw like different ones. But if ones that are being flagged the most, I'll probably take down and just kind of like
Just curious.
Yeah.
Professor Prater.
So a couple of things. First of all, to kind of go in the opposite direction, for monetization, you could sell spot. So to reverse that, that would be, which is good too. To take into effect, like Professor Dr. Mark, he would push for that. If he's around in the cyberspace, whatever. So a couple of things. First of all, is the burnout risk solely based on your mood drop down, or is it based on AI with what you wrote? That's the first question.
So it's based on your mood drop down. If you notice, like when I place a mood in, so the way that I have it set up is if you do negative emotions. So the way that I coded it is if you do happy, calm, it is positive. Neutral is going to be a neutral emotion. You don't really feel anything when you're neutral. But if you're feeling like anxious and sad, that's going to be your negative. So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but and stressed. But I had stressed in there. So that's why it flagged me for a burnout. That's when you'll see the burnout link. But if I were to like delete them, like you saw, it takes it away. So it's only going to be for when you do that little drop down.
One thing you might want to do is rather than a binary of 1 or 0, maybe put like more tone in it, where sad is more negative than what stress would be, because you can be stressed and be happy, but you're got stuff to do. So that's first thing, and then the next thing. So I'm not sucking up all your time. When you registered the entries, you only gave the date. To record the time as well, or because you could change moods throughout the day, and probably having a time component associated with it could give you a better handle on what's going on.
I always thought about doing that, kind of recording the time, but I kind of did do different within the same day, but different entries. When I scrolled down, there was like, I don't know if you saw, but me testing like it plotting different like emotions on the same day.
Yeah.
But I will take that into accommodation when I start to kind of fully develop it.
Press free.
Awesome job, Nicole. It's been great to watch you build this out. I really like how you added the resources to that burnout. I know we talked
You gave
about
me
that.
recommendation for it.
Great job. I just wanted to ask, like, do you have, after seeing the finished product, do you have like a target age where you think this would be the most valuable? Do you want to keep it towards college, high school students, or do you see like younger children who are just, learning about their emotions using this as well?
For legal reasons, 18 plus.
18 plus.
I was told for legal reasons. At the beginning of my SIP, I was like, anyone can use it. But then I was told for legal reasons, 18 plus.
Yes, especially with those resources, especially start selling them out.
Yes.
Great job, great job.
Small critique I want to say, I think being able to remove the entries is in a way counterintuitive, because as someone who knows very little about psychology, but is also very, very lazy, when I see that burnout, I don't think, oh, I should change my mood. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna delete the prompt. So I think instead of just removing the prompt, I think you should add either an edit feature or just like reformat the burnout function so it doesn't look so negative and in a way insulting to the user.
Okay. Do you think I should take it and put it into
I think simply
Sorry.
changing the color, because again, like red obviously is a very negative emotion. I think changing it to more of like a neutral color like blue would just like give the incentive, like it's not really a bad thing, but it is a cautionary tale. I think yellow will be a better choice of color. It's just the way it's formatted now, it just seems very very negative.
Okay.
We have a question via Zoom by Tristan.
Oh, hi everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm just popping in. I sent a message in the chat, but great job, Nicole. One of the things I wanted to check in on was that question regarding the burnout notice and how to, I guess, resolve it. I would consider something like a mindfulness exercise or something similar. So instead of deleting the entry, you could potentially also have the user essentially do like a thoughtfulness exercise, or choose like a positive affirmation or something along those lines to kind of remind them of the importance of positivity, but still allowing them to clear the notice while keeping a good record of the previous entries.
Yeah, that was my original thought process of kind of creating it, because my original whole thought of the SIP was to kind of have something that I didn't have growing up. Especially with mental health, there's a lot of mental health apps, especially during COVID, but there's not a lot for students. It's just generic mental health, like here's this, here's that. But there's not a lot for like students and kind of dealing with mental health. So yeah, putting something in there for like, here's affirmations to kind of calm yourself down or to help with burnout would kind of be better. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
Great
and
job.
I will change it to yellow.
Question?
So I think it looks great. I have a buddy who gave me advice when I was going through hard time to try writing it down in the journal on my phone, and I thought, oh, I'll give it a try. 900 words later, I realized that there's a lot of stuff that people have to think about in themselves. But one thing I also learned, this might be me, but a good thing I would think that is allow people to draw or change. Because I know a lot of people like to stylize their journals, not because it needs to be pretty and perfect, but thinking about the color of what I'm going to write might take the stress and take your mind off things, kind of as sort of getaway. I think that would be a really cool feature.
Yeah, like changing, like, are you saying like changing the color of like the font or like the background?
Yeah, like font, text, let people draw in the journal, like, through a pad or something, add pictures, stuff just to make it look prettier. So it's, you don't just see a shred of text about a really bad day they had. That'll make it even more.
Stickers are very good. I see a lot of people like that stickers on their journals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a great
GIF,
point.
One of the GIF.
Yeah.
And so for future iterations could allow people to type it in, perhaps even record their voice, translates into text, maybe even upload an image. This is how I'm feeling. I'm not sure how to express it in words, but this is an image that could help relay that. Maybe even AI generated image because I'm speaking into the prompt. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential with this idea. Any other comments, questions? Dr. Pike.
Okay, I'm about to be like the devil's advocate on my own island in the room kind of commenter right now. What if I'm John Keats and I want to write something like Ode to Melancholy, and I want to purify my negative emotions through my art, through my catharsis, and I've got this thing basically flagging me every time I get emo. Is there a way to track the negative emotion, but maybe turn off the burnout, turn off the burnout meter so that I
I can actually plumb the depths of my own despair so that I can come out the other side. This is coming from an English.
Speaking for a friend.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how many burnout notifications would Poe get, like trying to use this app? I mean, the phone would explode, right?
I would simply say I don't put a negative emotion. I would put it like happy. But if you continuously put sad, like the negative emotions, you're gonna get the burnout. I haven't tweaked it to where it's like a certain amount of burnouts. It would just be like you're depressed.
If I'm already sad, you were saying earlier that it kind of swings based on what you input, right?
Yeah.
So if I input that I'm already sad,
it's just gonna stay there.
Okay, so I'm not gonna get a burnout notice if I keep writing sad things, or I still will get a burnout notice.
If you keep writing sad things, it's just gonna stay until basically it's actually I didn't put that in there. So what happens is if you and I should have shown this feature, but if you put more positive emotions in there, it will go away on its own. And I wish I kind of showed that, but if you also delete it, it will go away as well. But yeah, if you
can write your way out.
You can write your way out. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, I forgot to say you can write your way out of a burnout. But if you continuously put sad and you have the negatives, you will continuously get the burnouts. But
You just automatically close the hotline.
And for your other question before, or I think it was your question, I will also do more research on therapy and stuff. And
No, I mean, again, like if it works for you, that's great.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Well done. Okay. Next up.
I'm ready.
Next up, we have data science major Avery Willits with Atlas.
Have you ever stared at a wall of spreadsheets and felt lost? Have you ever felt your eyes glaze over as you stare at countless data points, trying to piece together what is even being described? As a data scientist, I'm all too familiar with this sensation. Sometimes, trying to sort through messy data can feel more like hacking and slashing through a jungle than a desk job. What's more, data scientists often report spending up to 80% of their time collecting and preparing data, and only 20% actually using it for analysis. If we spend so much time on the preparation process, why not create a tool that makes that process easier? That's why I designed Atlas, a data preparation tool that helps guide you towards errors in your data. For anyone who doesn't know me, hello! I'm Avery Willits, a senior at UAT pursuing my bachelor's in data science. Along the way, I've picked up associate's degrees in advancing computer science and network engineering. One thing about me, I absolutely love to learn. One of my favorite things about data science is interacting with and translating between all different domain types. I've worked on everything from medical records to network traffic to marketing and e-commerce data, and more. However, interacting with all these different types of data can be a bit of a double-edged sword. There are so many formats data might take, be it CSV, TSV, JSON, log, or any number of other equally confusing acronyms. Not to mention, datasets about different subjects can appear completely alien from one another. A dataset about medical records looks nothing like one about customer satisfaction, for example. As you can imagine, it can be difficult to always know what to look for. Enter Atlas. Atlas is exactly what the name suggests, a map for your data. When you don't know what to look for, Atlas helps show the way. So, what exactly does Atlas do? Atlas visually highlights errors in your data. That doesn't sound too complicated, so let's break it down. Atlas currently has 3 error filtering functions. One for null values, in red, one for values of the wrong data type, in yellow, and one for numerical outliers, in blue. The main window here shows the dataset. Here, Atlas displays the data, as well as the visual flags highlighting errors. To assist in your search, Columns with errors will have a faint background with the same color code as their respective errors. In the instance of 2 or more error types in a single column, Atlas combines their RGB values, and thus the colors, just to show the presence of multiple errors. The right window has 2 pieces of important information. The top shows the numerical percentage of the dataset that is made up of each kind of error. The bottom has a bar chart visualizing the relative frequencies of each kind of error. All of these tools help guide the user towards the errors in their data. You may be asking, how was Atlas made? To tell the truth, Atlas has grown and evolved so many times that it's now wildly different from my original idea. Atlas's latest iteration began while working on preparing a medical dataset for machine learning analysis. I was spending much longer than I wanted to on preparing the data, and I had an epiphany. What if I made a tool that helped guide the user in the preparation process to speed everything up? Thus, an early version of the modern Atlas was born. Atlas came from humble beginnings. It was originally a set of filtering functions written in Python and hosted in the Google Colab IDE. After working on what the user interface should look like, I shifted over to Visual Studio Code. From there, I grew the interface, added a way for users to upload their own data, then added a small dashboard on the side. Look at how much it's grown. As of now, Atlas has migrated once again, and now sits comfortably as an open source tool available on GitHub. Yes, that means anyone can go access it now. Who exactly might want to use Atlas, you may ask? Aspiring and current data scientists, analysts, and engineers who have to read through and clean mountains of data. Or anyone else who needs to use data. After all, in today's increasingly data-driven world, it is imperative that errors are found and handled before they impact business decisions. That AI model that helps you write the perfect email, trained on data that had to be cleaned. A report that allowed your business to increase revenue by 15% last year, created using data that had to be cleaned. Data is everywhere, and professionals have to prepare it before it gets used. Atlas empowers data professionals so they can spend less time preparing their data and more time performing analysis to drive business decisions. So, the next time you're blindly stumbling through an unfamiliar dataset, have no fear. Try out Atlas as your guide and watch the world of data unfold before your eyes. Thank you for watching. Any questions?
Excellent job, Avery. Professor Boaz.
Very good job here. I was trying to ask, how do you feed data to Atlas? It's like the sheets, the CSV files.
Yeah, currently, when you boot up Atlas, it'll immediately prompt you to enter a file. Atlas can currently push through 2 types of files, CSV and TSV files. Couldn't tell by the names, they're pretty similar. The code is pretty easy to get both in there. But in the main window, we also have a button. Sorry, we also have a button at the bottom that says load data. Click that and that will
Professor Jacob.
So great presentation. So I see that, from my understanding, it's primarily like visualizing the different types of errors that might appear in your data set, which I guess is helpful just to see like what you have to deal with, instances of those. I'm wondering, because you have to actually go and correct those errors as well. So I'm wondering if there's a way in Atlas to just query for specific instances. I guess you have those 3 types of errors that way. So can you query for like all instances of a certain type of error in your data set in Atlas?
That's a good question. Currently, there is not a way to query for different errors, but in the backend code, there's like the exact location of every error in a little map. One of my implementations that I'm planning on adding in the future is that process where you can, like, on the side dashboard, adding another window where you can click through all the different types of errors, and specifically even like filtering between, so you can turn off like the colors for the errors that you don't want to look at the moment. Yeah, so I agree that that would be very helpful.
There's a comment via Zoom. Great presentation. How long does it take to generate results?
Good question. It does depend based on the size of the file. That is one of the other things that I'm working on. Currently, if your file is like over 100,000 lines, it doesn't really work. I've been able to find that things with around 10,000 rows will load just fine in about 10 seconds.
I'm still working on some of that backend optimization to get larger files to load, but yeah, we should be fine in about 10 seconds.
Tyler,
Out of curiosity, what library did you use for getting the table to work?
I used Python for the, I was inspected maybe switch to version enter because it's a little bit easier to use, and I definitely struggle with Python, but I managed to find it. Thanks. Awesome.
Alexander?
So when one column is displaying an error type based on the color that's presented, does that mean there's at least one occurrence of that error, or the entire column is falling within that error boundary?
Good question. I definitely could have made it more clear by including an image that actually had a column or a value with an error in it. But yeah, so the background will display a like lighter version of that color, and then the actual cell that has the value will be like a darker, bolder version of it.
Thank you very much, April. Next up, we have an online ACS student, Saul Teles with Vortex Fighting app.
Imagine discovering a hobby or interest you're excited about, only to find out that there's no easy way to connect with others who share your enthusiasm. This is likely to happen if you play a niche fighting game. Unfortunately, many of these smaller fighting games have bare-bone matchmaking systems compared to the bigger titles, like Street Fighter and Tekken. You can try looking to see if the game has a dedicated Discord server, but coordinating matches on Discord can be a tedious extra step. In contrast with popular games like Street Fighter or Tekken, you can find matches in a single click. This is a common problem with niche fighting games, and my app aims to alleviate some of those problems. From one-click auto matchmaking to player-based insights, my goal is to help retain and possibly grow communities of smaller fighting games. Using React Native and a Fire-based database, Vortex allows players to connect with each other automatically and exchange their platform-specific usernames, which will then allow players to add each other to a private match in the game. Here is the login screen. If you don't have an account, you can just sign up using a basic username and password. Now this is the lobby screen. There are not a lot of games, and these aren't exactly niche games, but for testing and presentation, I wanted to keep things small scale for now. Up top, you can see your profile name, and clicking on it will bring you to your profile page. Here, you can change your username, how you would like others to see your skill level, and input your platform-specific usernames. Back to the lobby screen, you can see each game has a different lobby for each platform, and how much players are in each lobby. Once a player enters a lobby, you can see the player count update in real time. Entering a lobby without a platform-specific username setup will bring up a prompt that allows the players to put one in. Once you enter a lobby, you can see how much players are in the lobby, the current rank points, and the 24-hour player peak. Going into the matchmaking, you can filter between 3 different skill levels and 2 game modes. The casual mode has no stakes, while the ranked mode is designed to be played first to 3. When you press find match, you are placed in a queue handled by the Firebase, and are matched with a player with the same search filters as you. You can either accept or decline the match from here. Once both players accept, the app will display your opponent's platform-specific ID. Because we're in the Steam lobby, Vortex automatically displays our Steam usernames, making it easy to add our opponent for a match. When we are done with our matches, we can move on to inputting our wins and losses. When both players do so, our rank point changes. Now say if a player tries to say they won all their matches to make their stats look better. The app will then discard the results if there is a conflict between the user's submitted results. Next we have the player list, which displays all the players in the lobby along with the rank. We can see the player information and their wins and losses for this game. In the lobby stats page, we can see more data about the lobby. Like before, we could see the current online players in 24-hour peak. but now we can see the total players that joined the lobby. We can also see what the highest and lowest rank points are for the lobby and the average of all the rank points. The leaderboard here displays the top 5 players based on rank points. Under that, we can see how much players are waiting in queues. This allows users to see what kind of matches people are playing and make decisions based on that. Unlike most smaller fighting games, you don't have to sit around in a queue and wonder if anyone is there. Finding a match in a niche fighting game shouldn't have to be a battle. Vertex aims to streamline the matchmaking process, give players real-time insights, and ultimately keep these smaller communities alive. Not only do I want to keep the fighting game player base engaged, I hope to help it grow as well. Whether you would rather play with the newer casual players or long-time rank players, Vortex is there to help you spend less time waiting and more time playing. Thank you.
Not sure if Soul's able to join us online. Soul, are you in Zoom? Okay, are there any comments for Soul? Professor Free.
I think it's awesome to see any sort of technology to bring people together and try to find people to play with. So I commend him on that. I'm curious if he's ever thought of expanding kind of this esports domain and adding in tournaments or events that people could then sign up for. And they could, he already has all the stats of the win loss. It'd be easy to sort out the players in that tournament fashion. So I think that would be a huge opportunity if he's thought about it.
Dr. Pike?
That's great. It could also be expanded to games where people are just trying to find people to co-op with. Older games like, I don't know, Dark Souls 2, where you might not be in the right soul level, so you can't actually play with your friends. But maybe you can find somebody who is, and you can actually get a party together in an older game like that. And there are lots of people that are kind of going back and they're like retro gamers almost. They're going back and they're playing through these things again. And they might want backup from people that they don't necessarily know because their friends might have moved past it. So it's an idea.
Great idea. Any other comments? Kevin?
So I've actually seen something similar to this for Pokemon Go. It's called Campfire. It's primarily used for raid battles. So if you want to expand on this, I recommend looking into that because the way they have their shit set up is really nice and very intuitive. So learning about Campfire will be very beneficial to improving this product.
Okay. Thank you everyone for your comments. Thank you, Saul. Next, we have another online students for AI, Eduardo Valencia with Save That Clip.
Imagine you're a long-time Netflix user. You probably have a collection of favorite scenes you'd like to rewatch. Suppose you want to rewatch one of them, but after some time searching for it, you can't find it. So you give up. My app fixes this problem. Hi, my name is Eduardo Valencia, and I wanted to present Save That Clip. My Chrome extension allows you to bookmark your favorite moments so you can start rewatching them with one click. Save That Clip helps people find their favorite scenes on Netflix. Before, users would need to search through episodes to find a scene. Once they find the episode they're looking for, they would need to scrub through it to find the particular scene. However, there's a few problems with this. Users could forget where the scene is, and this process is also very time-consuming. Save That Clip solves this problem by allowing Netflix users to easily rewatch their favorite moments. It's a Chrome extension that lets you quickly bookmark your favorite scenes from Netflix so you can rewatch them later. Save That Clip is one of a kind. To my knowledge, it is the first application that lets you bookmark specific moments on Netflix. Unlike other bookmark applications, mine allows you to bookmark specific moments on Netflix episodes instead of the entire episode. My app is also simple and intuitive to use. Save That Clip also integrates with Netflix, so my application has a few convenient features. For example, it organizes bookmarks by Netflix series. The extension can also show you the episode and series of the episode you bookmarked, and I'll show you how this works later. These integration features make Save That Clip one of a kind. Next, I will demonstrate how to install and use the extension. Save That Clip is a Chrome extension, meaning anyone with the Chrome desktop browser can install it. All you need to do is head to the Chrome Web Store and click the install button to install it for free. Here I am on the Chrome Web Store. Here it says Save That Clip. So if you click on the blue install button that says Add to Chrome, it's going to give me the option to install the extension. I'm going to press Add Extension, and it says Save That Clip has been added to Chrome. So I'm going to click on it. Well, first I'm going to open the extensions menu because I want to pin this so I can easily access it. So now I'm going to click on the icon for save that clip, and it's going to open the extension menu. So this is the extensions pop-up. This is where you can add and manage your bookmarks. So next I'm going to show you how to use the extension to save a bookmark. So I'm going to go to netflix.com and I'm going to go to a series. So right now it's on the series The Rising of the Shield Hero, episode 12, The Stranger in Black. So let's say that I want to save this moment that just started playing. You guys can't see it because it gets blacked out when I'm screen recording. But let's say that I want to save this moment at 6:23. So the time that it's playing at right now is 6:23. I'm going to click on the extension and it's going to open the pop-up, and here it says add bookmark. So I'm going to press add bookmark to create a bookmark, and you can name a bookmark. I'm going to call it at around 6:23 just to make it easy to identify them, and then I'm going to press save. So as you can see, it says bookmark saved. Now let's say you want to open the bookmark you just created. Let's say you're on the Netflix homepage or you're on some other website and you decide you want to watch that favorite moment of yours. Well, all you have to do is click on the extensions icon, and as you can see here, it says bookmarks. Then it has a folder icon right here. Notice the folder icon, and it says The Rising of the Shield Hero. So one neat little feature that the application has is that it automatically categorizes bookmarks by series. So all bookmarks are grouped automatically by series. So if I click on this little, on the series name here, The Rising of the Shield Hero, it'll show you the series page. It says series, The Rising of the Shield Hero, and it'll show you all of the bookmarks for that series. So here you can see the bookmark that I just created. It says at around 6:23, The Stranger in Black. So I'm going to click on it, open Netflix, and as you can see, it opened it at the correct moment at around 6:23. So the extension allows you to very quickly add and navigate to specific bookmarks. It even has a search feature. Let me show you that. So remember that we saved a bookmark for The Rising of the Shield Hero. It's called at around 6:23. Well, if I know the name of the bookmark, I can also just click on the search bar over here at the top right, and I can type in at around 6:23, and it's going to find the bookmark, and I can just click on it, and it's going to right away take me to the bookmark at the right time. Save that clip also comes with a few extra features. For example, it comes with the ability to show you additional bookmark details. So if you open the bookmarks pop-up and you click on a series and then you click on the info icon next to a bookmark, you'll see that it opens bookmark info right here. And here it shows you extra details about a bookmark, such as the name of the bookmark, the series of the bookmark, which is The Rising of the Shield Hero in this case, and the bookmarks episode. Then it also gives you the ability to delete the bookmark and to edit the bookmark. So let's say you want to edit the bookmark's name. Right now it's called at around 6:23. So let's say I want to rename it to at around 6:23 version 2. I'm going to press save. And there we go. It says bookmark updated, and it updated the name, as you can see right there. Finally, let's say I want to delete the bookmark. I can also do that. I can just click on the delete button right here, and it gets rid of the bookmark entirely. Okay, that concludes the demonstration. Imagine you're an avid Netflix user and want to rewatch one of your favorite moments. With my extension, you can easily find that favorite moment and start watching it with a single click. You no longer have to waste time searching for that favorite moment or risk forgetting where it is entirely. I'd like to read you a quote that I think is relevant to my application. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Lost time is never found again." It's important to remember the value of time since we'll never get it back. My extension saves you time. So if you value your time or use Netflix frequently, this extension will be very useful to you. So, what are you waiting for? Install Save That Clip on the Chrome Web Store today.
Not sure if Eduardo is joining us via Zoom. Eduardo, are you there? Any comments for Eduardo? Professor J.
Yeah, this one's kind of interesting. I mean, I can see this potentially being useful maybe for like video editing purposes. If you're like someone that likes to you know, try to maybe review various shows on Netflix in a certain genre. Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily the one in that category that wants to like go and find specific moments to rewatch per se. But I mean, that said, like I think that video editing that could be potentially useful. That way. Yeah.
Any other comments?
I would say I watch Seinfeld a lot. There are funny moments and where Kramer do things that just brightens up my day. It kind of like just highlights that I would like to like go back and go back and watch again. I am interested to see if it's available on other genres such as YouTube, HBO, other places that people watch shows. I think it's a great idea for those because there are like Game of Thrones, like people really love Game of Thrones. It's something that people will go back and watch. Or like there are shows that people watch for just white noise in the background. They want to start somewhere that is very familiar. So I think that I was just interested in knowing if this is for other places. Because I know Netflix brought this out specifically for their show. So I want.
Thank you for your comment. Okay.
I think this would be really useful in podcasts.
It's a great comment. Nicole?
I can see how people use this for memes.
Memes.
Like kind of like clipping it and being
Okay.
like meme one, and then when something like happens in their life, they're like, I have a perfect beat for this, like hold on, and then kind of like going
Sure.
and being like, I have a perfect video and just kind of scrolling.
Yeah. And the categorization of it would help too,
Yeah.
very much so.
And the fact that he has like the perfect search bar under categories, I think that's actually really perfect. I can also see how it could help like parents, like elders who might not know or remember like their favorite series or like their favorite episodes. Or like me, I love Harry Potter. I have like a certain movie that I love, and I'm just like, what's that movie? And I can just go in and kind of like search and stuff. I like that too.
Alexander?
They actually asked for a question.
Okay. Paul?
A little bit of what Murray said about the podcast. I learned a lot from the podcast. I watch business podcasts. So sometimes while I learn, sometimes I take notes and I'll save it to you yourself to know what episode to come back to. But it's great on the same episode.
You have a timestamp right there.
You click it and takes you directly there. So that's actually really good.
Video continues to be the favorite mode of media consumption, so it would be helpful to categorize them.
For cooking.
Yes. First Portillo.
I'm looking at more from like a director standpoint, using it for storyboarding.
Oh.
You know, if you're able to, like I teach storyboarding class, and one of the things that I see my students get frustrated with, they have to watch an entire series to see like a specific sequence being conveyed. But if you're able to save it, you know, and just kind of timestamp it, you had essentially your storyboards laid out. It just makes it streamlines the pipeline for that. When they're trying to put characters together, the staging the block in, how to line the perspective and everything together. So I think they're very useful for that.
Professor Prater?
Not to throw a wet blanket on stuff, but I think he uses Netflix only because he accesses the Netflix API. And he gets a lot of this information on the back end through the API on Netflix. Whereas YouTube and stuff, you'd have to completely redesign it, almost starting from scratch. And I don't even know if YouTube has the same API connectivity as what Netflix does. So just as a little back.
Well, my other concern, and I was wondering about how it might be encoded, Netflix loses rights to things all the time.
And then it goes away.
Yeah, so I mean, like, you've got that clip, you've got it all set up, and maybe you're gonna do that podcast. And then Netflix shipped it off to Hulu or something else. If it's online and it's encoded, it's gonna be gone.
Yeah,
right?
but you still have the timestamp, so you still know where it is and what episode it is. So
That's true. You gotta
You
find it on
might-
the other platform. but that's-
You might not, because if he's doing strictly API, the timestamp is located inside the API, and if the API is not found, then there'll be a file not found.
A lot to consider for Eduardo. Thank you, Eduardo. Fantastic job. We have one more presentation before our lunch break. We have Tomoru Selamu, an AI online student with ENG KUN translator.
Diversity is beauty, a timeless truth we have all heard. Yet, embracing it fully remains a challenge, especially when language barriers divide us. My online tool, Inkun, bridges this gap by translating English to Knama, empowering communities to connect, share, and understand one another with effortless clarity. Hi, my name is Tomoru Salamu. This app solves a critical need. While there is a printed Knama English dictionary available, it lacks two key features: accessibility and pronunciation guidance. My web app changed that. Think of It has a digital translator that not only finds the word or phrase you're looking for, but also speaks it loud in Kunama or English. For example, a parent trying to teach their child a Kunama word can type it into the search bar, and the app will display the translation and play the correct pronunciation. It works both ways, English to Kunama or Kunama to English, making it a two-way bridge for communication. How it works. I combined my programming skill with AI tools to build a custom data of Kunama and English terms, including audio recording of their pronunciation. Since there's no existing digital Kunama language data online, I started from scratch, translating and organizing each word myself. When you search for a term, the app scans this database. If it finds a match, it shows the translation and plays the audio. It also implements a button to replay the audio as much as it needed. When it doesn't find a term, it will notify the user, which also helps me identify gaps and improve the app over time. In Kun, primarily it's for Kunama speakers, especially those who are not English speakers and may struggle to connect with younger generation raised in English-speaking environments, but also for English speakers, teachers, healthcare workers, or neighbors who want to communicate with Kunama-speaking friends, students, or community members. Language is not just about words. It's about identity, belonging, and passing down traditions. For Kunama immigrants, this app helps maintaining ties to their heritage while navigating a new culture. For English speakers, it's a tool to foster understanding and respect. And for all of us, it's a step forward, keeping the Kunama language alive, ensuring it thrives in a digital, interconnected world. Let's see how this web app works. Let's try 5 English words with a simple greeting and introductory words and phrases. I'm going to type an English word, and then we're going to be able to see the Kunama translated word and the pronunciation. Let's try hello. I could know. So when you type hello, it means I could know. If you want to replay it, you can press replay button and it will replay it. I could know. There you go. How about longer phrases like, what's your name? Type what's your name. Kidea Nano. Ikdea Nano. There you go. Kidea Nano. Ikdea Nano, as you can see here, and a little support of the voice is useful. And also, where are you from? Suga, Aika, didn't you know? Ena, Aika, didn't you know? There we go. How about nice to meet you? My dear Boo, Kalea. And finally, have a good day. Sulluma utuda. Sulluma uya kishakeso. These are good examples how my app works. I did roughly around 100 words and phrases. So since we have a short time, I basically showed you 5 words that I have already created. So this is how the Earncon application will be assisting us and you and everybody. As a Kunama speaker and immigrant, I have felt the frustration of being misunderstood and a joy of sharing my language. This app isn't just a translator, it's a bridge between generations and culture and communities. Let's build a future where no one must be limited by language barrier. Thank you.
Let's see if Tamaru is joining us in Zoom. Tamaru, are you there? Okay, comments for Tamaru. Professor Prater.
So, and I guess it's a question, and maybe we can find out later. When he did an English prompt and it responded with 2 different prompts on the other end, is it because of gender? I know English usually doesn't have gender association, whereas like German does, and other languages do. What did they give 2 answers because one is like masculine, one's feminine, or why would it give you 2 answers when you did 1 prompt? That's just my question.
I had a similar question because in Spanish language, there's a formality with respect to elders.
Yeah.
So you say tú when you know someone familiar and they're younger. You say usted when it's someone that is of elderly age or someone that has status. Absolutely. And it shows a sign of respect. So similar.
Yeah, and German has that too. So you have both gender and whether it's a personal or a professional.
Any other comments? Kevin.
I think something you could add in the future is phonetic spelling for these phrases because, well, yeah, it could be very useful just hearing the word out loud. I think having that somewhere in the prompts will also help with like people learning how to say it themselves. Something you can website you can look into is Spanish dictionary. I use that a lot because my Spanish is absolutely terrible, and that they have both phonetic spelling, and they also have what was mentioned before, different phrases and that are used for the same meaning. They just categorize based off like informal and informal. It can also be based off of like what part of the Latin language you're using, what kind of Spanish you're using. So I think having all those show up as well can be very useful for helping someone to be more fluent in the language you are promoting.
Yeah, so great presentation. I just want to say, so I really love actually what this app kind of represents in terms of, especially for people just kind of, sort of seeking out their heritage, learning more about them, picking up the language that way. My heritage, I'm 2nd generation Ukrainian American, so and just getting to, like, I can kind of understand that desire to, my Ukrainian is not great at all, so it's great to like leverage AI resources like that to assist in, getting that language translation happening to get those compelling translations. This isn't necessarily for your app per se, but maybe like for another student idea that I want to pick this up, because I had like a use case myself recently where I had a book that was like a book of poetry written out in Ukrainian, and I can like pick out certain words here and there, but basically can't read it. I had to get like a scanning app on my phone to convert that book into a PDF document. I had to go to Adobe to use their OCR tools to parse out that PDF document so that I could just like have that in like a copy and pastable format. And then I had to take that cleaned up in a Word document so that like I could fix any spelling mistakes that were picked out in that copy and paste, and then use a separate tool, DeepL, to actually help in that and finalizing like a first pass translation from Ukrainian to English. So it's just like a whole mess, and it's great because like this is possible with the tools that we have today. Having like a more integrated experience of that might be really cool for somebody that might want to pick that up. But I really think I really love what this app represents, and yeah, just like I recently went to like a coffee shop from a woman that described that has excellent coffee there. So I'm getting to explore more of that Eritrea type culture. So it's very interesting. So yeah, love it.
Thank you for sharing. Any other comments? All right, thank you, Tamaru.
The first half of our Student Innovation Project Showcase. Thank you to everyone who has presented. Now we will go to lunch until 12:40. There'll be refreshments and hors d'oeuvres outside of the theater. Please come back so that we can resume our presentations. And don't forget that you can also vote on Socrative for your People's Choice Award. After seeing all of the presentations, we'll come back with robotics and digital maker. So enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you again soon. See you. Thank you. afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Spring 2025 Student Innovation Project Showcase. We completed this morning with advancing computer science, artificial intelligence, data science, and human-computer interaction. So thank you again to the students who presented at the very beginning. We will resume our presentations with robotics and embedded systems and digital maker and fabrication. However, I'd like to remind everyone that you are still able to vote for Viewer's Choice Award using our Socrative code. Please keep in mind that we'd love for you to watch all the presentations prior to selecting your People's Choice preference. The code is here. You can scan it so that way it's ready to go. And again, please make sure that your cell phones are on silent. The Q&A is for the subject matter experts, and we'll continue with our next presenter, which is a double major, robotics and digital maker, with Dean Barbeo with Weight-Wise Food Bowl.
Gorging behaviors are an uncommon issue among pet owners. Practically any animal can display this behavior, and in all cases, it provokes a threat to their physical health. I am Dean Barbario, an upcoming graduate in digital maker and fabrication, with a minor in robotics, here to bring the Weight-Wise Food Bowl, an advancement of gorging prevention aimed at both effectiveness and comfort. The issues caused by gorging behaviors are numerous. Blockages are common, particularly in the intestines, though can occur anywhere in the digestive tract. Gastric dilation volvulus is also a frequent and highly damaging condition contracted from gorging behaviors, wherein the stomach lining dilates and expands, resulting in tissue damage, difficulty breathing, and loss of blood flow in the infected regions, particularly around the stomach. Other issues can arise, even seemingly simple matters like choking on the overgorged food, which can be severely threatening to an animal's health. In the modern market, there are many solutions to the problem of gorging behaviors. One of the more common solutions is the tooth bowl, wherein food is hidden between cracks, promoting a more methodical eating pace. This model, however, promotes frustration, which can lead to undereating, among other issues. Thus, to provide a solution against fast eating that is both comfortable, effective, and affordable, the Weight-Wise Food Bowl has been devised. This bowl utilizes a similar tooth design to standard models, while implementing an internal platform to keep food from being difficult to retrieve in the deeper recesses of the bowl. This device is intended to be comfortable for both pet and owner. On the owner's side, the food bowl is designed to be durable in both travel and cleaning. The internal mechanisms are also designed to be easily disassemblable and reassemblable, to allow for easy cleaning. For pets, a rubber neck and base grip allows for a stationary, comfortable eating experience. The composition of the bowl is fairly simple, utilizing 4 springs to support the platform floor. These springs will cause the platform to retract when weight is placed upon it, causing food to be poured into the normally shallow bowl to sink deeper between its teeth. When weight is removed by consumption or spillage, the platform raises, keeping a consistent quantity of food easily accessible while preventing gorging. In terms of material costs, besides the likely metal springs, the bowl and platform will be injection molded with a food-safe polymer. Food and heat-safe ductile polymers will be used for the neck and base grips of the bowl. The Weight-Wise Food Bowl is designed with comfort in mind, while retaining practicality. We believe that health should not be a chore, and hopefully that sentiment is reflected in our product.
Thank you, Dean. Any questions or comments for Dean? Professor Prater.
So did you test this out on a dog? Did you notice the difference?
Unfortunately, no. I didn't have enough time to go to test that.
Professor Reinberg.
What springs did you go with?
I Immediately, I just took out springs from the spare box of parts in the maker
So
lab.
standard,
Standard metal spring, standard. If I was like to remake the model, I'd probably use some longer springs, since the ones I used for the current iteration are kind of short. But that aside, the current springs work fairly well.
Yeah, because
It preferably be compatible with Flash. It's the whole part of it being assemblable. I don't want to do it right here because I want the springs to spill out again. But the whole thing is that you can disassemble to clean it, and the gaps between the teeth and like the tolerance of the hole is small enough that theoretically we should be able to go through those things.
I have a question, Dean. Did you explore like different filaments before you decided on the one for your prototype?
Not really. My biggest experimentation on that film was really like the how much filament is used for the surface compared to the internal supports. I settled on PTG fairly quickly because I did prior research on them like long time ago, and it's one of the better food safe ones. Theoretically, if I were to sell this, I would be using filaments from a 3D printer. I'd be using injection molding, but this is PTG is fairly good for food safe.
And one more other question. I noticed in the video when the dog like flipped his bowl because he was wanting faster access to his food. Is there any benefit to having like suction cups underneath so that way if they tried to flip it over, they couldn't, they would have to actually like dig for the food? I'm just trying to think of like what could prevent them from flipping it over, but not get frustrated.
Generally having better grips on the bottom would be good for that. I try and largely solve it by having these least frustrating as possible, which is practical platforms there. But theoretically, having either suction cups or I was originally planning to do having basically rubber grip on the bottom, kind of like if you were to the friction grips on say a shelf or a bookcase. Kind of so similar to that, so this stays in place more easily.
Professor Prater?
how come you use PETG instead of PLA? Because PLA is actually a corn product, so.
It's not, well, I think part of this PTG is also at least more tolerable for high temperatures that can be seen in, say, dishwash and stuff like that. Well, PTG can denature a lot faster in that condition.
Professor Rodriguez.
Yes, there's a weight-based kind of thing. Have you thought about making a smart device, like sending notifications about like, hey, the bowl is empty or move 10 feet over, maybe it's upside down, stuff like that?
That'd be possible. I want to keep this relatively affordable though, so I probably won't be implementing anything that requires like microelectronics. That makes sense.
Well, it's like
That
10
would be
bucks for a
possible.
microcontroller. So.
Well, they also consider wires, charging,
$20
the
bucks.
sensors. That's still like $30 for a device for something that costs like $20 to begin with. That's like triple the price.
Right, people will buy it because they need it.
True. So I guess that would be an option, but I wouldn't say it'd be like, I want to have the affordable version also available, so I'll prefer to start with this and then possibly like add those smart functionalities in after the design guidelines. Yep.
If you want to keep it affordable, I recommend you could add a bell, like something that makes like that'll just make noise, like yeah, like it's literally just a bell. Like
Yeah,
I feel like being
like,
inside the little system, like once it lifts up at a certain point, it like flicks something and it'll like hit the bell. That could
work,
be a
yeah.
pretty affordable option.
Or a light.
Oh, what I'm sorry?
A light,
Oh,
you have
a
a
light.
battery and contacts, so that when it gets to the top, the contacts connect and then the light goes off.
Yeah, I like the bell idea. My first thought was like one of those desk bells. But I think theoretically they could also be like it has some sort of internal compliant mechanism so that when it reaches the top, it just kind of clicks that apart and then that click that makes a noise, and then when you press it back down all the way, or like to a certain degree, it resets so you can think again. Either way, things consider.
Professor Jacob?
Since you mentioned dishwashing, have you tried using it in dishwashing?
Currently, no, I have not access to dishwasher yet. There is not one in the dorms, unfortunately. I am running under hot water though, and it has held up. I actually did wash it after the what's it called? In the video, I did wash it after putting in food, and admittedly some of it's got stuck in the crevices, but I think it's more printing errors. But it did didn't mar or anything, didn't deform, so.
Could have kept it in the washer or laundromat.
I don't want to be fined for that, thank you for suggesting.
There's a
Even like in
question.
the middle of the night, no one
Yeah, it's like the person put 13 layer jackets. That's big.
There's a question via Zoom. Is there going to be a larger size for large dogs that eat more food?
That is somewhat planned. The biggest issue with that would be the spring tolerances, but otherwise the model itself was designed to be, like I just pick it apart and widen it relatively easily. So that requires a small amount of editing to do. Is absolutely planned to have like several varieties for small, different size animals.
And something that I was thinking too, because of the ability for it to leverage itself up, is dogs that maybe are a little older and their teeth have to be removed. I know that's a thing because they're just aging, and so to assist with dogs that maybe have less teeth or maybe don't have the ability to chew as properly as if they were younger, so that ability for it to move the food up would likely help them as well.
Potentially.
Any other comments or questions?
Yes, the current model is, the springs are very short. So I'm planning on, if this specific model is not technically speaking done, but if I was to make modifications and make it basically I have the platform be a bit more flush with the green line than it is right now. Theoretically, around this rim, there's supposed to be a rubber sort of sealant so that if you tip it upside down, this one's the touch the top rather than flying out completely. And then if you remove that top, then you can remove the internal platform. But normally this is supposed to reach the top where it stops.
One more.
Great.
So have you done any work with the spring constant for the springs? Because you'd have like a weight of food and then you'd have, you do the spring constant to see how quickly the floor would rise depending on how much food. Have you looked into that at all for determination of springs?
Not in a significant extent, no. Mostly my lack of easily accessible having a consistent set of springs to work with.
But even just to look them up in a catalog and say, if I was to put in springs, these are the ones that I would use. That's probably something you need to look at.
If I can add on to that real quick, if you want to get good springs for this in the future, I'd recommend going to MasterCard.
Yeah, you suggested that in the past. I do plan on using that if I do.
Yeah, it'll tell you everything you need to know about the springs you can get.
I looked on that. I remember looking at that for a previous set idea for motors, and they gave a lot of information, so it's good.
Yeah, they'll give you everything you need.
They'll even have 3D models you can download, put into.
Yeah, unfortunately, I lost my SolidWorks access, so I can't really test it out too well anymore. But so certainly something to keep in mind.
All right, thank you very much, Dean. Next up, we have an online robotics student, Matthew Sender, with Culvert Buddy.
Hello. Imagine that it's 90 degrees out. You and your crew have been assigned to fix a drainage issue in the neighborhood. You arrive at the job site and the problem is a no-brainer. The culvert has too much debris in it. You need to crawl on your hands and knees inside the tube with wet mud, leaves, sticks, dead animals, bugs, and possibly snakes, and push all of that out with your hands. It's dangerous, it's cold, it's hot, and just plain gross. Hello. My name is Matthew Sindel, and this is the Culvert Buddy, the solution to all the problems. Culvert Buddy is a remote control device that can be driven into culverts to clean dirt and debris. Here you see some of the earliest forms of this project. These projects are very far from the finished project that I have now. Culvert Buddy has grown a lot over the course of the project. These prototype features different types of motors than the ones I end up using. I originally tried to use TT motors, but ended up using geared DC motors for better traction and more power. Also, you can see that I originally planned on using wheels. The wheels were intended to be big enough that the Culvert Buddy would get good traction. However, I quickly realized that wasn't going to work. In the end, the device is on a track system so that it can get plenty of traction in the slimiest of mud. It features a repositionable blade so that the driver can control the angle of the push to ensure the clearest path. This is a video of the previous prototype. So you can see it's not turning very well. Had to add weight to it to try getting better traction. And the blade is not positionable very consistently. Since the video was taken, I made several changes to the device. I figured out a way to get better traction and to have more control over the blade. This is the final prototype. This image is, you can see the track system. The motors are underneath for better weight distribution. But also the blade in this picture, you can see the movement mechanism of the blade. And where it's attached to, a rod is attached to the servo. The blade features a compound curve at the bottom so that it's able to lift the dirt and debris up off the ground from the curvature of the pipe. A future possibility that I see from a marketing perspective is the ability to sell different sizes of blades to fit different diameters. So this blade right now, that curve is set up for a 16-inch diameter pipe. But if you had, a 36-inch diameter pipe, that curvature is not going to be the same. Here is the video of my working prototype. At the moment, it can push up to 3 pounds, but with more resources, more powerful motors, along with rubberized track, it could push a lot more. Here you can see you have better control in the drivability of it, and you have a smoother control with the blade. After all said and done, the Culvert Buddy could be a very good resource for construction workers and city employees all over. It would save time by not forcing them to climb into the pipes. It would save tax dollars by not paying employees to do small tasks that take so long. It would also save employees by not putting them in potentially dangerous situations. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Not sure if Matthew's joining us via Zoom. Matthew, are you there? Okay, comments from Matthew. Professor Prater.
It also is able to do things that we're not able to do. I couldn't go into a 16-inch pipe. We'll leave it at that.
Any other comments? Dean?
I think it's the usual physics. Our holders usually like much larger. If there was something that I think something that small would work, that's much better suited like smaller pipes like they were saying.
The ones on like a roundabout or on the end of a cul-de-sac, those tend to be smaller. They'll do the 16-inch pipe. And in fact, Matthew, I believe he is a city worker where he's had to do that. So it's one of those go with what you know scenarios.
It can be 6 inches sometimes,
Yeah.
Very small.
Yeah, you can go really small. All depends on where you're at.
Any other comments? Thank you, Matthew. That concludes our small but mighty team of robotics and digital maker. Now we're moving on to network security, network engineering, and tech forensics. Next up, we have Kevin Bagazero, network security major with Secure Flame.
Hello, my name is Kevin Baccarizo, and today I present to you Secure Flame. Once the game loads up, this is what the menu will look like. Now, most individuals, they have no idea about the basics of cybersecurity, and they cannot identify a potential threat or something suspicious. While I do believe that many in this room are able to do so, it is what led me to create Secure Flame, which provides an engaging and educational experience where users will be better informed to better protect themselves in the digital landscape. And there are educational tools available that incorporate a feedback and hint system, and they provide story-driven challenges, but not one uses a combination of the mentioned aspects to focus on cybersecurity at a base level. And I have also added a few other features that I will go over throughout this presentation. And we'll go over some statistics. Phishing attacks are the most common form of cyber attacks, where nearly 22% of breaches happen because of it, where 83% of companies have experienced such an attack, and it is estimated that they occur every 11 seconds. And human error is a huge contributor and will always be one. A combination of negligence, lack of knowledge, and complacency have attributed to 95% of data breaches in the last year alone. Secure Flame aims to further educate individuals on cybersecurity, where they will be provided feedback using a fictional scenario, hints and explanations for improvement, while also using a security meter which acts as a health bar. Where the player makes the wrong choices, it will deduct a percentage and vice versa. If it hits 0, the player will have to restart the game. More importantly, through the use of the fictional scenario, it is more engaging, immersive, and aims to improve the chances of keeping users interested and completing the game, while emphasizing on the educational aspect of the game, where time and decisions do matter in such a scenario, which is why I have added a 2-minute timer per level. If the player is not able to complete a level within that 2 minutes, the game will stop. They will have to restart. And as well as, depending on the severity of the choices, they will either be deducted a percentage from anywhere between 5 and 20%. And Secure Flame was created using VS Code with JavaScript and HTML for the coding language. It is a basic 2D game using text prompts, and a UI. And the target market for Secure Flame is those who have limited to no knowledge on cybersecurity, and regardless of their tech savviness, rather than just relying on an antivirus or security features that are included with many of today's browsers. And there are a couple of tools. They may not use the specified combined aspects I mentioned, but TryHackMe is also a good way to learn about cybersecurity and firewalls. And I will now show a couple of screenshots and a video as well. And the choices in the game vary from partially correct to just flat out wrong and negligent, as you can see there. However, I have also added some humorous choices, which some people in an office environment are likely to use, saying things such as, "It's handled," and my personal favorite, "Just blaming another department." And there are also different outcomes based on your score, where at the end of the game, your score will be averaged out, where you will get 1 of 5 endings. And I did a playthrough where I got every answer correct, so 100% across the board. So no mistakes, wonderful job. And I did another playthrough where made some right and wrong choices. As you can see here, every level has a different score. So because of that, the company is in a terrible state, and it is hard to know if you can even recover from it. And this is to show that once the timer runs out, that the game will be over, and I have included a short video so you can see for yourself. So there, making a wrong choice, minus 10%, and explain why that choice was not a good idea. So it went from 75 to 65, and the timer ran out, so have to restart, game over. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. Again, my name is Kevin Baccarizo. My degree is in network security, and I would like to give credit to Preston Chapman, who helped me polish and refine the code. And I have included a QR code if you are interested in checking it out and playing for yourself. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Kevin. Wonderful job. Questions or comments for Kevin? Professor Bellinger.
What'd you learn about game design?
A lot of YouTube and using ChatGPT at times.
Yes, but I mean, what did you learn? What are some of the new things for you that now that you've gone through this experience?
That can be pretty frustrating, especially if you're a beginner. But I enjoyed it overall.
Professor Prater?
So, two things. First of all, I change your target audience, not to beginners, but to companies who are hiring people on. Because then you can sell to the companies and they can have it as part of their onboarding training. So you get those people. Because I know, well, when I worked at American Express, we were pitched constantly by the company. So like in a year, I probably got 7 accounts. All through the company. If you work for American Express, you can fail at one time and you get one forgiveness, and then the second time you're out. If you work for a contractor like I did, you don't get any forgiveness. You're out if you fail it. So to give them something like this to kind of bring them on board and you know have them, it's a little, you know, it kind of works better for the employees. So that was a big thing.
Professor Rodriguez?
All right, I think it's fun. I saw a couple of the different iterations of this. This was by far my favorite one, the transition from like actual like things being there to the 8-bit style. I loved it. That was a lot more fun. Made things flow a little better too. For me, what are the next iterations? So are you planning on like leaving the building, adding different, you know, security issues? Or where do you see this?
So that's what I was thinking about as well. Yeah, kind of like wrap it up. Originally I had an idea of kind of for like a bonus level, just like wrap things up, do it in a secure manner, you know, not leaving anything lying around and then going home for the day. And then, yeah, as far as like new issues, always looking for more, or if anything arises, just kind of adding to it.
Dr. Bagodi?
All right, brother, congratulations on crossing the finish line. I know that we made a number of efforts towards the midnight hour to get you across the line. So appreciate all the hard work and effort you put in, and you know, great job on the presentation.
Kevin?
In my opinion, I believe this is based on the fact that there's humor and the art style. I think the demographic will appeal more to a younger audience. Phishing, yeah, is like, yeah, companies deal with it, yeah, but like people 100% deal with it too, like primarily through Gmail and like other messaging websites. So I think getting like the younger generation up to snuff when it comes to network security will always be good. I was a dumb kid with a phone. I had a phone for like my entire life. I've 100% seen phishing scams that I didn't even know about. So I think pushing this to a young at least parents could be useful as well.
Definitely.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have a double major, network security, network engineering, Lucy Njoki with connectivity.
Imagine this. You are at home. Everything is connected. Your lights, your coffee maker, and let's even say your camera. But then one of the devices gets hacked. Why? Because it wasn't registered or secured properly. Suddenly, your whole entire smart home is at risk. That's a very big problem in today's tech world. And that's where Connectify comes in. It's a project I built to protect smart devices using blockchain technology. Hello, my name is Lucy, and I'm excited to introduce my C project called Connectify. Connectify is a blockchain-powered IoT device registry that lets users register and check smart devices securely over Wi-Fi. This project focuses on making smart homes and offices safer by preventing any unauthorized access to connected devices. So, what makes connectivity innovative? What makes it unique? That's the big question. Without a doubt, most IoT rely on centralized servers, which are easier to hack or go down. But Connectify uses blockchain, which is decentralized and tamper-proof. That means once a device is registered, no one can change or fake the record. What type of problem does this solve? For this reason, Connectify solves the problem of unregistered or any unauthorized devices sneaking onto the network. It records who owns a device, when it was added, and stores that information in a secure blockchain ledger. That's useful in places like schools, public Wi-Fi's, or any smart homes. Connectify was built using a React JavaScript for the user's interface, a Solidity for the smart contracts, a Ganache for the local blockchain, a MetaMask for the user wallet interaction, and a web JavaScript to connect everything all together. Throughout this project, I learned how to build and deploy smart contracts, connect them to the forefront, and handle real-world blockchain issues like wallet access and account changes. It also taught me how to improve the user's experience while keeping security in mind. Now let me show you how it works. First, I'm gonna enter a device ID. So for here, I'm gonna use 0006. After I enter a device ID, then I'm gonna select the Wi-Fi network. Or if the user prefers, there is a network to connect their own Wi-Fi device. Once that is done, I click register device. And that means MetaMask is gonna pop up to approve the transaction. Once approved, the device is registered. And after that, one can see the owner's address, the time, and the date. And the above shows the account that was used, the balance that's remaining, and if MetaMask is connected or not. All this happens on the blockchain, and it's first secure and very easy to use. Here are a few screenshots. The first one is another device I registered, 777, and this shows the account, the balance, MetaMask if it's connected or not. You could click the button down below to check, and also the network status if it's online or offline. And this is also the device that's registered, the owner's address, time, and date. This is the web JavaScript for the TOEFL and the Ganache, which is the blockchain to communicate with one another. This is the deploy contracts between my TOEFL scripts and the blockchain. This is the blockchain address and the balance, and here are a few addresses one can choose from. This was another device I registered, and down below it shows the time and the date. And this is MetaMask. This pops up when one is done clicking and it asks if the user wants to confirm the transactions request. And all this happens on the blockchain. It's first secure and very easy to use, and that's Connectify in action. So in today's world, smart contracts are everywhere, and we need smart solutions to keep them safe. And that's why I built Connectify. It's not just a student project, it's a vision for a more secure future. Thank you for listening, and remember, in the world of IoT, safety starts with a smart design.
Good job, Lucy. Comments, questions? Professor What?
Yeah, very good job working on this. The problem is trying to solve so important one. That's a big thing actually. So while you're trying Ganache means you're using the Ethereum blockchain. Have you tried to do that different kind of blockchains? Something cheaper, faster than Ethereum?
At the beginning,
meeting I tried, but it just took way long and really needed to do a little bit of research, so I just wanted something out there. Thank you.
Professor Prater?
So this is coming from like below a blockchain newbie. But let's say you give your device, you want to change the name of your device or change the owner of your device. Is there a way to do that on the blockchain, or are you stuck?
Once it's there, you can't do anything. It's registered, it stays there. No one can go back and change it.
Okay.
Dr. Bagodi? Dr. Bagodi?
You'll go first.
Oh.
You go first. You got it.
Hey, Lucy, congratulations on the strong finish. Love the concept. It may not be obvious for everybody in the room how technically challenging this project is. Working not only with IoT devices, but networking in addition to understanding blockchain and how to implement all of that together. So knocked it out of the park. Great job overall.
Professor Rodriguez?
All right, absolutely. So one of the things I was wondering, so once it's in your app, right, what is it cross-referencing against? Is it actually paired with the network as everything's live, or are you doing this after the fact once you've already established a connection with your device?
After you connect with your device.
Okay, so you go into the router, collect the information, add it into the gotcha. Cool.
Any other comments? Kevin?
Is it safe to say that this works similar or like to like a VPN in a sense?
No. I want to say yes and no at the same time, but it's just for IoT devices.
Okay. So how is this like different or better than a VPN?
A VPN you have to like select the country. This is just you're gonna put your device in there just to see how it works.
I can address that if you don't mind. So VPN is designed to encrypt data traffic, right? Whereas this project is designed to account for, register, record the IoT devices on a particular network.
Okay.
So if an additional IoT device that you're not familiar with suddenly shows up on the record, then you can take a look at it and you can say, that's not my guy.
Okay.
And that's how you would identify him, which is that.
Okay.
Any comments? Lucy, I do want to commend you for being a double major, network security, network engineering. Bravo. It's incredibly difficult to tackle both of those, and you did it very well. And then not only did you do that, but you threw in a little bit of blockchain on there. So that's commendable. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Jade Herman, network engineering major with MindGen.
Hi, I'm Jade Herman, and this is my SIP presentation, MindGen, for the Spring 2025 SIP Showcase. What I've created for SIP has the capacity to make you all millionaires if you use it correctly. Now that may be a bold statement, but let me explain. MindGen is a crypto miner designer that caters to your individual user needs and hardware specifications to help you create the best crypto miner you can that takes advantage of the hardware you're running on the most. MindGen is a powerful tool designed for those interested in the world of crypto mining. You don't have to already be into it, you can be a starter with this. Whether you're a hobbyist, a blockchain enthusiast, or someone looking to optimize their mining rig, this program brings flexibility, customization, and insight into the mining process. So what is crypto mining? Crypto mining is a process of running complicated algorithms and code through what's called the blockchain. Think of the blockchain as like a digital receipt printer. It outputs results of transactions and equations. And eventually those results can build up code that can be worth money, and that's what cryptocurrency is. In turn, after using the blockchain, you're rewarded with small amounts of cryptocurrency that you can grow over time. Did you know that the main reason people don't get into crypto mining is that they don't think that they have good enough hardware? The kind of image you see is the kind of setup that's associated with crypto mining. However, you don't need a setup like this. You can casually mine crypto from your own laptop if you wanted to. However, not all miners are built the same, and that's where MindGen comes into the equation. MindGen is a program that allows you to design the exact miner that you want. The algorithm, the network method, the hash library, the threading model, the logging method, and the error handling are all selected by the user. All of these options are based on what's best for your computer hardware, so it's good to know how your hardware operates and how each of these will work better for your hardware and give you what you want as the output. Why would you want to use something like MineGen over an off-the-shelf miner from a website like GitHub? There's plenty of open source crypto miners out there. Well, with MineGen, as mentioned before, allows you to be able to cater your miner to your computer with a lot of customizability. Watch as I demonstrate how MineGen works. Here we are on the computer to do the demonstration of MineGen. As you can see, we have all of the previous versions here, and then it leads up to MineGen for presentation final, and there's also the script for the presentation part. I just keep all of my assets for the project in here. So we click this, opens up in Python, and then we get a small window. This is what we need. This is where it all happens. So here you get the algorithm, the network method, the hash library, threading model, logging method. I'm just going to select random ones, and the error handling. So we get all these different settings in here, and then from here you can select generate miner. As you can see, I have other outputs for other videos and other presentations and different things like that. We'll just call this one final output because this should be the final time I do this for this presentation. This should be the video you're seeing. Hello. So we hit save. It'll tell you mine script saved successfully. We come back here. We go to output, final output, and it opens up the pool address. I'm not going to put anything in here that gets complicated, but yeah, this is how most crypto miners would start on your computer, unless it's one that's set up as malware, which you don't want. So for everything you do want and everything that would go to your wallet and on your computer, it's all right here once you have this set up. And yeah, that's MineGen, and that's how it works. As you just saw, MineGen allows you to create a miner and deploy it on your hardware, running in command line through Python. The reason why it's Python and not, say, a Windows executable is so that it can be used on different firmwares. Though specifically with crypto mining and Python, it would probably be used on Linux, and that's what I would recommend it for most users. In closing, MineGen is more than just a tool. It's a gateway into deeper understanding of blockchain mechanics, system-level programming, and performance engineering. For crypto starters who want to get into mining to either sell crypto, use it, hoard it, no matter what they want to do, MineGen is there for them. MineGen is there to help them get started, create their miner, and help them get what they want. No matter what operating system, no matter what your specs, as long as what you're running can support Python, MineGen is there for you. MineGen can do it, and it has all you need. I will now be taking questions at this time. Thank you for your time.
So what?
So just to understand the small, all these mining settings, just to optimize your hardware, basically, right?
Yeah, that's what I imagine it would be for.
So just different CPU, GPUs you have. So based on that, you give them the best miners they can.
Yeah. That was the goal.
That's great. Okay.
Professor
This
Rodriguez?
has been fun. I'm really glad that you got this far. I remember we were talking about it. We drew it on the glass and
Yeah.
stopped, right? So it's really cool.
I took your hook.
Yeah, there we go. So it was really fun to see this. For you, what was like the big thing that like tested you the most with this?
Figuring out what settings I wanted it to support and figure out how I was going to get those to work. It was a bit stressful, especially you remember I kind of had to switch up my very topic 3 weeks into the end of step one. It was very hard to job.
And also, I'm sorry, where you brought all these settings from? Like how you know that for this certain CPU or GPU, that's a base setting?
So for the individual user research, I didn't really get that far. I didn't really have the time to optimize it for everyone in that aspect.
Any other questions? Jade, I have a question for you. In hindsight, now that you are up to this point, what would you do differently if you had to start all over?
Probably not do a crypto project.
I asked that because, following up from Lucy's presentation and incorporating blockchain and crypto, those are hot topics for a lot of people to explore, but it does require in-depth research to fully understand it.
Definitely. Part of why I picked it was that I wanted to do something that was a little uncharted territory, something that hadn't really been fully developed into a course here yet, and I thought it'd be interesting.
All right, thank you very much, Jade. Okay, next up we have Martin Rios, network security major with System Pilot.
Hello everyone, I am Martin Rios, a network security student at the University of Advancing Technology, and here today I am presenting to you System Pilot. So of course, what is System Pilot? System Pilot is a system process analyzation tool that is capable of easily determining the legitimacy and security of any running application, background process, or Windows process running within one's own system. Essentially, it is a tool that can be used to figure out the legitimacy of each running app process or application within your own Windows system. So moving on, we're going to go ahead and go over what it is attempting to solve. So of course, everyone or most Windows users are familiar with Task Manager. You may use it to end tasks, check your processes, your resource utilization, or your specifications of your own system. However, one thing that that Task Manager does not do is figure out the security or legitimacy of each running application or process within your own Windows system. So of course, the usual process or checklist of checking a legitimacy of an application is right-clicking and clicking search online, or going ahead and going to your own desired web browser and manually searching it yourself. It is time-consuming, tedious, and generally you don't really get a straight answer. So of course, if you see down here, typically you would probably end up in a forum like Reddit or Microsoft Community with no direct answer or explanation of what the process is or if it is even safe. Typically, malware may mask itself under a legitimate process, which kind of nullifies this process. System Pilot aims to figure that out easily by obtaining not only just the name, but the publisher and the file path as well. So moving on to the project prototype, we see here a screenshot here. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the actual process as well. So we're going to start it here. And we have the initialization of System Pilot. Currently, System Pilot is initializing, which is obtaining every process in my system. So just give it a few seconds to initialize. And there we go. So we have every running application, process, and system process in our system currently displayed here. Publisher and parent path are missing. That is because Windows does not like, for security reasons, does not like the fact that System Pilot is attempting to obtain that. Ideally, it would be able to obtain that and thus increase the efficiency of the process analyzer and everything else involved. Either way, we have the general overview of the real-time UI. So this is real-time. If we go ahead and open something like Firefox, it's going to appear here. We have the running applications update here, and we have Firefox.exe down here. Of course, you also have the Firefox background process appear in the background processes section. And if we close it, Firefox is removed. So we're going to go over the columns. So we have names of the process, the ratings, the publisher, the signed, the PIDs, and the PPIDs. We also have VT scores, which is an API call from VirusTotal. We can get a quick glance at the VirusTotal score. So this is a rating that rates the legitimacy of these applications or processes. VirusTotal does require a pretty expensive API, so we only have a couple here. So we're going to go ahead and go over the pin processes section. So the pin processes section is ideally an important piece of System Pilot. This gives you the ability to pin processes. This may be processes that are of particular interest, or you just want to keep an eye on them, or you're suspicious of the process. So you can go ahead and do that with anything. You can do that with the running applications, the background process, or system process. So you can go ahead and pin Microsoft Media. and it will show the CPU and memory usage. CPU is in percentage, memory is in megabytes. And we're going to go ahead, we can pin Spotify, we can pin this process here, and they'll all be updating in real time. And the main item here that I would like to show you is Process Analyzer. This is an AI-powered tool that allows you to quickly identify the purpose of a process and the legitimacy via classifications. So we can do that with any process. If there's a process that you don't know what it does, or if you're suspicious about and would like to make sure that it is legitimate, you can go ahead and we can select, we'll say help pain. We don't know what that is, but we want to know what it is, and we want to make sure it's safe. We're going to go ahead and click Analyze Task, and it pops up here. Name help pain, the ID here, and the analysis. Help pain is a legitimate Windows process associated with Windows Help and Support System. You go ahead and read all that, but it is a classification of unidentified. That is because it is unable to pull the path, and the publisher due to Windows security systems in place. Enabling System Pilot to obtain that. But ideally, it would be able to obtain that, and thus we can figure out if a process is masked by malicious software, or it is an unlegitimate process. Moving on to the last function of System Pilot today, logging. Logging is a essential item in the System Pilot tool. And we can see here that we have System Pilot's logging of processes that have started since the initialization of System Pilot and stopped. So if you go ahead and open any application or process or background process, system application, whatever it is, it's going to pop up in the logging here. So we can go ahead and open up Firefox once again. We see all the Firefox sub-processes as well pop up, as well as the primary software. And we see that the event started and the exact time of which this application has started. And if we go ahead and close Firefox, we'll see the stopped events. And this can be cleared, but we're not going to clear it, but it can also be exported. So if we go ahead and just export it to process log.txt, we're going to go ahead and just put it on my desktop here. As log successfully exported. And let me see if I can pull it up on my main monitor over here, and we have it right here. And we got a nice little logging system in place. You get the PPIDs, the name, and the event, as well as the exact time. This is essential for logging purposes of attempting to maintain security in your own system. Ideally, you would also appear path here, but of course, due to Windows security systems in place, we are not unable to do that today. And that is System Pilot Process Analyzation Tool. Thank you all for coming and viewing my own project here. I really do hope that this application can make people feel safer and more situationally aware about their own system. And thank you again, and goodbye. We also have a quick Q&A here, so if you have any questions you'd like to ask, go ahead and do so.
Nice job, Martin. Professor Rodriguez.
I just throw a lot of praise at this. I know a lot of that stuff kind of went over a lot of says. This is one of the more difficult things that we do, period. The fact that you have that analyze button is really what took this over the top for me. Being able to know exactly what a task is. Because for most of us, if you look at it and y'all task manager 12, and that thread comes off as like a string of just random letters. You don't know what it is or what it's doing. But the fact that we can reverse search it on the spot, know exactly what it's doing, that's fantastic. Logging function, you know how I feel about logs, you know, documentation is my thing. I love it. It's my favorite part about this so far. So fantastic job. I don't have a lot of critiques at this point. Like, I just really proud of what you made here.
Thank you.
It's so useful.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to aim here. I know this would have definitely helped if everything was obviously in place. It would definitely help with incident response and all kinds of stuff, especially with the logging and the process analyzer.
Dr. Bugatti?
Yeah, really can only echo Professor Rodriguez's thoughts. For those that are not aware, you know, whether it's Johnny home user or industry level networking, this is the fundamentals in terms of how a malicious software would be identified on a network or device, and you've worked to basically create the software necessary in order to be able to find that for anybody at home and determine the specific task or process that's operating on that system. So outstanding work.
Professor Peter.
So it's great. I am one of those people who have many times copied and pasted text or text file names from Task Manager into the web. And I can even remember doing it on my, not Explorer, but the Netscape. I was actually copy and pasting it into Netscape, looking up names on my Windows, whatever it was, 3.1 computer or whatever. So it's a, to have a button to do that is fantastic. My only question is for your logs. Logs are huge, very important. Why did you make it a text file instead of like a comma delimited file so you could load it into Excel spreadsheet and be able to search through the things a lot easier? How come you didn't do it that way?
That is definitely a great idea, actually. The only reason why I did it on text file is because that's kind of like the first thing that came to my mind. Obviously, this is, I would like to take this more further, especially with fixing all the Windows system, preventing me from pulling the file path to the publisher and all that. But yeah, that was just the first thing that came to mind with exporting it into a text file. But exporting into something that can be ported into like an Excel sheet or something like that, that would definitely.
And then you can add more buttons. So we can say, when was the last time this was loaded or killed or something like that? It would make your life a lot easier if you did something like that.
Yeah, I could definitely go a lot farther with this, just with the logging as well. This system pilot, obviously the main focus here was the process analyzer. The logging was also a plus and everything else as well. But it's not just supposed to be a process analyzer. A system pilot in itself is supposed to be the building block of something much greater than itself. It can be logging, it can be a component monitor, so much can be added to this, which I would like to take further with eventually.
Any other comments, questions? Kevin?
I recommend in like your future iterations, adding like some kind of like quick scan function, which would just like go through all of them and just flag the ones that are seen like as suspicious or dangerous, however you classify them. And then within that same file, just do a quick kill feature, like just delete these files like that. That again, lazy. So most people, if they want to use this, they don't care about where it's from. They don't care who made it. They just want it off their computer. So just adding, if you just add those two features, I think that'll go far with making this more commercial friendly for everyone.
That is a great idea. It does actually have a rating system in place. I don't know if you saw it. There was a rating system. Every application was listed as suspicious. That's only because System Pilot was unable to do what it was supposed to do because Windows was blocking it. But that there was a rating system in place, and that is an idea that I had considered previously, but just it was a little bit outside of my skills at the time. And maybe having something in place that would contain certain applications automatically, maybe through a click of a button, and it'll notify the user, of course, would be a great addition.
Professor Rodriguez, did you have another comment?
Yeah. So answering that, like an auto kill thing is good idea and bad idea. So obviously it might catch something that a process is running and it flags it, it's just gonna turn something off now. So that's normally why we don't put auto solutions in there. You can put it for y'all, but at the same time, you know what that thread is doing, you know what it is. Like you just start randomly clicking, turning off services, things start breaking really quickly. So maybe on a professional side, have a commercial side.
That's exactly what my original idea of this was, to have a home version and a commercial version. So one that we have installed in our own systems, and then a commercial version that can be more business friendly and perhaps be able to monitor multiple systems at once.
Thank you very much, Martin. Appreciate it. Next up, we have an online network security major, Sarah Dam, with Net Ping Pulse.
Hello, my name is Sarah Dam. If you've ever worked in networking, whether in office or home, you know how challenging it can be to find an approved network scanning tool. When your boss calls asking for specific details, whether a server's gone down, how long it's been down, or other critical information, getting those answers quickly isn't always easy. The issue is, in highly secured companies, everything has to be manually checked and recorded to comply with strict privacy policies. That makes traditional automated scanning systems a no-go. That's why I created NetPing Pulse, a PowerShell-based tool designed for Windows devices that provides real-time network scanning while maintaining security and privacy compliances. With NetPing Pulse, you can manually enter any specific IP addresses you need to monitor, ensuring that the tool only scans what you've requested, no more, no less. It delivers real-time data that you can easily copy and paste into reports, keeping your supervisor happy and well-informed without compromising security. NetPing Pulse does not automatically search or scan networks. You have to manually put in the IP address that you need information on. When you're done, you can instantly close the program with one click of a button. This means you get accurate, real-time results while staying within company policy. Thank you for watching and enjoy this demonstration of NetPing Pulse. Let's get started. All right. By pressing Insert, we will have a Load Host tab. You can copy and paste an email, and when you press Parse IPs, it will pull everything but the IP addresses out, and then we'll press OK. Now, we will press F5 for it to start running the addresses. Whichever you click on will highlight blue, and it will also show you the destination's down status or the success. F10 shows you the details. Okay. F11 shows you the events. We can see exactly what time. And to make it easier for recording, you can copy this to put it into your documentation. F1 allows us to see all the commands within the system. And F6 stops the process. And that is NetPing Pulse. It has also been uploaded on GitHub with instructions and access to the website. And we have a functioning website as well, showing you all of its current developments. Thank you.
See if Sarah's joining us via Zoom. Sarah, are you there? All right, any comments for Sarah? Professor Hinton.
This is just a comment. I like the easy, intuitive interface. You don't have to really figure it out. The purpose is clear and it's easy to use. So.
All right, thank you. Dr. Bagodi.
Hey, Sarah. So great overall project. I think as opposed to the SIP project that we just witnessed, your project is more designed as a lightweight approach to analyze specific IP addresses rather than an entire computer at large. So really appreciate the vision and execution on this. Great job.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? All right, thank you very much, Sarah. Next up, we have another online network security student, Dalton Werwolf with Chainlink.
Imagine a world where your home thermostat could be hacked, your refrigerator could be turned into a spy, or even your smart baby monitor being controlled by a stranger. This may sound like a plot from a sci-fi thriller, but they're all real possibilities. In our ever-expanding connected world, with billions of Internet of Things, or IoT devices in use globally, these everyday items are now part of a vast digital ecosystem, and that makes them vulnerable. The more we connect devices to the internet, the more opportunities hackers have to exploit them, from smart doorbells to industrial sensors in factories. IoT devices are often the weakest link in cybersecurity. These vulnerabilities can lead to personal data breaches, financial loss, and even public safety risks. For you, this might mean a hacker listening in on your private conversations through your Alexa. For a business, it could mean losing millions of dollars or compromising sensitive customer data. But what if I told you there's a way that you could secure your devices, protect your family, and ensure privacy? That's where Chainlink comes in. My name is Dalton Bearwolf. Today I'm going to be showing you how Chainlink uses MQTTs to secure IoT devices and give you the peace of mind that you deserve. But why would you care about this? Because securing IoT devices isn't just a technical challenge, it's a human one. It's about protecting your home, your business, and your community from digital threats. My project makes it easy for manufacturers, business, and even individuals to benefit from the devices without having to worry about cyber attacks. But before we take a look at how Chainlink works, let's talk about what MQTT is. MQTT is basically just a lightweight communication protocol that allows devices to exchange information efficiently and securely. The information is passed from the device to a broker, and then it can be sent to any number of databases to be logged for analysis later, or it can be passed through other third-party softwares that can even do the analysis and anomaly checking for you and send you a text message or an email when it finds something wrong. So to explain how Chainlink works, we can take a look at these devices that I have set up. So these are two simulated IoT devices that are set up on a simulated network to set up a zero trust architecture. So the devices themselves don't have connection to anything important in your home. So no computers, none of your files can be accessed, just in case. So the one on the right is any kind of motion activated IoT device. So think smart cameras, the ones that you put outside. But instead of activating a camera, it's just going to turn on this little LED here. And then on the one on the left would be your basic smart thermostat. So it's going to take the temperature of the house and it's going to send it to the MQTT broker. Speaking of, this is the broker that I have set up for this, for Chainlink. So as you can see on the left here, it has the sensor and it's not reading any motion because it hasn't been tripped, and it's reading 71.82. And if we go ahead and take a look, that's exactly what the thermometer is reading. So we'll restart these and get information flowing into the broker again. So as signals come in, they're logged here where they can be reviewed at a later date. But also next to each signal, next to each previous message, is the time between that message and the most current one. So you can see it's always right around 5.5 seconds, which can be adjusted based on the user's preference, or for right around 2 seconds for the motion sensor. Now, if we want to go ahead and verify that this information is correct, what we can do is we can go over here. We can simulate a motion really quick. So motion's been activated, and then we'll go ahead and just change the temperature. So 91 degrees. So we go back. Now we see that it is indeed reading 91 degrees, and the motion sensor did pick up the motion right here. So how would this help in the event of an attempted intrusion? What we can do for that is if we quickly restart the simulation, that could simulate a break in the connection between the device and the MQTT broker. And what that'll look like for the user is right here. You'll see that there's an extended amount of time between the last message or the previous message and the most current message received. So I want you to return to the world that I asked you to think about earlier, where hackers could control your devices. The good news is that with this technology, we don't have to live in that world. With innovations like the one that I'm presenting today, and even more complicated ones further down the line, we can create a safer, smarter, and more connected future for everybody. This is more than just technology. It's about empowering the individual. Whether you use IoT devices at home or your workplace, Everyone deserves to feel safe and to trust the technology that you rely on. Trust that it won't betray you or hurt you. With MQTT and Chainlink, I want to give people that peace of mind, and I want to thank you for taking the time to look at my project.
Thank you very much, Dalton. Are you joining us via Zoom? Okay. Before we go to comments, I just want to say to Dalton, I see your Army fatigue, so thank you very much for your service, for keeping us safe, both physically and online. Comments for Dalton? Dr. Bagodi.
Hey, Dalton, appreciate the hard work and effort. I want to echo the sentiment. Thank you for your service. I know that your commitment to active duty often made it challenging in regards to working all the requirements for your courses and your SIP project. And it was something of a hustle for us to cross the finish line together. So I appreciate all the hard work that went into this, the presentation, the execution. Again, congratulations.
Professor Prater?
So a question to you guys, what simulator did he use to form the SP32 setups? Do you know what simulation he was using?
Yeah, he didn't say that with me. Yeah.
Okay, cool. If you could find a difference in the simulators I'm using, and I'll always like to grab all the new stuff or different stuff I can. So that, and then the other thing too, from his setup, it looks like you have to go in and set up your IoT with MQTT as its connection. What would be better is if he made a router and then made the router go through MQTT. So you just hook, you could use any IoT device and then intercept it at the router stage rather than between the connection and the outside world.
Yeah, we discussed that conceptually. I think you made a choice based on
time and stuff. Yeah. No, it's cool. And this is cool. I just know the IoT manufacturers aren't going to hop on this. That's a problem. I mean, it's cool and it works and it's great, but it's not going to be followed through unless you're doing it.
Any other comments?
I just want to clarify what this does. So let's say I'm using my Wi-Fi router. So theoretically, if let's say we went the router route with the forget the name already. The MTT. Yeah, I would theoretically connect my internet router to the MTT, and then that will be used to like encrypt my Wi-Fi.
No, it would study it.
It would study it. Yeah.
It'll
do the thing that's supposed to do in a sense.
Good. Yeah. So as you saw with Lucy's project that uses blockchain, Dalton's project does the same thing conceptually, but with MQTT messages.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering. Okay. Good to know.
Thank you very much, Dalton. Okay, so this concludes the cyber portion of our program, including our robotics and digital major. We're going to go on a short 10-minute break, and then we'll resume our student innovation project with our digital marketing, business technology, advertising art, and digital video. So please come back at 2:10, and I'll see you soon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the 2025 Student Innovation Project Showcase. Thank you to everyone who presented in our network security, network engineering, tech forensics programs, as well as our robotics and digital maker. Now we're going to continue our presentations with digital marketing, advertising art, digital video, and business technology. So we're going to continue with Shannon Richardson with business technology major with Doggo McPupperson's automated dog spa.
Yeah.
Washing your dog at home isn't exactly the heartwarming bonding moment we imagine it will be. It usually ends with soaked floors, a sad doggo, and a lot of frustration. Sure, you could load them into the car and wait in a line at a busy pet store dog wash, but that's just a different kind of hassle, and a lot less fun for your dog. In a world where everything else is getting smarter, why hasn't dog washing caught up? What if it could be easy, clean, and luxurious, just like the pampering they deserve? That's why we created Doggo McPuppersons, a self-cleaning, tech-enabled spa designed to make bath time better for everyone. Doggo McPuppersons is revolutionizing pet care for apartment-dwelling dog parents. Our self-cleaning app-integrated wash stations take the mess and stress out of bath time. Each sleek unit is designed for apartments, bringing a tech-forward, spa-like amenity to pet-friendly communities. Because bath time shouldn't be a doggone disaster. The system combines a mobile app and a modular self-cleaning wash station. We built interactive wireframes in Figma and a 3D prototype in CAD tools, fully automated and easy to integrate with residential amenity portals. Doggo McPuppersons is for apartment-dwelling parents with no space to wash their doggos. We eliminate long trips, reduce anxiety, and bring a much-needed pet-friendly amenity to urban living. Built for modern living, the system is fully automated, compact, and app-connected for easy access. Every detail, from self-sanitizing cycles to ergonomic comfort, was designed to create a premium experience that fits seamlessly into small spaces. Nearly 70% of U.S. households include a doggo family member that lives in apartments without space to groom them. Grooming is the top stressor for dog owners, especially millennials and Gen Zers, and yet no one has solved this problem until now. Application demo. Splash screen. Sign up screen. Authentication screen. Sign in screen. Forget password screen. Create new password screen. Create Doggo profile screen. Doggo profile review page. Congratulations screen. Booking screen. Main dashboard screen. Parent profile and account screen. Texting notification screen. Concept art. Drawing 1. Fleshed out drawing. Schematic for patent. 3D mechanism side view. 3D mechanism front view. Financials. Our startup costs are $16,000, covering build, automation, app development, and launch essentials. With steady adoption, we hit break-even in under 14 months and grow income rapidly after that. Retrofit startup cost is a lean $13,000, covering fabrication, installation, and app integration. Break-even happens even faster, under 12 months, with strong income growth through year 2. New construction delivers strong ROI, especially in high-traffic communities, though break-even takes slightly longer. Retrofits break even faster, which is ideal for established properties. Both models turn ROI positive in about a year, with flexible funding models speeding cost recovery and profit growth. Our model offers reliable cash flow and fast time to profit, making it easy to scale. By adding a high-demand pet amenity, properties can boost their appeal and increase overall asset value, especially in the luxury market. Through early testing, we confirmed a strong value proposition for luxury apartments, with millennials and Gen Z renters showing a high demand for app-driven, hygienic pet care solutions. ROI projections consistently fall within 10 to 12 months, especially when paired with flexible funding models and property incentives. We also identified early challenges. Our original spa and park model lacked scalability, and a heavy focus on direct-to-consumer luxury didn't align with property management needs. Additionally, early prototyping tools limited the depth of our user validation. Looking ahead, we're finalizing the app demo and onboarding flows, completing an investor-ready deck, and preparing to launch pilot programs with multifamily developers. We started with a simple belief. Pet care shouldn't be stressful, it should be smart. Doggo McPuppersons transforms bath time chaos into a premium, modern experience for doggos and their parents. We've proven the demand, refined the solution, and are gearing up to launch. If you're ready to change the future of pet amenities, let's build it together. Because bath time should never be a doggone disaster.
Good job, Jenny. Questions, comments? Dr. Smith.
Thanks.
Well, love the presentation. Good job with the walkthrough and explaining how you went through the patent process as well. That's a huge thing that we were discussing. I saw that you catered specifically to apartment complexes for your first iteration. Is that going to be a built-in or more of like a transferable station situation?
The original idea is to come in during the construction phase and build something along with it. Most locations will have some form of a dog spot, becoming a popular amenity to have. So if we can get in on that construction model, then we'll be in there in the beginning during construction. If not, we can also retrofit as well.
Well, I guess for the goal in the intro phase, like, are you trying to get just specifically into new builds, or what about apartment complexes that already don't have it right now?
We're gonna do both. We're gonna try and do both right now. Probably right now we're in talks with Greystone, maybe. So to see what we can do about for that. So they have a bunch of locations here in town that they own. And we were looking to possibly retrofit into that and what that'll look like, as well as new builds as well.
Any other comments, questions? That's great.
So quick question, so you did an ROI of 12 months. Are you going with the subscription model or a per wash model? And what are your numbers to get that 12-month return on investment?
So good question. So I haven't done all of the financials for that totally all the way through, to be perfectly honest with you. With regards to that, repeat your question, I'm so sorry.
Okay, so first I want to know if your model for the ROI was a subscription model or a per wash model, and then specifically then either how many subscribers do you need, or how many washes do you need to hit those numbers?
So originally, and I do believe that the numbers are kind of convoluted at the moment, only because we're kind of in transfer. So essentially what I wanted to do was have them raise their pet amenity cost a little bit, like with regards to their pet rent. So that way there wouldn't necessarily be a subscription model that was there. Not to say that we couldn't add that on or do something if a community wanted to in fact do that. And then it would be on a per wash basis.
So kind of like a hidden prescription, or you'd have both then, is what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
Because it's kind of like a hidden subscription where you're seeing a subscription or a daily or a monthly payment, but they're saying, hey, it's part of the package or whatnot.
Right, it's part and parcel of like, you have a $35 a month pet fee, for example, and then that's already
And then how do you build up to your ROI in 12 months?
That's a good question. I don't know that answer. I'm a little nervous. I will find out for you though.
That's a hint.
The Super Bowl commercials are like the best commercials. What do they have in common? Humor. The beginning of your presentation had that great humor that reminded me of the Super Bowl commercials. So I wish more presentations had humor in them. I really enjoyed that. It's a great job.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Pike.
I just want to make sure I understand it. So I drag my husky, kicking and screaming.
Absolutely.
I put him in the thing, he howls. I don't have to do anything. It cleans him.
No. So let me go ahead and explain a little further. So what this is it's a self, like you're doing the actual washing itself. The automated portion comes in at the end, which I guess needed to be a little bit better fleshed out. So usually when you go into any location, you want to do it yourself, self-serve dog service. You go in and there's anxiety around all of that. It's an afterthought. It's like some really weird back alley deal kind of thing. You're like, okay, I don't want to bring my dog to this. So what I wanted to do is create the environment where a doggo and you can be safe, anxiety-free, because Lord knows with 3 shepherds, a Malinois, and a husky myself, it's yeah. So I wanted to create an environment also, since they also are double coated, to create something where that mess is not necessarily there, nor is it my problem. And a lot of people, for some reason out here, have a lot of huskies.
No, there's so much value to that. I've got 2 huskies and a Tibetan Mastiff.
See, so
yeah,
you
and I mean,
understand my
like,
plight.
if there was something that would just take the hair away, that's not in my house.
Exactly, and that's the whole point, was to take it away. And I was watching some videos in Europe about the self-cleaning bathrooms, and then I was sitting in my car watching them do the touchless car wash system, and I went, holy cow, this could be used in this application. And so we've created an environment where it kind of comes down, it'll modulate, it'll wash, it'll try and sanitize, and we're trying to look and see how we might recover some of the gray water. We don't know how we're gonna do that yet. Probably with some watering of grass or something. We don't know, but then it'll create, so it'll wash itself and then it'll be done. So you won't have to do any of that, and you won't have to worry about it. It's already encompassed in the price and everything. So it also creates an environment where we have less individuals who have to come in and actually clean it. So manpower as well. So it's not to say that this could be a standalone either, because it could be a standalone model later down the line if we wanted to, and create that as well.
Shannon, I have a question for you.
Absolutely.
I know that Dr. Smith and I were privy to a lot of information as you were developing this concept, but can you walk us through how you selected specific individuals to help you execute the conceptual physical apparatus that you were pitching with your project today?
Oh, so the actual automated spa itself. Okay, so I had the idea originally and needed help. So I reached out to a bunch of mechanical engineers that my partner at the time, he had a huge amount in the, medical industry. They had all these for all sorts of medical devices. And I reached out to a couple of those engineers and they saw this as a great opportunity. They want to take it to full on scale. And so they hopped on board right away. So yeah, like we sat down, I sat down to a luncheon or a dinner and under candlelit moonlight or whatever we did, and we sat down, we printed it out on a napkin and drew it out, just normal business kind of like, hey, I have an inspiration, let's do this. And I think we spent 3 hours piling it out.
And so the plan is to continue progressing forward on this project and take it to market?
Yeah, we would like to. We would like to take it to market. Right now, like I said, we're talking to a couple of apartment companies right now. Nothing is solidified or set in stone. We're also very much in the preliminary stages. It's just that we're looking for funding. I do think that I need to flesh the model out a little bit more, so maybe another 6 months or so. And then we might actually be able to take it to market. That's a reasonable timeframe, we think. But that's just the engineers and myself. So
How close to a possible like actual provisional patent?
right now they're applying. They haven't, like, we flushed it out. We got the schematic ready to go, and they're in the process of doing that. I did give them full blown ownership of that because they did come up with that actual apparatus. I had the idea, they came up with the apparatus. So,
any other comments, questions? Thank you very much, Shannon. Well done. Next up, we have Paul Thomas, digital marketing major with Landy.
Right now, I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have anywhere to go. This is a situation always happening in Liberia. We have land problem all over this country. If they can solve the land situation in our country, there will be problem in this place here.
Did you know land disputes make up over 60% of court cases in Ghana, and many of them start with the same mistake? You buy land, you get an indenture, and you think, oh, it's mine. But wait, is it really yours? Does it actually prove that you're the right owner? No, it doesn't. Because the land can be sold twice, 3 times, and without registration, you will pay the price. So who really owns the land, and how would you know?
Imagine.
So imagine this. You spent decades grinding in a foreign state. You made a lot of sacrifices, like time with family, friends, working long hours, because you know that one day you have the opportunity to own land back home. Now imagine that one day you get a call saying that somebody has taken your land because it was never really yours to begin with, because you got sold a fraudulent deed. Now, that gut punch feeling that you get from finding out that somebody has stolen your future right in front of you, that's something I've seen way too many times, and that's why I created Landy. So meet Amina. So Amina is a 32-year-old software developer in London. And growing up, she heard a lot of stories about her grandmother's land in Ghana. And she saved a lot of money trying to purchase property in that area. But this is where the nightmare begins. When it's time for Amina to build on that property, the real owners show up. And they have an authentic deed showing that they actually own the property. So instantly, Amina's dreams are shattered. Because not only is she losing money, now she's losing the chance to connect with her heritage and her culture. I want to show you Sam. Sam is a 52-year-old accountant in Philadelphia. He left Liberia at the age of 22. So for 30 years, he's been sending money back home with dreams of owning a seaside property to give to his grandkids. And when Sam finally finds the perfect piece of land, disaster happens. Sam gets a call saying that somebody else has built on his land. Because Sam waited too long to register his deed with the land, with the archives in Liberia, that same deed got sold to another family and they acted swiftly. Now, Sam didn't just lose money, but he lost his legacy. He lost a chance to pass down something to his children. Ask yourself, how would it feel to watch somebody snatch your future right in front of you, knowing there's nothing you can do about it? And why do we accept a system where a forged signature can waste decades of hard work and sacrifices? This is where Landy steps in. Landy isn't just an app, it's your guardian over land deeds. Here's how it works. You scan your deed, and our AI system records all the important information, the location, the names, and official government seals. Once you do that, we search for anything that could be deemed as suspicious. That would be mismatching signatures, the wrong signatures, or a fraudulent seal. And because transparency is so important, we show you exactly why your deed did or didn't get approved. See, for Amina, this means knowing immediately that the deed is fake and saving her from wasting thousands of dollars. And for Sam, this means that our concierge registers his deed with the official land authorities, and our blockchain system locks away his deed so nobody can tamper with it. So I'm still here to ask, invest in landing, because land is more than just dirt. Land is your future, land is your legacy, so secure it with landing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Questions, comments for Paul? Professor Prater.
So obviously this is a tricky thing because you're dealing with a country that might be 3,000 miles away or something, that are dealing with people who are 3,000 miles away. Do you have an agent or solicitor associated with the company who's directly involved with legal matters, so they can on the ground, so they know and can? I mean, because I see that's where stuff's going to fall apart. Is the on ground going to the thing to make sure everything's up? Do you have a lineup for that? For
So this is actually a big problem in Liberia and many countries in Africa. So it's pretty common. And there's lawyers specialized in just helping people dispute these land conflicts. And my uncle is actually one of the biggest lawyers in Liberia, helping people do that. So I talked to him a lot and got information with him. So the goal is really to have people on land, have people in the country, and we're going to do a verification process in 3 phases. So phase 1, that's when we verify it ourselves. We take the deed and take it straight to the land archives so we can verify whether or not it's authentic. And then phase 2, that's when we start training the algorithm. So we take all the previously verified deeds, and then we train the algorithm on that while we're still verifying lands ourselves. So stage 3, once our algorithm reaches 95% or higher accuracy, we let the algorithm fully take control, but we still take 10 to 15% every year to verify it manually, just to make sure that the algorithm is working.
Yeah, once it's working, once you got it implemented.
Curiosity question. So but the only crappy part is that you'll have to purchase the potential fake or real deed before you can verify it through your system, correct?
Yeah, so what we're doing, we're planning on making it almost like a digital archive system to start with. And in Liberia, a lot of times, if you're in the country and you want to go look at the land, you can actually ask to see the land in person, but some people are crafty and they duplicate it. So our plan was to actually, let's say you try to sell me the land, but I don't really trust you. So I asked you if I can see the deed. So I take a picture of it and the system scans everything to make sure that it's in our system. And if it spikes anything that could seem suspicious, whether it's like a fraudulent government seal, it'll let you know. So starting off, of course, there's gonna be some time. We'll just say this looks suspicious. You go to the actual land authority yourself. But hopefully, once we have enough people registering and actually uploading the deeds, we have now enough approved deeds to actually compare it and make sure we have good amount of accuracy.
I have a question for you. As you were developing this idea, did you consider like blockchain, smart contracts to verify the land deeds, and also like drones? If somebody can't physically go to the location, having drones to be able to see the geographic location, did you consider any of that?
The blockchain wasn't until I talked to you and you suggested that, and I actually thought, yeah, that's a great idea. But the drones, I haven't thought about that. But one of our ways to monetize off this was having a concierge system. So if you're in America and you're looking at property in Liberia, we can have people actually go out there to see the property for you. Check the land deeds ourselves and then go and register or verify with the land authority, with the land archives to make sure everything's legit if you can't do that. That actually goes into another part of our business model. So this is just a hook, just to earn trust with people. So people knows that we're the ones to go to. When you think about security in the land buying process, you think about us. So eventually, once enough people trust this, now we bring on a website where you can actually buy property, buy land online using blockchain, make sure everything's safe. And then that's where our concierge system really shines, because we have people that can go there for you, check it out, verify the deed. We can have people to go and survey the land for you. Pretty much you can sit at home and buy land in a different country and trust that everything is secure and everything is safe.
Is that legal to do though? Is it like, I don't know.
If you're a citizen, yes. Yeah. So this is where people, our main target is people who left the country and dream of going back. So they're already a citizen there, or their kids who probably came to the country really early, but grew up here or was born here, and their parents told them a lot about the country. So right now, there's a lot of people returning back to countries in Africa to go and develop. So those are the people we have in mind, people that are already citizens, and we're just making it easier for them to relocate back to the country.
I have one more question. What type of like government cooperation would you anticipate, considering that there's still some issues with corruption?
Yeah, so that actually is a tricky part. We wanted to work directly with the government and have them set up a set employees for us directly just to verify things, and we give them a portion of the proceeds, no more than 5%. But unfortunately, a lot of these places, the government is really corrupt. So
you're gonna come with a lot more money than that.
Exactly. So we wanted to do everything with incorporated blockchain, especially to just decentralize the whole process from the government, put everything into the citizens' hands.
So you're gonna try to create almost like a shared, like a, someone to use, like, I don't want to dumb it down to like a Yelp situation, but essentially like it's a crowdsourced of information that kind of validates the information.
Yeah.
Because going officially is gonna be, it's gonna be rough.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why we were concerned with the government, because the easier route was partner with the government.
Yeah.
Simple, but fortunately, you can't always trust them. So this is a way for people who already own the deeds to put the deed in the system, and then that's where phase one would go register, confirm with the archive, and once it verifies, then it gets put up on the system. So once we get known as pretty much digital archive for all those deeds, and that's where we create trust with people, and we have more people willing to upload their deeds because they know it's safe. So we're pretty much taking it out of the government's hands.
So it's kind of like title insurance for sketchy governments.
Yeah, that's actually yeah. So we actually thought about, since we doing these business models in phases, this was the phase one, get people to upload the deeds, get it out, put it in their hands, and then we register it. We make sure everything is legit until our AI is competent enough. But then I started thinking, it could be a whole separate system just offering to governments itself, which I originally thought for but now I'm going to the whole decentralized model. This will be a whole system offering people in different countries where the government isn't stable and they still got paper archive systems to create a digital system for themselves. So anything from lands to any type of official deeds. I know birth certificates because my dad, for example, there was a war in Liberia and he had to flee, so he lost his birth certificate. So keeping everything in secure digital form where we can eliminate the chances of all those happening.
I have one more comment before you, Paul. No, I want to commend you on creating a SIP project around something that is near and dear to you, of having the opportunity for people to go back to their homelands, to acquire land and build the infrastructure in that location. It's similar to an earlier project that we saw this morning with the translator for languages. And I just think that the more that we seek our identity and looking at how we can empower others. So I really want to commend you on doing that for your SIP project.
Yes, yeah, it is personal. My uncle specifically got scammed twice. It seems like it was a running joke in the Liberian community. Just parents arguing with people overseas, trying to buy property and get scammed. And I thought it was just a Liberian thing. Then I talked to people from different countries in Africa. Then I talked to people in different countries and different continents and realized this is actually a global thing. This is huge because a lot of these developing countries do have really outdated systems. And this is a great way to bring in technology that will cut down on the scam and make it easier for people to actually go back. Because a lot of people want to go back and invest, but they're just scared. They don't know where to look for land. They don't know if they can trust anybody. So this is just a way to help those countries redevelop.
Thank you very much, Paul. Well done. Next up, we have double major Larry Hernandez Irafe with digital marketing, advertising, art with Fair Game.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here. My name is Larry Hernandez Irafe, and I am founder of Fair Game. As part of my journey to get here, I want to share you my story in 3 phases, but I also want to thank UAT for this opportunity. So with that being said, let's go to phase 1, the beginning. So let's take it back to when I was younger, right? Oh, no manches que ando. So when I was young, I always knew I wanted to be something creative or do something. I was surrounded by creativity and I would always try to possible. I think it stems from my parents. Both of my parents were a creative person. My mom, what she would do on the side, every day I have money, she would put bracelets, jewelry, or something. Right now at the moment she is doing beads, so I have her doing some stuff with my graduation. And although I'm not close to my dad, he is in the music industry, he's a musician. So I always was surrounded by rhythm and that storytelling aspect. But then I got getting older, right? I started getting into jobs, I started experiencing things. I got into construction, which I hated, so I decided to go for my dream. Alright. So this was my clothing company that I created in 2021. And although it may look like I knew I was doing, this was 3 or 4 years apart, which leads to the road of discovery. I broke many boards, I messed up people's designs, I broke equipment, messed up even more boards, and ultimately I messed up sizing, I scammed once, and I just kept thinking to myself, there has to be a better way. Phase 2, the creation. So I invented a new genre of clothing that I call calling art. It has an NFC tag embedded into the garment so that when you tap it with your phone, it will access a private digital library that we at Fair Game call it a repository. And what's in the repository, you may ask? Well, it goes on from pattern files, fabric information, manufacturing information, and all that. So how do you access this, you may ask? Well, when you purchase that garment, it will be linked to your profile. When you go into that profile, you then have access to this repository. In that repository, you can find information, and also you have proprietary access to this, meaning you have the rights. But it's not only the big dogs that are getting this information. It's not only the manufacturers, it's small people that behind the scenes that you don't see, such as the sewers, the people that are the packagings. So people that don't usually get the credit are being credited. You might ask, who's interested in this? Well, people like me as a young designer, or people who are curious. And how do we do it? So there was three main factors that we got into this. We had to create a Scholar Garment database for this using Shopify, Node.js, and MongoDB. And the way we did this is we connected Shopify's API with our MongoDB. So when the Node.js calls the Shopify API, it links to the MongoDB. And for the NFC tag, so the NFC tag is also linked to the MongoDB. So this leads to my last phase, the vision. So first of all was an architecture, a formal designer, and an advocate for the youth. He did seminars. He started a business called Free Game, which inspired me to do this. Unfortunately, in 2021, he passed away due to cancer. And the way I'm continuing his legacy and honoring his legacy is with Fair. And how am I doing this? Well, Fair Game hosts Title I schools that they create a work. So we go to Title I schools and teach kids how to inspire, skills that they might not learn, and things that usually kids don't want them to do. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is Fair Game. I hope you guys like it.
Se encontraron a pesar de todo.
So I also want to say thank you to everybody that helped me with this journey. It wasn't just me, it was production studio fall 24, production studio fall summer of 24, and production studio
Construyeron.
so thank you guys. And that is the current homepage. So if you go to the homepage, everything's up and running.
Wow, Larry, thank you for your presentation. Comments or questions? Professor Prater.
So, how stable are the NFC tags? Because you're gonna wanna wash them and stuff like that.
So we actually did testing. So I did testing with just the NFC tag by itself, and I'm currently at 20 washes, and it hasn't bugged or anything. I did get an advice from Professor Ryan to add epoxy on it, so it can make it more waterproof.
Okay, and then, so how thick is it?
It's just a little chip, like it's probably like 0.2 millimeters.
Okay, cool, good.
So not necessarily a question, just a comment about how awesome that presentation was, and the fact that, 'cause I do presentations for a living, but I love the fact that you had timed it, you're playing it, you're talking at the same time. That you must put so much work into that, because it's like you can see the passion of, and I've seen it in the production studio case as well. I've seen that passion that you have for this, and I love how you kind of built up, everything like that. So just great work all in general.
Thank you, sir.
What's the monetization model of specific?
Monetization?
Yeah, I mean, because clothing, fast fashion is like, it's a cutthroat, awful industry.
Yes.
And so brands come and go, and you have to deal with like thousands of different independent and also the big players. So I guess like, what's your main selling point just besides the
information?
Mm-hmm.
So the main selling point is, well, so if you're an entrepreneur like myself, when I was starting out, I didn't know, I was no guides other than going to fashion school or spending all my hours that I didn't have on that. So when you buy a Scholar Garment, you ultimately have that information that you, the user, can also are getting a t-shirt, cool t-shirt, but also are getting that information that you guys can start your guys' business. And with us getting money, it's same thing as a clothing brand. So they pay us and then we give them that and something cool.
Where are you gonna get your designs for the shirts?
Myself. Right now there's only one design and it's just a t-shirt. Because people don't know how to make a t-shirt. People don't know what patterns they have when they're creating a t-shirt. That's stuff that when you're sending something to a manufacturer of tech pack, you just send them a screenshot of what you made on Photoshop. They won't know how to replicate that. So if you already have a tech pack of a white tee and you want to start your business, then you know already, oh, I bought this tech pack. I know what to do. Like I said, to manufacture, I can just add my own niche things to it.
Yeah, screen print sucks.
Yeah. So I broke a lot of screen prints.
That's great.
I also have to commend the presentation. I love how you really did like a story, with the phases. You personalize it, and it really makes it your brand. So I totally commend you there. My question is, with a brand like this, are there plans to expand? You said there's only a t-shirt. Are you thinking long sleeve jacket?
Yeah, so ultimately the goal would be to have a collection, like a Scholar Garment collection, where it could be ranges from suits, it ranges from like any type of denim, so like people starting out a clothing business can know. But in the future, we also want to push the workshop, the creative aspect of teaching kids how to inspire. So 15% of the scholar garments that we get is going to our Title I workshop. So that's how we are able to go to Title I school and teach them how to skill, screen print, and things like that.
Question,
Yes,
Nicole?
Jaylen. Oh, sorry.
Nicole?
I know you have work, show us a shirt.
Oh, yeah. All right, so this is an example. The tag will be right here. And if you grab your phone and you tap it, it will then take you to this link. And then it's saying loading garment, but you have to log in. So when you log in, it takes you to this page, and you log in, there's no face. And then when you log in successful, nice. Welcome Emptic Studios, your Scholar Garments, and then you press the white T, and that information will be there, and you are now able to download. And all this is uploaded on Real Person. So you guys want to buy a shirt? Go ahead.
Show mine, show them mine, show the camera.
Oh. So this is what the information will look. So yeah.
Very nice. Question.
Yes, so with the monetization, go through the app itself, the website itself, or would it go through the shirts that you're selling?
So we actually we coded the website on our own using HTML, CSS, and OJS, but we use Shopify as our e-commerce backend, not backend, but kind of like where we store our information. So they actually, when they purchase it, they're kind of, when they get redirected to like a checkout page for Shopify, and that's when we'll get noticed, like this person bought your shirt, and with that same username that they purchased, so let's say they use the Gmail, that Gmail is going to be automatically linked to their profile in the
Okay, that's cool. All right, cool.
Yes, Jay.
So many t-shirts are like, overpriced. So would yours be like affordable? And
Yeah, well, this shirt, I only raised, so usually I sell t-shirts at $30, but I only raised it $5 for the information. So I think it'll still be affordable for kids that don't have money. So if they buy just one t-shirt, they can start the business from that with just that one t-shirt that they buy.
Larry, I have a question for you. Is part of your mission with this brand to essentially educate people on who made your clothes, so that way they're more likely to take care of it, to extend its life cycle, so that way they're not just quickly going through it, discarding it, adding to, just consumption? So is part of the mission to educate people so that way there's more of a story behind the maker of the clothing?
Yeah, good question. So at Fair Game, we're gonna pick and choose what manufacturer we're working with. So we're not just going on Alibaba and choosing the first one that we find. So we would choose probably something in the country, preferably. If not, then something close by, I don't mind. But as long as they're open about the information that they give us, if they're open about where they get the fabric, where to get it, then that's when we know they're trustworthy, that we can trust. And mainly, let's say Mark Smith, I don't see him creating t-shirts, but let's say he's interested on who worked it, he can then see a link that somebody's sewing it. Any other questions? Yes, Professor.
Awesome work, Larry. It's been an absolute pleasure to see you evolve. Always an artist, motion designer, now entrepreneur. Absolutely love this project, great presentation. I've been involved in this space, the apparel space, from a designer standpoint. And to Dr. Smith's point, it's tough. So it's one of those cutthroat industries. And one of the things that I've seen when working with clients is how bad they manage their inventory. It's one of those things where they're buying in bulk. I'm not sure what your process is with that. Are you doing something like a la carte? Maybe they order something.
A la carte?
Yeah. So like they're buying it, for example. So like I'm saying, I want a T-shirt. You order the T-shirt right there and then you get it, or do you have like bulks made? Like how do you manage your inventory?
So we tend to have an inventory of it. So let's say we're gonna have 500 stock of this white T-shirt, and we're gonna keep track of what goes out. So let's say we're seeing that we're gonna run out, we'll probably get another bulk of that. And that's ultimately hard because then we have to sell these T-shirts. And I've experienced that because when I started my clothing brand, I bought a whole bunch of bulk stuff, and ultimately a lot of it's still there. So I just have to be careful on how I manage it, because if we do made to order, that will drastically make everything more expensive and time wise. Let's say I'm making the T-shirts, that will make my life horrible. So.
Kevin?
Yes, Kevin.
Let's say I want to partner with you, or you want to get me involved with as a designer. What is my incentive to work with you?
So you're helping the kids.
I mean, it's
But
fine.
yeah,
Like,
okay, so in the future, we do want to have a community where other designers are adding their own spelling garments, and maybe they can even add it to our own shop, but they'll get, but we'll get 10% because they're hosting our page, and they get the rest of it.
Okay.
So maybe something like that. But as a designer, if you wanted to participate, then maybe it'll just be a contracting between me and you.
Like maybe royalties or.
Yes,
something like that.
I'll probably suggest what royalties were, if they say 5 cents of each garment or something like that.
Okay.
So that's how we'll probably work on. But in the future, I do want to add that community aspect where other people are also pitching in and putting their own events.
I also see you didn't have my beautiful face in your video. How dare you? I've done so much for you.
Your name was it.
Yeah.
Larry, I want to, thank you for all of the hard work that you've been putting on this project, the fact that you pitched it to production studios, led the teams of different designers and artists, so that way they can help you bring this idea to life. And I'm biased towards this idea because of my background in fashion design, but only because you integrated a technology component that'll hopefully change people's perspective on apparel. So that way they're not so quick to just discard it, and perhaps be more in line with who made the product, why it's valuable to know that information. And so that way they can pass down clothing to family members, friends, as opposed to just, the landfill. So thank you again for all of your hard work and your passion towards the project. Okay, next up we have Caitlin Moten, digital video major with Get to Know You.
Hello, my name is Kate Mutton, and I've developed Getting to Know You, a video service designed to make employee introductions more personalized, engaging, and fun. The concept was actually inspired by my internship, where I saw firsthand how short-form videos such as these can strengthen the workplace connection, culture, and environment. We've all had this moment. You're at a company event or even a work call, and you realize that you don't really know the person you're talking to. It's uncomfortable sometimes, and it happens far too often. Getting to Know You addresses that by creating a more personal way to introduce team members to each other. Now, what is Getting to Know You? Well, it's a video-based service that helps team connect by introducing employees through short, personalized videos. Each video highlights who somebody is, their role in the company, interests, and even a few fun facts about them. It's done in a way that's engaging and memorable. These videos could be used during onboarding, shared in team chats, or featured internally so people can actually get to know the coworkers they work with every day. The process is quite simple. Companies will choose a Get to Know You package that suits their needs. Employees can either record their answers or join me for an interview. Once the footage is ready, I will edit it with fun music, titles, and visuals tailored to your team's tone and even brand. Now, let's take a quick walkthrough of the Get to Know You website. The homepage introduces the Get to Know You service and gives visitors a clear, straightforward overview of what it's all about, connecting employees through short, engaging video introductions. Visitors can scroll to learn more or even use the navigation bar to explore specific options of the site. If we head on over to the Get to Know You page, it breaks out exactly how the service works, from the interview process to video delivery, and explains why Get to Know You is valuable in today's work environment. There's also a short demo reel so companies can get a feel for what the final product will look like in action.
I was born in Kiev, Ukraine, where I was actually also raised.
Come from Ukraine. You're not say Ukraine weak.
I joined this club because one of my friends helped create it, and he said I'm pretty psyched about starting it.
What in the name of money are you waiting for, boy? Tell me!
So I decided to join.
Under the Sample Get to Know You tab, I've included a collection of examples that showcase Get to Know You in different settings, such as clubs to professional organizations. These demonstrate the flexibility of the format and the type of content that can be produced depending on what the client needs. The Get to Know You packages page provides a clear, detailed pricing options. Companies can choose from basic, standard, and premium packages based on their goals and team size. There's a pricing chart available to show the breakdown for individual or bulk orders, including payment information and what's included in each tier. Finally, there's a contact form available for when the clients are ready to reach out with questions or even request a quote. It is designed to be simple and direct, making it easy for anyone who's interested to get started. This website is the central hub for the Get to Know You service. Not only does it display the final product, but also clearly outlines how it works, what it costs, and how to get in touch, making it both informative and client-ready. While other companies like Story Inc. and Webdo include employee video content, it's often a very small part of a much larger service. That's where Get to Know You is different. Video introductions aren't just an option, they're a core focus. That dedicated approach means better quality, more flexibility, and a more impactful experience for the employees. As shown in the walkthrough earlier, Getting to Know You offers 3 clear packages: Basic, Standard, and Premium, so that way teams can pick what fits their budget and size. Each package includes editing, review rounds, and final delivery. Everything is managed through my website, themotons.com, with Getting to Know You offered as a fully developed and standalone service. Getting to Know You gives organization a fresh way to introduce and celebrate the people behind their teams. It's a scalable solution that adds personality and depth to onboarding, team building, and even company culture overall. Thank you so much for watching. If you're interested in seeing more about my service, feel free to check out themotons.com.
Great job, Caitlin. Questions, comments, Dr. Smith?
Well done. Final presentation was great. Good job. I guess my follow-up question to what you put out there is, like, it seems like the business model is very much geared towards, I guess, like you go through and you do all the intro videos for everybody and you're done, right? I guess what if the client wants to come back to you later on to either re-up it or like adjust it, or I guess reorganize in some way, shape, or form? Is there any incentive for them to come back to you later on for residual customers?
100%. So the great thing about Get to Know You is that when companies will approach me, it's where it's to, again, introduce their employees. And so there'll be that incentive to come back because you will have employees leave the company or new employees come in, or maybe they will get new positions. And with that being said, they'll need those revisements, and then I can then offer a discount at this rate for those and whatnot. And so, yeah.
Professor Prater?
So real quick, on your, when you had your web page with the standard package and whatever, you know, you gave the example of 100 videos for $9,500 or whatever. But below you said over 50 videos, you got like 15% off. So that 9,500 didn't reflect that 15%, right?
Yeah, so that was the part I would say I struggled with the most of figuring out was the pricing stuff, since I'm not really familiar with that. I do need to go back through and have it reflect the pricing itself. But that's typically for like, that's just the standard, like, oh, let's say if you were to do above 50 videos, then you get that discount applied to you, and it's 5% for the first 2 tiers, and then the final tier it's 10%.
Okay, so you just got to reflect that in the advertising.
Yeah.
And then the only other thing I have is, and I don't know, we'd have to talk to legal about this, but when you use like clips and things like that, I'm not sure if you have to get the ability to post those clips.
So
I don't know.
So if it's internally, stuff is a little bit different when it comes to internal stuff. For example, I worked my internship. That's where I learned a lot more about that because we work with this kind of format.
Okay.
And so internally, you have a bit more creative freedom to use clips that may fall under copyright because it's not being posted publicly or anything. It's only for the employees themselves and be shared on stuff like Slack or Teams or anything like that. However, if it's externally where you want to be posted online, so not just employees see it, but customers see it, then we do have to follow copyright law a bit more tighter than what we would do internally.
Good deal, thanks.
Caitlin, what's the big difference between the basic and the premium?
So basic, it offers like the bare, I would say, like, I don't want to say the bare minimum, but it's very standard compared to like what you get for premium, where you, like, for example, I used Dakota's, which was the girl who had the drag behind her, like that stuff like that. Requires a bit more stuff when it comes to editing, along with like more involved clips. It offers longer time. So let's say you wanted a 3-minute video versus a minute 30, you're able to get that with the premium versus standard, which is the lowest one basic. You would get a minute 30, you get very standard questions, and you get very like standardized like clips or anything in music, versus premium where you get a lot more fun stuff.
Question?
Is there like a solo use option? So instead of it being like a team-based system, can you just use it where you want to make one type of video?
Yes.
You can just use it for instruction.
So what's great about getting to know you is that it can apply multiple mediums, as you saw in the video, that you offer stuff for clubs, and it can be used for somebody just personal. For them, that's why it's considered more like full-based everything, because it'll be built based off of that. So the base price would be, I believe, 95. I think it's for standard basic, because I use interview, which takes about an hour, then I'll have to go through edit that footage, send back for Bison, and so on and so on. So it can be used for personal use, for companies, for clubs, for professional organizations, even like events.
Caitlin, I have a question for you. Have you considered the impact of AI video generating tools like Sora and how that would impact your business model?
So are you asking if I would use that, or?
Have you considered the impact of AI as a competitor to what you're offering?
So personally, I'm not very supportive of AI because it's video stuff, and as someone who's a video student, I just don't like it. I haven't really thought as far as like using it as a competitor. I feel like I could use the whole term of, oh, it's more authentic, and it feels more genuine, and it's not, because typically with AI, it's based off of an algorithm in the system where, for example, even though it's coming up with something kind of original, it's based off of pre-existing stuff. Versus this, it's coming out of something that I come up with myself and everything. So it's truly original versus something that is based off of stuff that's already pre-existing.
And that's a great answer because it aligns with the employer who's welcoming that new person on board, making them feel special, so that way they can contribute their efforts towards the company. Great answer. Any other comments, questions? Purpose for two.
This is awesome. I love this. It really attaches personality to the person that's trying to get the job. I think something that I would suggest for your business model is most companies, they have multiple interviews. It's not just a one done top shop thing. It's like Prater 10 times a day here. So what you can do is maybe have your basic model, for the first interview, and then once that, the relationship starts to happen between the person that's interviewing and trying to, get to the potential employer, is maybe at that point, have more features that we can have for the second interview to kind of really help them facilitate the job.
So wait, are you like assuming like applying this for for interviews themselves for getting the job?
For interviews themselves, yeah.
So this is for I guess it could be applied to doing it for interviews, but it is for whenever like a company, let's say, like a company is going in and they want to introduce their employees, because issue is a lot of them are remote, they're starting to become remote. For example, Center for Internet Security is a remote company that's based out of Albany, New York. And the big issue is, since there's so many remote employees, they don't really know who they work with, but they do a lot of in-person events. So the solution is to fix that by doing these fun videos. But it can also be applied to the interview process, but it's more so for onboarding after you've been hired.
I think George was just alluding to it potentially could be embedded into the onboarding process for the employer.
Yeah.
And that way you could be linked to that employer for like ever.
Yeah.
Every time with George? Yep. All right.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Well done.
So that concludes our digital marketing, advertising, our business technology, and digital video programs. Before we go into our gaming section of our Student Innovation Project Showcase, I'd like to remind everyone that you are able to vote for People's Choice Award. Please make sure that you scan the QR code so that way you can vote for People's Choice. Please also refrain from voting until you've seen all of the presentations, and we'll continue on with our game programming, game design, game art, and animation. Next up, we have our online game art and animation student, Caitlin Nazar with Taskmaster.
How often do you put off your daily tasks? It's a pretty tough question to answer for a lot of people, myself included, because the answer is a lot more than I'd like to admit to. Between 20 and 25% of people actually admit to being chronic procrastinators, 80 to 95% of those being college students. And that's just those of us who didn't put off responding until the survey was already closed and it was too late. My name is Caitlin Nazar. I'm a senior at University Advancing Technology, studying for my bachelor's degree in game art and animation. And this is my solution, Taskmaster. Taskmaster is a web application that takes player input tasks and allows the user to be assigned a randomly generated task while being awarded for their progress in both the digital and being rewarded in real life because you're building skills to help you combat that procrastination all on your own while having some fun. Taskmaster uses multiple different aspects to assign each task. The user will create an initial list of 6 tasks along with the time for completion and the option to have it repeated. Once your tasks are set for the day, you will roll either a digital dice or an in real life dice and input the number that you are given by the dice, which will correspond to your task that has been assigned for that time frame. You will then be asked to complete that task, which will start an in-game timer. At the time, you will not be able to do anything in-game because you are supposed to be doing your tasks. Once the timer has been completed, you will be given 3 options: I need more time, abandon task, or I finished. Each option will grant your enemy a specific amount of damage along with experience points for your character upon completing the said tasks. This design is innovative as it takes a simple concept of completing your daily responsibilities and puts a fun twist that allows the user to become more comfortable with their daily to-dos. Are you ready to become a taskmaster? If so, I'd like to show you a little bit of it. I'm not actually going to put real tasks as that would take a little bit too much time, but for example, say you need to clean the house. That's going to take 2 hours and you don't want it to be repeatable. Feed the dog. 5 minutes. Yes, for repeat. Do homework. 2 hours. Yes, it's repeatable. Feed the fish. 2 minutes. Yes, repeatable. Study. Something I never, ever do, which will take, let's say, 20 minutes because you're like me and you can't sit down and pay attention for longer than 20 minutes at a time. And easiest task of the day, brush your teeth. Say this will take 5 minutes. And yes, you want to repeat. Click enter. Once you have completed adding all of those, you'll click let's roll. Once you get to the let's roll page, you'll be greeted by a blank dice. You'll click let's roll. It gives you a random dice. There is an animation for each and every dice number, 1 through 6. 0 is just a blank 1. That is once you are at the beginning page. Once you get done, you can go back to the main page, and from the main page you will see your character alongside your current enemy, your current experience, and the enemy's current health bar. Your remaining tasks would be listed here, and you can go back to either of these pages. Want to go back to the let's roll page, you can go back here, go back to the main page, list your tasks again, and so on and so forth. Many of us struggle with procrastination on a daily basis. Even I procrastinated 90% of this project, and that's the whole purpose of it. If you're someone who procrastinates often, even the simplest tasks such as brushing your hair or brushing your teeth, walking the dog, doing the dishes, taking a shower, anything you can think of, I challenge you to take a chance and give Taskmaster a try. See how far you can get and if it actually helps you with your daily life. Thank you for watching.
See if Caitlin's available in Zoom. Caitlin, are you there? Okay, comments for Caitlin. Professor.
So good job, Caitlin, on the work. I've had you in class before. I'm shocked that you don't study in my class. No, actually, as an artist, it's a lot of the production, creating content or whatever. I understand her point that she's making. I would say consider, I would ask if you were considering having it attached to multiple people, because I think if other people know what task you're supposed to be doing, you line it up, you hold each other accountable as well. I think that works well. I always tell like students to have homework buddies. I'm thinking to myself, like you should make a list of do Markwood's homework, then bake Markwood, banana bread. Then go, go down the list and just have all those things that I think, like, especially at this time of the year, I think would be great for students to use, but when you have other people hold each other accountable as well, I think that can actually be a great addition to the idea that you have already. And it works, you know, I think it would work even better, right? Than just the, oh crap, something's due, let me do it now. So I do like that idea. Great work.
Thank you for a smart question
Or
or comment.
I'm just wondering what is preventing the user from just lying and saying that they did the task when they didn't. I mean, it's one thing if you have someone to hold you accountable, but if you're just on your own and you want to try to tap out, there's not really too much incentive to be truthful, but you can just lie and say you did the task when you didn't.
I'm too much of an optimist to
Yeah.
answer that question. I would think that if you're taking the time to put in content, that you would be more likely to.
People who will be, who would do that would not be using this app. That's the incentive.
Yeah.
That's just pretty, like, personally, I won't use the app because lazy. So, there you go.
I was thinking
It's one thing if you're using the app to try and better your habits.
But you could also like, you could also implement like a way to, keep the spirit of the game intact, because that is something that gamers are really big into. Like that's why that's why like speedrunners or whatever, they have these rule sets. They're all technically self-imposed, but this is the spirit of the challenge that keeps them accountable. So that could be that.
And oftentimes it's just getting started. It's trying something out, and then perhaps you save just one soul. Dr. Pike?
I'm curious, and obviously I'm not going to get an answer right now, but I'm curious if the nature of the task and the time that you're spending on the task influences the damage that you're doing to the creature, and how many experience points, etc. Because that's what RPG nerds like. Like I'm gonna vacuum the house if I get more points to do more damage to the creature to level up faster, versus brushing your hair or whatever, which is 2 minutes, right?
Yeah. But to your point is, how do you know you vacuumed the house, brushed your teeth?
Well, it locks you out. She did say that. Like you're locked out for the duration of the event that you put in there, and then it rolls for you. But yeah, I mean, you could lie. Ellie's right.
Who's to say that you're even in the same app when it locks you out? Like you could be locked out of that app and then go over to YouTube for 2 hours. Then come back.
Probably not. Kevin?
It was like it's like a little bit of a critique of like how the UI for the listing out was made. I recommend separating the duration and I forget the other metric separate from like the naming of it, just because the way, because like sometimes formatting it is like either difficult or like people do it wrong, so that could mess with like how the game reads the information. So just having those prompts separate from each other would just make it easier for the game to read your tasks.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Caitlin. Next up, we have Marissa Springer, Game Art and Animation major with Sea Creature Feature.
The ocean, a place teeming with life, and an unimaginable number of organisms we know very little about. However, the way we learn about the ocean can be painfully boring, cycling through nature documentaries or spending hours upon hours reading article after article about the complex lives of the ocean's inhabitants. After a while, that can get exhausting. What about going to the aquarium? Surely you'll learn a lot there, right? Well, you will look at the different plaques and take lots of pictures. But are you going to remember what they all are? But there's a problem there too. Not everyone can afford the expensive prices of those tickets, and the interactivity there is limited or behind a paywall. There must be a better way to learn about the ocean and make it fun, right? So I thought to myself, why not make it a game? My name is Marissa Springer, I'm a game art and animation major, and let's dive in. Sea Creature Feature is a first-person exploration game that teaches players about aquatic wildlife through puzzles and interactable characters. Various games inspired me with similar concepts, but I noticed something. There's not a huge incentive for the player to take a moment to read the information on each creature unlocked, allowing the player to continue peacefully without much of a second thought. There isn't a huge focus on the learning aspect of it all though, and for the games that do, the gameplay isn't engaging enough to keep the player wanting more. I combined aspects of these games to create something of my own and make learning simple but fun. So, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I cracked open Unity, started teaching myself C#, and got to work. Sea Creature Feature is an interactive puzzle game where the player moves around each zone of the ocean and is tasked with engaging with the different wildlife that inhabit it. In the demo, there is one NPC the player can interact with, a red decorated crab. And after a few lines of dialogue, the player will then be given a puzzle to solve that completes a real-life image of the crab, along with a few fun facts. With a feedback loop of getting prizes and praise, the player will retain that information more than if there were none. This is a key aspect of my game, since there is so much to learn per level. The more encouragement the player gets, the more motivation they have to finish the rest of it. I've also included a difficulty slider for future levels to increase their difficulty the further along the player is, so they don't get bored or think the game is too easy. Sea Creature Feature has a 3D environment with 2D pixel sprites, simplified for the player to add some character to the animals and to encourage the player to take a deeper look when they're putting together the puzzle, as well as adding a unique twist for my game. I want to continue developing this game to make something that can change how future generations learn about our ocean in an accessible yet fun way. I plan to start development on the other levels before publishing it to itch.io to inspire others to take a moment and learn something new about our aquatic inhabitants and encourage others to do the same. That's all I have to share about Sea Creature Feature. I'm Marissa Springer, and thank you so much for watching. Any questions?
Question.
Are you thinking of adding like when someone completes a puzzle, you got like a little screen that shows random hints, thoughts, facts of the creature?
Yes, I do plan on doing that. I'm not a programmer by any means. So, that was the original idea to have that there. Programming took a lot of mental power that I did not really have just there, and a lot of YouTube tutorials. But that is a feature I do plan to have.
Professor Watson?
I like this project. It's like one of those, chill projects, it's like, oh, doing the puzzle stuff. And then at the end, oh, I'm thinking, oh, right. And then you get cool little facts about it. And I think it's really cool for just kind of chilling out, playing something that you can kind of like ease out to. I do want to say, are there like any more plans for like other puzzles besides, the memory matching, or I mean, not the, just the puzzle one? Are there any other plans for like other puzzles, maybe like a mashing or something else in the works?
So I did think about that, and I was experimenting with like the different kinds of puzzles, and decided that for kind of like the first kind of level will be a bit easier, and puzzles, simple puzzles like that tend to be a bit easier. And as you get further and further, it gets a little more difficult with like different matchmaking games or different memory games and whatnot to really make you work for your fun fact.
All right, thank you.
So, two of my favorite things, right? Game art and underwater life. Good job. I didn't know you were working on this. I got you know all my classes. I never even knew she was working on this. All of a sudden now. So that was awesome. Good job. You kind of alluded to it before, and I've said this very often about game art and specifically, SIP. Is that it's really hard to do a SIP just about game art. You always end up getting different skills. It turns into a design or programming, kind of SIP. What are some of the major skill sets that you had to learn that you didn't have before just to do this?
Well, for one, the major one was programming. I've had very limited knowledge. It was mainly just for the texturing or the Lyra levels or the stuff I did in the game tools class. So I kind of had those bits and pieces, but when it got to more of the more complicated stuff, and especially doing it from scratch rather than having like the Lyra level to have a template, I just have to do little bits and pieces. Really, I dove into the deep end a little too much, but I got a lot of programming knowledge out of it, and I know that I really do not like programming.
That's nice. Good job.
First support you.
Well, Corbin took the majority of my question. Yeah, kudos to you, Marissa. I know you took on an enormous challenge. Not only is this project amazing, it's something the whole education aspect of gaming, but programming. Yeah, like it's a thing, right? So what are some things that you feel that you've gained from that may make you a better artist designer?
One thing I kind of realized was I really do enjoy pixel art a lot more than I thought I did, especially for animals specifically, oddly enough, when it comes to like the people, because I did the game art animation fundamentals. I did like person and I enjoyed it, but also it's kind of an for me. But then I was like, oh, this card was kind of fun. I actually did make another sprite that I unfortunately was not able to figure out a little animation for. But figured out pixel art was pretty fun, and also learning that putting a 2D sprite into a 3D scene was not as hard as I thought it was going to be, and it was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. And the programming part was so much easier than having a 3D player in there or a 3D NPC in there. So that was pretty nice.
First three.
Yeah, awesome job. I think it's just a very pleasant project. I was satisfied just watching the puzzles be put together. I can't imagine actually doing it as well. My question is, especially with that difficulty slider, do you see this being like something that you put in the classroom, like maybe some sort of biology class for not only like elementary students, but also maybe like high school freshmen or something?
Oh yeah, definitely. That was kind of like the main inspiration behind my project, because usually when you're learning about the ocean, you usually are just sat down in your classroom. Your teacher's like, already class, we're learning about the ocean today. Here's a documentary about whales and dolphins. I'm gonna turn off the lights. Here's a worksheet to fill out, or not, depending. Go wild. And that really isn't the most fun or engaging thing to do. And there aren't really a lot of games that have that educational aspect about the ocean. You kind of have to do it all yourself. And as someone who has done it myself, but I enjoy it, just reading and watching all those things, it's pretty fun. But when it comes to like, say, someone in elementary school, they don't want to sit there and read. They want to play games and be better than their classmates at said game. So why not combine the two and have a grand old time doing it?
Exactly what I was thinking. Great job.
Thank you very much, Marissa. Next up, we have Lauren Heseljesser, Game Art and Animation major with Project Catalyst.
Hello, my name is Lauren Heselgesser, and I am proud to introduce to you my student innovation project, Project Catalyst. Catalyst is a 3-player, local multiplayer, bullet hell spaceship shooter that focuses on the collaborative effort between the players as they try to steer their ship through the dangers of space with constantly changing controls. As the player, you play as the Catalysts, robot cats that were designed to help humanity with their everyday lives. When humanity suddenly disappears from the face of the planet, the Catalysts take to the stars in a grand voyage to search the galaxies for the remnants of human civilization. As they explore the vast expanse of space in their spiffy little spaceship, they soon realize that robot cat hands were not in fact made for operating the control panel. And that's where you come in. Help the Catalysts steer their ship through a variety of chaotic bullet hell levels, from an attacking armada of enemy spaceships to space stations and simulations. The innovation for this SIP project is that we've created a multiplayer movement mechanic that has split the movement of a singular entity between 3 players. Each player has control of a different part of the ship's movement. One player is in control of vertical movement, the second player is controlling horizontal movement, and the last player is in charge of shooting obstacles that appear in the ship's path. The players will have to work together to navigate their spaceship safely and reach the end of each level. But that's not all. The movement mechanic has one final twist: the control switch. Throughout the level, the controls of the ship will switch between players, keeping everyone on their toes as they now have to adjust to this new movement, all while they're still dodging obstacles. This way, players get to experience a bit of everything, and the fun continues. Throughout the development of this project, our goal was to see what we could add to the base movement mechanic of the ship and really push the mechanics to the limits. Bullet patterns within the levels were made to challenge the players as a group and subvert their expectations. Players will always have multiple paths that they can take to dodge an obstacle, which includes the possibility of players choosing to go in different directions, creating a struggle between players as they try to communicate which way to go.
I'm leaning in the correct direction and someone else is entirely up. This is, you know, my team.
Shouldn't have done for the collectible notion.
Well, if you were just following directions.
The game aims to bring a sense of charm and fun to a gameplay loop that is purposefully designed to be difficult. We want to see players struggle against each other while they're playing together, creating a chaotic and thrilling, and a little frustrating player experience.
That because of my expertise. Now, TJ.
Hey, I'm only moving left and right. Hey, watch your chat. Watch your chat.
We wanted to challenge players in as many ways as we could, throwing into the mix different debuffs that players can pick up if they're looking for a challenge. We also wanted to prioritize player individuality, since for the majority of the game, the players are tied together like it's a 3-legged race. Each player gets to choose an ability that they alone get to use, including a dash ability if you can't rely on your fellow players to keep you out of danger, and a cannon ability that lets you blast away debris at a rapid-fire rate. This project was an endeavor that I did not tackle alone. I am extremely blessed to have worked alongside my amazing team during the development of this game, and Catalyst would not be the same without each and every one of them. I genuinely want to give thanks to everyone on the team, the artists who gave life to the world of Catalyst and added so many little details, the designers who took every opportunity to take the Catalysts on a wild adventure throughout the galaxy, and the programmers who tackled every problem that they were faced with, well, most of them. Thank you all so much for this incredible journey, and with that, roll the credits!
Don't try to make yourself remember. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on.
I would like to thank my Heavenly Father, and to everyone here today, thank you.
Wow, Lori, good job. Professor Marklet.
I got a question. Lauren Gesselhesser. I said her name wrong.
You're gonna mess that up at graduation, I just know it.
Yeah, I read the names at graduation. I keep saying her name wrong on purpose, and we'll see if I make that mistake when she walks. I'm gonna go just slightly off topic here.
Okay.
I will, like the 16 years I've been teaching, your story of figuring out who you want to be and what you want to do in the industry is one of my favorites. So I kind of want, and this project kind of got you there. So can you kind of talk about your, you know, your discovery of the passion that you actually have in game development and what you want to do for a living?
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you asked that, because I'm getting emotionally thinking about it. Project Catalyst actually started as a provost challenge. It started the very second I started UAT, and it has been such an amazing journey to work on it. I'm so sorry. It genuinely is. It encompasses basically all of my journey here at UAT. And I wanted to go into it as an artist because it's something that I'm super passionate about, is creation and just making something that's entirely your own. And Project Catalyst was my way to do that. And I'm so thankful that I was able to do it with such an amazing team. Some of them are here today presenting. They did such an amazing job. But going into Project Catalyst and pitching that for the first time at Greenlight was the realization that I really wanted to be a lead. And I want to keep doing that in the industry. That feels like something that I want to do for years and years. Just getting to talk to people, getting to communicate, and getting to see people grow. That's something that I genuinely am so passionate about. And I'm so passionate about this game too, because I made it because as growing up, I had 2 siblings. There was always 3 players, and we always either had a bad AI with us or leave somebody out and fight for who gets to not have the controller. And so I wanted to make something that was basically something that I never had, right? It's just playing with my siblings. And then I want to make it so you play with friends and people that you can get together with. And that's why I really wanted to make that local multiplayer game, so you can just have that experience together. Yeah.
Awesome.
Wonderful. Professor Jake.
Yeah, so awesome presentation. And I should point out, you know, as a fellow individual with a complicated H last name, also, I mean, with your presentation, love the fact that you were able to get this in front of other players and teach for that. It sounds like they're having a lot of fun, so that's really cool. Love the art style, you know, vaporwave, and you know, see gameplay mechanics kind of reminiscent of like Star Fox and Portable Space Adventures. So all that's really cool. I'm just kind of curious, like how, like it seems like a pretty fully fleshed project. I'm just kind of wondering, like scope wise, like how many levels are in it, like what.
Yeah, we currently have the one level that you guys saw was our tutorial level that we've gotten done and polished. We're currently working on 7 other levels, 4 of which are fully mechanically finished, and 3 of them need a bit of bug testing before they're there. But those 4 other levels are hopefully going to be asset integrated and completed. Hopefully by the end of the week. So that's our goal. Moving forward towards the project, we're actually going to be working with an existing indie company to fully fledge this into full-blown development and hopefully have proper early access by the end of the year. There were so many other features that I didn't really want to show to get too off track from SIP, but yeah, hopefully we're going to have this project be fully market ready, hopefully super soon, and get people to play it. Obviously, I'll be bringing it back because I need you to play it too in a bullet hell game. So yeah.
Dr. Smith?
Yeah, I'm curious about the player switching. Like, so if we played enough together, could I predict who's going to get what?
So we actually have talked about the designers. Essentially, player 1, 2, and 3 will always have the same set movements, essentially, once you start out the level. But you absolutely can change that up and decide, like, hey, I want to start this movement first, depending on how the level kind of goes. If you don't struggle with a certain part, controlling a certain part of the movement, then you can take that and somebody else can take another part. And that's why we want to introduce that control switching to every 20 seconds or so that players are never really stuck on one part of the movement, so that players never get bored. We're always iterating on that and keep.
Well, I just meant for like the player switching, because I know that you and I talked about it being like the feature that you could do or not do depending on how you want to do gameplay.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, like I'm saying, if we played enough, like can I predict like if it's going to switch to me doing the vertical or horizontal or the shooting?
Like at what time?
Yeah.
Is it truly random or predictable?
Or is it going to be 100% random, which would be very much chaotic?
That would be super chaotic. No, it's actually planned in the level design itself that every time those controls switch, we want to try as level designers to try and make sure that there's a really brief point where players can breathe for just a second within patterns, and or we can also have it so that it's designed so you cannot breathe. We can absolutely design that too. But yeah, just for ease of access, because we know we're going to make it too difficult already. So
Marissa? Oh.
Yeah, you want it.
I remember because I was speaking of that provost. I was in that provost team. So seeing where it like was when we did like the first presentation, we were just like singular rocket, the asteroids, us crowding around that computer and just attempting to do it because we had an amazing programmer.
Oh yeah, Colin, he was super crazy. Yeah, we literally had it set up to a keyboard instead of like separate controllers like we have now. where it has both Xbox and PlayStation support. But essentially we had it on this little computer, we were spamming all the buttons, you could hear throughout the entire
You had to
presentation, just struggling, yeah.
Seeing where it was and how it is now is really, really cool.
Thank you. And then you?
So as someone who also had, who has two brothers who were on seventh growing up, go random. Just make it chaotic. Trust
Make it as chaotic
me.
as
Trust me. It's gonna
Yeah.
be funny. If it's not like a round robin situation, if it's fully random, it's gonna be so funny and it's gonna be so much fun if you go 100% random.
Yeah.
Another thing, is it gonna be an online support for it as well?
Yes, that is the reason that it's going to be early access all the way later, because we already have that playable demo out. And if it was just going to be local multiplayer, it would be so much easier to get that early access there. But because we really want to open up that audience to online multiplayer, then that's why it's gonna take a moment. But yeah, we absolutely are aiming for online multiplayer and matchmaking and all that kind of stuff. Too.
Yeah, remember,
yeah.
watch any video about Mario Kart. You can see the absolute insanity when it comes to it. So yeah, go random.
Absolutely.
Just screw the round robin thing. Go random.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much, Lauren.
Thank you so much.
All right, next up we have Ibrahim Al-Nazir, game design major with Diction Adaptive Roleplay.
In the year 2011, Bethesda released The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, which is my favorite game ever. And when the game released, it released with this as its dialogue system. Now, this is fine, don't get me wrong, but this is also surprisingly common. Now, what if we could take that system and give it something of an overhaul? In fact, what if we could come up with a system that could actually make any game that it's added to something special and unique amongst video games with dialogue systems in them? Well, that sort of innovation would be a role-playing game system where the game responds to your very particular choice of words. A role-playing experience where you, as the player, get to have a tongue and all the very real things that come with it. Well, my name is Ibrahim Al-Nasir. I go by Ian, and I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in game design at the University of Advancing Technology. As a part of this degree, I've decided to do my student innovation project on this concept, and I've decided to call it Diction Adaptive Roleplay. The culmination of this project, of course, is a text adventure demo, which includes the ability to pick from multiple sentence structures with blanks in them, and within those blanks to fill in with multiple different types of words, and the player, of course, can acquire different words to use. By adding all this new depth to the dialogue systems of old, the aim is, of course, to allow for more of a role-playing ability while also adding some new depth to the gameplay. Previous projects that have been developed that inspired this, of course, Oh Sir, the video game where men in top hats insult each other. Elder Scrolls Arena, where your class and your race have a very serious effect on how you're able to communicate with other NPCs. Of course, Telltale games like The Walking Dead. I love the UI they use for dialogue. And of course, Steins Gate and Pokemon with the dictionary and the Pokédex entry. Saw inspiration there for the dictionary that made it into the demo. Now, of course, I made the project with some relatively simple GD script in Godot. That was the game engine. I used Twine to draft out the mini story that is a part of the demo. I used Google Documents to organize all my thoughts. And that's really most of what went into the production of this. Of course, it also bears heavy mentioning I received plenty of help from the game programming tutor Jensen Searle. And really something that I want to showcase is all the different ways in the prototype that you can use words to change the course of your interactions. So, for example, when it comes down to trying to convince the blacksmith to give you an apprenticeship, right? There are 3 different ways you can interact with that, right? In the first one, you sort of have to convince him, right, that you're not too in over your head, that maybe you're just a healthy amount ambitious, or that you're a prodigy, and how you initially ask for the job will affect that. The sentence you use and the words you choose to use in those sentences. Very similarly, you know, phrasing. You can phrase things really confidently, or you can phrase things really meekly, and this will determine if you have what it takes. And of course, there is blending in, which is knowing jargon. And that's sort of at the end, that's like the final check of, have you listened to the blacksmith and acquired a word at the correct proficiency? You can't just acquire the word from any old sentence, you must acquire it from the one where it is understood. And really, I think this is the exact sort of game that people age 15 to 30, you know, the sort who like role-playing games, generally a Western audience, I think people like that would love a game with a dialogue system like this. Now, with all this in mind, I mean, think back to Skyrim, and then think back to the fact that we're trying to create a role-playing game system where the particular words you use actually mean something, where the particular way that you speak actually means something, the same way that it does in real life. And to me, that's really important at the end of the day. I'm a person who loves linguistics, who loves role-playing games, and who loves narrative, and I oftentimes, when playing games, feel that my actual way of speaking, my way of coming across to people, my primary interaction form with the world, it tends not to come through, and I think that in video games in the future, it should.
Ian, questions? Professor Marquis?
So I'm a big process guy. I think that has a lot to do with, when we talk about game design, it's not just, what you did, but how you did it or how you got there. And I think in this situation, being that I've been through that process with you, I've seen you go from your original idea all the way up to this. Can you explain that journey of how you got to this final idea? Like, what were some of the things you were doing before, and what are kind of things that sculpted your journey into this final product that we have now?
Yeah, so I mean, my original idea that I was going to come up with, I was going to do more of a language learning game, but I realized both for scope reasons and for presentation reasons, that would be a bad idea. I'd have to find a foreign language speaker. I'm not good enough at Arabic. So I simplified it down. I decided to use the same concept, but make it supplemental to role-play games. And that's harder to show off in a small demo, but I sufficiently did that.
Good job. So what else do you want to do with this project? Because I know not everything you put in your SIP covers everything you kind of had in the background. What are some of the other additional things you want to add to this project?
Next time I'm working with other people, and I have the authority to make the decision to add something like this, I would love to add something like this into a larger game. Personally, I'd love to work on a quest mod for a Bethesda game, maybe Skyrim or some other game, and incorporate a system like this. And once it's all tooled in, you can use it for any other mod, and then it's a mod tool you can put on the Nexus, which is great.
Awesome.
Questions? Questions?
I think this is a great idea and everything, and I saw that you used the GD script, and a lot of people here like computer gamers and everything like that, so making a role-playing game where you can say whatever you want, but if you say it the right way, use the right word and right cues, that'd be great. But let's say somebody's on console, would this transfer over, would they be able to use let's say put a headset on, use a mic and speak using this system? Or
I mean, not in the current demo, but if you were to tie this to a voice recognition sort of thing, which is done all the time, and whenever you call an office or something and they give you a robot to respond to you, they can hear when you say a certain option. If you did something like that, yeah, it would totally work.
All right, thank you very much, Ian. Okay, next up, we have Michelle Pena, game design major with Be Personal.
In games like Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon, or any RPG simulation game for that matter, players talk to the same townsfolk every in-game day. And after a while, those repeated lines start to stand out in a bad way. That repetition breaks immersion, especially in games that are meant to feel alive and evolving. I'm Michelle Pena, and as both a player and a designer, I've seen and had these complaints again and again. No matter how good a game is, this repetitive dialogue can turn players away from it. This isn't fair to the teams who don't have enough time or can't afford to make thousands and thousands of lines of text for dozens of NPCs. I wanted to find a way around that issue while still keeping the solution efficient and manageable. My main inspirations came from the trait system in the Sim series and the more generalized dialogue style in Echoes of the Plum Grove. Once I had the idea in place, I started teaching myself JavaScript and experimenting with ways to bring this to life in RPG Maker MZ, since that's where a lot of RPG simulation games are made. I knew if I could combine personality-driven traits with dynamic dialogue, I could create something that made NPCs more real without adding tons of extra work. Boring and repetitive dialogue would always be an issue if the system itself wasn't efficient. To combat this issue, and to give smaller teams something to rely on, I created a tool in RPG Maker MZ that lets designers assign traits to NPCs, generating flavor dialogue based on who they are. Let's see how this tool can make towns feel lived in, without making small teams write hundreds of lines. Allow me to introduce my project, Be Personal, a tool made to combat the issue of boring and repetitive dialogue in RPG Maker MZ games. Users are able to assign traits through a trait assignment system. This system will allow the traits assigned to generate dialogue either from AI or from a dialogue database. For my example shown in this presentation, the dialogue will be generated from a third-party AI text generator with the traits assigned. Now, let's see how the trait assignment system works. Let's look at the fully customized version of the trait assignment system first. In this version, users can select exactly which traits get assigned to that specific NPC. With a max of 5 traits, users type out exactly which trait they want assigned in the event sheet after selecting the Be Personal trait plugin. Dialogue will then be generated using those traits whenever players speak to that NPC. For example, it will dictate what they say upon first meeting, after completing a quest for them, or just as a day-to-day flavor text. The plugin can also allow users to check and remove traits from that NPC. Now let us make a customized NPC with this system. Let's take this NPC and customize her. We'll give her the funny, strong, and short-tempered traits. Now when talking to her, her dialogue will reflect those traits. Upon first meeting, she may say something like this. Upon completing a quest for her, she may say something like this. And during regular day-to-day conversation, she may say something like this, or maybe this. With this system, the possibilities can be truly endless. Now, what if the user wants the system to be fully in control of the NPC's dialogue, or what if they don't have enough time to assign specific traits to every NPC? This is when the second version of the trait assignment system comes in handy. This version of the trait assignment system works exactly as the other one, except the user has to do even less work. All the user needs to do here is input the number of traits they want assigned. We'll pick this NPC to see the system in action. She'll have 3 traits randomly assigned to her. In this case, she was given wise, clumsy, and helpful. Her dialogue could look like this, or this. Be Personal is all about making things more efficient and easier for developers. Whether the dialogue is AI generated or pulled from a database, the trait assignment system helps keep things feeling fresh without tons of extra writing. And since the plugin is open source and fully commented, users can expand on it however they want. They can add more traits, more combinations, and way more lines of dialogue. With this system, small teams can make their worlds feel alive without burning out. My goal is to keep building on this project and eventually publish it to the Steam Workshop, so other users can make use of it, tweak it, and shape it to fit their own games. I want it to be something that's easy to pick up, but also deep enough to customize however someone needs. The open nature of this system means users can change up the traits, decide what those traits affect, and even control how the dialogue is generated or pulled. I built this tool to be just as flexible and personal as the games it's meant to support. That's everything for Be Personal, my way of giving NPCs a little more heart. I'm Michelle Pena, and thanks so much for watching.
Trustee Markle.
That presentation screams you. You guys, you know her and her artwork and everything that she does.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff, great work. I find it kind of interesting too, because just before you was Ian, who had this, text generation, kind of not text generation, but choosing what you say. And then you're coming in from the other angle where the NPCs are being more creative and have that. It would be so awesome if you find a way to get to. It might be hard because like his works because you have to have some pre-planned stuff. I don't know if it would work too well, but I love the idea you guys are tackling a similar problem from different angles, like through different angles. And so as far as the project is concerned, everything that you've done, let's think of it from kind of a post-mortem perspective. What are some of the major things that you struggled with and had to overcome, and like lessons learned from this project in general?
So the main thing was programming. I'm not a programmer. I can do programming blueprints, but not like written programming. So I had to watch a lot of tutorials, look at a lot of other RPG Maker workshop items to see how it's set up and how to make mine work. Changes probably would be getting someone in person to help me. I didn't really reach out to a friend or the programming tutor because I was really set on trying to make this my own thing, but that would have made it a lot more easier and probably would have saved me a lot of time.
Taking advantage of help when you're at college, who would have thought? No, but good job. You did awesome.
Professor Frater?
When either choosing a random number or choosing your own props, what's the maximum number of properties you can have? And when you do choose more properties, do you notice a slowdown in production of text?
So for both systems, it's 5 right now. Okay. When I publish it, I would let everyone can. It's open source, so they can change that. Whoever uses it. But the issue with having so many traits is not all the traits can be seen in one sentence. They have to put priority over other ones, things like that.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
How exactly do the sentences kind of flow together? Do they make sense?
So in terms of like what the project is now, it's for mainly like, Stardew Valley, I'll use as an example. You can have specific text where you respond, or there's like text about day to day. So the text doesn't flow together, but it's made to work as its own sentence. So you'll talk to them, they'll say one sentence. If you talk to them later or right after, they'll say a different sentence, but it's not like none of them are anything off to where it needs to be continued.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, Michelle. Wonderful work. Next up, we have Jess Bayer, game programming major with encapsulated collision.
Are you a Unity developer overwhelmed with collision? Maybe you just want a streamlined way to add and edit colliders. Or maybe your project needs realistic looking collision detection? Well, your solution is here. I'm Jess Bayer and I present to you Encapsulated Collision, an all-in-one tool for Unity that handles everything collision. Setting up colliders can take time. Searching for each individual component, deleting and searching for a different one if the shape isn't quite right. It's always the many small things that can add up to be a very large sum. In this case, I'm talking about time. Time spent working on a project should not be spent doing trivial things like collider setup. If an object is having collision issues and there are already many components on the object, it can be difficult searching for the exact collider that you need. These moments add up, especially when setting up dynamic collision, specifically between primitive shapes and mesh colliders. Collision detection with mesh colliders can be very expensive when it comes to processing power. This is why some games have exaggerated hitboxes, to direct that processing power to other functions, and to also just be more generous to the player. Being able to only use mesh colliders when absolutely necessary will cut down on potential performance loss when a game demands accurate collision detection. This dynamic collision switching between primitive shapes and mesh colliders is built in as a part of encapsulated collision. Anyone from designers and artists with little to no programming experience to experienced coders can benefit from this tool to help streamline and speed up the tedious work of collider setup. Overwhelmed with too many objects needing colliders? Is your work feeling redundant and you wish there was a button to solve all your problems? Now there is. Simply add a dynamic collision component to any object, open up the expanded menu, select what type of collider you need, then just hit add. If you need colliders on children, there's a button for that too. Just pick a collider type, hit the button, and all children will get a new collider. Why do it manually when you can let encapsulated collision handle it for you? Made a mistake and added the wrong collider? There's a button for that as well. Freely add and remove colliders until you get exactly what you want for both single objects and for any number of children. There's options to remove colliders from a single selected object, all child objects of that selected object, or from both the parent and the children, all at the same time. This easy to navigate interface is perfect for figuring out what type of collider suits your object best. Do you want an easier way to edit the size and position of colliders? With a dynamic collision component, simply open up the menu and start directly editing colliders with sliders. Size values can be individually edited, or all be scaled at once using the scale slider. 1, 2, or 3 axis position editing can now be done with a single swipe of your mouse. Select the inverse option to affect the axes in inverse relation to one another. Are colliders in your child objects the wrong size or in the wrong position? Just enable the Affect Children flag and move or scale all colliders in child objects all at once. Tired of inaccurate hitboxes causing gameplay to feel unfair? Does your project need precise feeling and realistic looking collision? Need an easy way to set up dynamic mesh collision without slowing down performance? Encapsulated collision handles all of it. Simply add a dynamic collision component, select a collider to act as a trigger, then enable dynamic collision. Simple as that. You're then free to add scripts for weapons, characters, objects, or anything else that you might need accurate collision for. All things collider can now be handled with encapsulated collision. One component will take care of all your collider needs, from enabling realistic looking dynamic collision to simply editing or adding colliders on parent and child objects. Encapsulated collision does it all. All your collider needs in one easy to use window. I'm Jess Bayer, and thank you for watching.
Good job, Jess. Questions, comments? Professor Margaret.
As somebody who's done collision in the industry, like, yes, it's awesome to have a tool to make things a lot more simple. I think sometimes people don't understand that. Collision is one of those things that might not be exciting to, the gamers understand, but the whole game revolves around this collision and stuff. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I saw something in the beginning. I don't know if you were talking about it, where you say you can have complex or simple collision. Do you have a system in what you've created that allows for almost like an LOD or level of detail difference? Like we'll load in different collisions based on how far away you are? Or is that just something I was like, I misread in the beginning?
It's kind of similar to something like that. So basically you have the more primitive shape like outside of an object in like a larger area. And then if you have another object and it gets close to that, it will essentially turn off that outside collider and then instead focus on the more accurate, precise mesh collider instead.
All right, because that's actually one of my favorite parts. The other stuff like moving around too is super helpful, but I think that was awesome. And so what are your plans with this? Are you going to release this as a tool or do something like that, like out in the Unity asset store or whatever? Is that like a goal of yours?
Yeah, I definitely could see pushing it to the asset store. And because it is like something that's involving everything collision, I can also like add other features that also involve collision, just to have like this whole package asset just to be downloaded and put into any project for any collision. So
I highly encourage you to do that. Take it out.
Questions, comments? Professor Jake.
I guess just as a comment, great presentation, great demonstrations. This is kind of the quintessential game programming set. It's improving on that process of making it easier for the other team members to make the game. And everything that Chris Martin said about the boons of what you do are there. So yeah, it's great work.
Thank you.
Professor Watson?
I really like how this is it's mostly for Unity, but I really kind of like it how it just makes collision a lot better because it's super annoying sometimes. I'm gonna be honest, but are there any other plans for actually using it outside of just Unity? Not right now, obviously, but if you were to bring in any other sort of collision sort of based method for that, what other program would you?
He wants an Unreal one. That's what he's asking.
Yeah, so the scope for this one is definitely focused on Unity, just because I'm more biased towards it. I like working with it more. I like coding in C#. Moving that over into Unreal or a different thing, I have not looked into that. I don't know how easy that would be since Unreal does use C++. So it could be just like a separate thing, but this is definitely more Unity focused.
Yeah, I just like Unity though. It's just so much easier.
Professor Portillo.
Just curious, how much crap be integrating an engine where you're there's got to be an easier way. When was that aha moment?
Well, I guess the whole idea was I was actually watching one of my friends play a game and they were just getting kind of frustrated with some of it's just not feeling right. And I was thinking back to other games that I've played too, and just being there's got to be a better way just to prevent that break of immersion when playing a game and just getting that frustrated thing just from something that a player shouldn't be worried about at all. So just going from that, I just kind of developed this whole collision idea and then just narrowed it down to this tool to use for anyone.
Jess, your answer was a great way to encapsulate what the Student Innovation Project is about, is embracing the moments of frustration and looking to enhance or improve what already exists.
Solving problems.
Yes,
Yeah.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Colby Gautier, game programming major with Words Have Power.
Hello, welcome to my SIP project, my SIP being a game mechanic that I later plan on adding to a future project of mine. That game mechanic being called Words Have Power. The innovative claim to this game mechanic is that it gives the game world emotions that a player can affect depending on what they say. And depending on the mood of the world, this also changes properties of the map and how mobs react to the player. For my project description, the game mechanic uses AIs to take what the player says and change it into text, and then look through that text to see if they're using mean or nice words, and then to decide if it either decreases or increases the mood state slider. As you can see in the pictures here, how it changes properties depending on where the slider is in the mood modifier. And this will be clearer shown in the prototype video. Hello, I'll be showing off my prototype. We'll be going from the good state to the bad state, and then back from the bad state to the good state. Here we go. So here we are in this shabby looking garden. Could have been done better. We got some already dying trees. The gardener's doing a terrible job. So we already have some dying trees over here. We even got some dying bushes. And look at the ground. It's all mucky and terrible looking. Cherry blossom the trees are just becoming decayed little husks. Not very pleasant to look at. No, we got all these crooked, ugly looking trees standing everywhere. Very bad. The gardener could have done way better. He's doing a terrible job at maintaining this place. And as you see, and as you can see, as I was insulting the fictional gardener on his job of this garden, the place has gotten worse, with the trees dying and going to, with all the green trees joining the dying trees with these colorizations. And so now we'll be going back to the good state. Here we go. This branch looks pretty nice, looking pretty good over here. Still standing nice and tall, we see. These cherry blossom trees are full of color, looking real nice, looking real good. They're very full, looking beautiful. We got a sunny day. Very nice. This gardener is doing a very good job at taking care of this garden and plants. And he's doing a good job. He keeps going. And now we're back to the good state with everything looking pretty. Yeah, there we go. Pretty. With everything in full bloom again, looking nice and very good. Thank you. I'll give this back to my future me to continue on and talking. Have a good day. And as you saw, with how past me was talking to that, with it going to the bad state and to the good state, depending on what my said and how things changed in those different states. That is one possibility for this game mechanic to be used, and some other future possibilities for it to be used with is you can use it for the player to find new paths. So say like you have a barren like open cavern that the player can't get across because it's just too wide and too deep and they can't jump that far, and so you start saying nice things to the world, get into like a nicer mood. That now giant ravine fills with water that the player can swim across and get to the other side. Or say they're like in a hole and like or in a hole and they say nice things, the vines can grow on the wall that they can climb. You can also use it to affect, like how I said before, affect the mobs. So say you have a pack of wild animals, they're very nice to each other but aggressive to the player. So if you say mean things to the world and everything becomes barren and desolate, it also makes the animals more aggressive to each other, making them attack each other, giving the player a chance to either sneak by them or fight off the ones that are left, as there's lesser numbers of them that they can take on. And so those are some future possibilities of how this game mechanic can be used. And so if anyone has questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer them to the best of my abilities. And thank you for watching.
Colby, questions, comments for Colby? Mr. Marquette.
What happened here for everyone, don't you? Yeah, no kidding. Well, I talk a lot, you guys know that. What happened to your apples?
Apples, they had disappeared.
Oh, apparently. He had apples as they kept getting bigger and better, and whatever, the trees would start having apples and stuff. It's probably the way they were getting like stuck or something.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. It's one of those where it's fixed, but the apples was the fun part addition as well. So I'll be honest with you, even though I've been working with you for this, for a while, I don't know exactly where you came up with the idea originally. Can you share that? Because I think that might be
I came up with it in the shower.
in the shower. Well, I mean, that's where our best ideas come up with, I guess. Yeah, what was the thought process though?
I wasn't really thinking, it was just, I knew that Sip was coming, I was like, what's a fun idea? And so, and then that just appeared in my head, and I was like, all right, now how do I explain that to make it sound innovative? And then it became that.
Well, I would say elaborate on some of the stuff you were saying and where else it could be used. So right now you're saying like, hey, you know that when you say positive words, things get better, and when you say negative words, things get worse. But what are ways that it could be used? You talked about mobs and, changes or whatever. What are other ways that you can envision this design-wise be used in gameplay?
You could also use it for like, say, for attacking, like say you have weapons that go based off like, how, like you can also give a mood weapon with, there's currently a game called, I think, Game is Life, called, where all the weapons were like living creatures. So let's say you could talk to your weapon, like give it a better mood, and like now your weapon does it better damage or whatever. And like if you start insulting your weapon, just jammed or like something like that. You could use it there.
What about a situation where the gamer didn't know it was recording and using that?
Yeah,
Is that something you were thinking about?
Yeah, making a multiplayer game where I just put at the top like make sure you're using mics to communicate with teammates and just like send them a world without telling them like
what the game mechanic, and so like it's just a surprise of like why the world's suddenly hating them for yelling at the teammate.
Yeah, so if they suck, you know, they're as a teammate, they're being mean to each other, then they actually get worse. So they're like, what's going on? I love it.
Yeah, can I just commend you, bud, that I think that this idea is genius. And honestly, the application I see for it is in like young kid games, you know, for like kids like ages 6 to 10 or something. And it seems like it's really a simplified version of the lesson in life that what you say has consequences, you know? And I think it's awesome. And it would be such an immersive way to teach a kid just like and gamify thinking before you say something, you know? And yeah, just like I could just see all sorts of little games. And if kids get frustrated and want to throw their controller and all these kinds of things, and the game adapts to that attitude, you know, and that kid can learn, that game doesn't reward those behaviors very well. And then of course, you know, I assume the parent is aware of that type of game too. And they're there to help them aside, like, yeah, this game evolves depending on how you interact with it. And you know, when you're nice and you're good, things happen in your favor. And I just think that could be tremendously helpful for a lot of us keyboard warriors now that really get to say whatever the heck we want. And there really aren't any consequences. And that's the, if anything, that's the first world that these kids grow up into. And then the real world's the one they get into later, you know, like when they're in school and they have to now interact with real people and real businesses, etc. But they're online before they're doing any of that. And so I just think there's a tremendous potential here to, like, I don't know, just gamify the consequences of what you say. And I think it's just awesome. So great idea, dude. I'm freaking, yeah, super impressed.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree. Kids are notorious a-holes. No, it definitely helps think about what they say. So good work on it.
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. I am curious if it's crossed your mind or if there's plans for it to merge this mechanic with, you know, Eastern mythology, because I know in a lot of Eastern mythologies, I think Shintoism does it, like pretty much everything's alive, everything's got a spirit, and this seems to kind of reflect that idea.
No, that hasn't crossed my mind. I haven't really known a lot about Eastern mythology, but I'll look into it, see what I can do with it.
And then I kind of want to raise the second point, kind of gamifying a different thing. We've kind of seen a theme for a couple of the SIP projects being focused towards mental health and therapy. One of the big things that I went through for therapy, and one of the first things that was super difficult, surprisingly, was positive affirmations and just telling myself, like, you do good, you can be confident, you can be all these things. Having something like that actually you can see, like, you have like a little tree that you want to grow in like an app, right? And you tell it positive affirmations, you kind of see that reflected in that app, like something like that.
Yeah.
So that people who are trying to learn how to say those positive affirmations, that can be a huge step towards taking steps towards recovery from mental health. So, yeah.
Sound like you're interested?
You do good, Kobe.
Thank you.
Professor Prater?
So I think that's great about the positive affirmations and negative affirmations, you know, be bad and good. The problem is if you hook it up to like the in-table talking that takes place during a game, can you imagine the sarcasm that's going to break loose by these 12 and 13-year-olds? You're really great and all this stuff that, you know, it's going to be like kind of counterproductive. But I think it's a good idea.
Thank you very much. Well done. Okay, next up we have Luca Graves, game programming major with 32C.
Hi, my name is Luca Graves, and welcome to 32C. What is 32C? Well, 32C stands for 3D to 2D Animation Conversion Software, or as I like to put it, 32C for short. So why was 32C created? Well, that's a question with multiple answers, but we're going to start with that 2D animation, simply by no surprise, is just a lot of time, effort, and money to create. Disney used to be all about 2D animation, And as technology progressed, 3D animation became cheaper and more accessible and genuinely just easier to use for the common populace. Now, this is something that always saddened me because I thought 2D animations were always some of the most artistically expressing pieces of media, and I'm not saying 3D animation doesn't have it, but what I'm saying is someone who can't draw should not be limited to 3D animation, which is why 32C was made, which helps 3D animators make 2D pieces of art. So how does 32C work? Well, for starters, we're going to head to Blender, because I made 32C to be an extension as an easy integration into Blender, since Blender is a very worldwide free 3D modeling platform. We're going to pull any old animation off the web. You can also just make your own. It doesn't matter, but for this example, this one's pulled off the web. And on the right here, we're going to pick what styles we want. And for this current example, we're going to pick flat shading and pencil sketch. And you're going to click apply settings. And then on the bottom of the screen, you'll see a little notification that'll let you know that the settings are applied. Then you head to the second tab of my program. And so you want to say which animation start frame you want, where it ends, and how many steps it takes per frame. And this lets you choose kind of what part of the animation is going to get animated. Usually you want the whole thing. You want to choose your file name. We're going to call it sequence. And then your output destination, which is my downloads folder. Now, for this, it's just an extra filter on top of everything else here. It just makes things look a little bit more clean and less hand-drawn, but don't worry about that. And then you click export MP4. And then we'll see where that goes. So while we're waiting for that to process, we're going to talk about how it works. Well, 32C uses AI generative art to essentially make this. Now, it doesn't make it by using references from other people's work. It uses your own 3D animation as its reference, and it simply applies a style or a kind of like effect onto it, depending on your choices. And it does this by taking each frame of this animation and then generating it into the next, phase, which is just its styled form. And it does this to every frame of the animation until all of them are done, or all the ones that are selected are done, and then it will compile them together back into a animation and export it as an MP4. Now, as we approach the end, I shall show you the results. Now, as I said before, it comes out as a MP4, and this is what it will. This is an example of what it could look like with the correct styles. We applied pencil sketch and flat shading earlier, as in the shown example, and this is what that example looks like. Now, there are also other examples to show you, like pencil sketch with a different type of shading and halftone, which are all just examples of the extent of what 32C can do and how many different choices there is and how many more there can be. And so, with that, I will show you the examples a couple more times. And then, I thank you for watching.
Thank you very much, Luca. Questions, comments for Luca? Professor Watson?
I kind of like this, man. This is makes making 2D a lot easier, and especially going from 3D to 2D. But a lot of the 2D effects come when you kind of use the principles of animation. So knowing 3D, you may not know a lot of a lot of the principles of animation, especially when it comes to 2D, because a lot of exaggeration. But for applying a lot of that, I think it'd be actually really good. This is a compliment. This is really good because you can apply a lot of that 3D stuff. As long as you know your principles and stuff, you can just apply it to any 3D thing you do. Break limbs with the squash and stretch, do all that sort of stuff. Throw it into 2D, and you've got your whatever animation going on with whatever you want to do. But I think it's a really cool idea, man.
I'm glad you mentioned that because something my video forgot to mention was how you choose the perspective of the 2D animation. So part of the 32C add-on to Blender is that there will be like a camera in the field with the animation that you import or create, and you can choose perspective of where the 2D animation is going to be, and you just move it around like any other 3D object. And something I'm just going to add this on to the top of this, even though no one asked me. Something I plan on doing in the future is something I'm going to call cinematic mode, where essentially this camera will change its position throughout the animation. You'll set these positions in like an extra tab of the mod. You'll say like save spot 1, save spot 2, save spot 3. So if you have a really long animation where it goes all over the place in your environment, you can have your camera swap to like, oh, go to position 2 on frame 230 and et cetera, to let you sort of make one big animation without having to do step-by-step parts and compile it.
Oh, I did have a thing with the exporting. Can it be? It's not just MP4, right? It can be images.
I said MP4 only. It actually originally was supposed to be a GIF and XP4, but MP4. You can do either or, but as it currently is, those are the only 2 file types it can export as right now. Is GIF and XP4, MP4.
Yeah, definitely do like the separate image sequences too, because those help with like game integration as much as in like 2D especially. But yeah, you got a great idea, man. I love it.
Thank you.
Professor Markley.
All right, so I've created a AI art class that is hopefully going to run in the fall, by the way, people. I've taught it before, but of course you have to rewrite it every time you teach it. One of the things I'm trying to push with AI art is understand that it doesn't do it for you, right? That you use it as a tool to help you. We have to find ways to get it to work. And I feel like your project is kind of finding that little bit of sweet spot instead of saying, oh, I'm just going to do AI to do everything for me. It's a part of a process that gives you a step, right? You still have to have skills to create the other parts of the animations and do whatever, foundational understanding of that kind of stuff, but then you can use this. Now, one thing though, and one thing I understand about AI is consistency. So I don't know if you have or figured out some sort of solution to the consistency problem, because you might be able to say, hey, give it this and that filter, but you might have animations you want to link together, but they won't look exactly the same because of the way the consistency with AI isn't always the same. Do you have a plan for that? Have you thought through that? Is there anything involving that yet in your project?
As it currently stands, there really isn't anything that dead sets that consistency, although it has been pretty consistent with my own tests. But luckily, with time and effort, you can make AI learn from its mistakes, like you said, like add little things here and there to do its consistency. I plan down the line to when you are selecting like your things where I said pencil sketch and then toon shading, you can like apply how heavy that will be onto it. And so if something comes, let's say you're using 2 pieces of animations that aren't really together, but you want them to be together after the post-processing, you can slide that like meter to say how hard you want it to apply it if it doesn't make it look like they work together, if that makes sense.
Yeah, cool.
Professor Brady.
I have a quick question on your demos. On the third one, the toon shading one, it had a shadow, which is the toon shading, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the figures set their left foot down, the shadow went down 3 feet behind it.
You didn't see anything.
So was that an issue with the program?
Yeah, it's not perfect right now. It's still very much in its prototype. It took, I mean, 32C as a whole took me twice as long as I thought I would take to make it. But yeah, so it's just something that it will be patched, fixed later or something.
And also, by the way, GIF or GIF, they're both considered acceptable.
It's GIF.
So don't.
I misspoke.
No,
Yeah.
no.
All right, who's that?
I was wondering who was gonna bring that up. Thank you very much, Luca. We have two more presentations. Next up, we have Ronan Ladone, game programming major with Followers Folly.
Now I have a question for you. Have you ever been in an earthquake? Have you ever felt the very earth itself shake so violently that it destroys the environment around it as a mere byproduct of moving? Have you ever been in a tornado? Have you ever felt the rushing wind deafening ears as it blitzes around, lifting objects that are hundreds, maybe even thousands of pounds heavy? Now have you ever thought about being the cause of that? Because, well, now you can. Hello, my name is Ron Ladon, and I'm a game programming major, and this is Followers Folly. Followers Folly is an RTS God game prototype that seeks to improve the number of interactions that a player has with the environment by synthesizing the abilities of the players with the properties of the environment. I created this prototype in Unity using C#. You play as a god in this God game, and you are the watchful guardian over your follower. This is your follower. They are your unwaveringly loyal believer, and they provide power through belief. The goal of this game is to be the last god standing, but the problem is that you cannot attack each other directly. What you can do, however, is attack each other's base of support, that being the follower. The follower's existence is the reason for your existence. Now be warned, your follower has only very basic self-preservation skills. They can detect detection radius and run away from the nearest sources of danger if they detect them. They can be outwitted very easily if you're not there to protect them. Each threat has a radius called the threat radius. This threat radius will scale according to how dangerous a threat is. As a godly being, you possess powers that can shape the very world, and for starters, you can affect the world with tornadoes and earthquakes. Earthquakes shake the ground, causing weak structures to fall over. Tornadoes can throw around environmental objects that could damage or eliminate followers. You can combine these powers to achieve your goal of becoming the only godly being left to shape the world in your image. Without further ado, here's some gameplay. In the first round, Blue begins with an earthquake. All the rocks around him fall, but then Red calls in the power of a tornado, which quickly slams every single rock into Blue's follower. This round is Red's win. In the second round, Blue begins quickly with a tornado, and he tries to time it correctly, but he gets the kill. Red's follower is down, and Red tries to do an earthquake, but it's too late. Now in the final round, Red begins with a tornado. With this planner, Blue starts an earthquake. He is causing the rocks to fall into the tornado, and Red is going to try and release, and he struck his own follower. Unfortunate. That is Blue's victory. Followers Folly is intended for players who enjoy experimenting with the interactions between skills in a sandbox environment, while also using said knowledge for interactions in order to win. Followers Folly takes heavy inspiration from two games called Worms WMD and Black and White 2. Worms WMD is a 2D artillery turn-based tactics video game developed and published by Team 17 in 2016. It features a destructible environment that the player can take advantage of in order to dunk some worms into the water for an environmental kill. Black and White 2 is a top-down god game that mixes settlement building and RTS elements. It features the player as a godlike entity that must help the villagers they were summoned by. The player can interact with the world through the use of their god hand, but it is very limited outside of moving objects. The player also has an avatar that they can raise to be good or evil. My name is Ron Lindon. That was Followers Folly. Thank you for watching. Now including Calmageddon mode.
Calmageddon.
Moo, not boo.
Well done, Ronan. Questions, comments, Professor Marquardt.
Ron, I don't even know where to start. I want everyone to know this, okay? So the last, probably year, at least, right? We have on Fridays, we do a feedback session for SIP, right? So we have like an open area, and Derek, who's the silent protagonist in the background, playing all the videos here, and myself are in that. Ronan has come to almost every single one of them for a year. He'll come in and say, here's my project. This is what I'm working on. And we've been telling him the whole time, I love like the dedication he's had to this project. You see how much is like happening in the end and how you have just, I just remember just being an idea and you see it build up and like, I've never been so intimately knowing someone's project outside of Ronan because he came every week. And he gave us an update every week, and it was so awesome. And I totally appreciate it. I just want to give him his due because no student's ever done that.
Well
so
done.
hard. So, good job. So I think that in the end, you did awesome. Problem is, right? Because we've seen it so much, I don't even know what to ask you anymore. We've seen it for like 4 weeks. So I feel like I got to come up with a question. It's just like, what do you plan on doing with this? Right? I'll give some generic question, but I do think it's important. What do you want to do with what you've already created from here on out?
Well, I actually had an answer for this in case it ever came up for you specifically. But I do plan to add more natural disasters into this and hopefully increase the number of interactions. So one of those ones that I wanted to add was called a tsunami, and then another Earth-based natural disaster called the sinkhole. And so you would cause a sinkhole to happen, your follower falls in, and then you can cause a tsunami to wash over and drown that follower in the sinkhole. And another one where if you spawned a tornado in the water, it would cause a hurricane. And fun fact, landslides are mostly wet because water is very heavy and very slippery. So when it would rain down on the slopes, it would have a higher chance of a landslide being caused indirectly from that hurricane storm, causing damage to the follower in any way possible.
Well, I look forward to the updates that are unofficial from here on in.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to have access to my account after I graduate.
I don't think you guys remove the students from,
I'm still on mine.
Yeah. Wow, you're a little different story.
Professor Prater?
So I just have one suggestion. Sharknado. And Sharknado. You've got Calmageddon. So
Yeah.
Sharknado.
I'll add it to the list.
There you go.
Would work.
Ian?
Yeah, I was wondering if you have any plans for a game mode where there's more players and it's kind of like a sort of pantheon mode almost, where each player sort of gets access only to a couple specific disasters.
That would be an interesting playthrough because it would be like I assume Greek mythology.
Greek mythology, any pantheon really.
That would be a cool mode to add, and I'll steal that idea and
Write that down.
yes, I am taking in every single idea right now.
Thank you very much, Ronan. Last but certainly not least, we have Kyle Lemons, game programming major with Real Audio.
Ever been in the film industry, you may have heard the notion that movies are 50% audio. I think a similar principle applies to games. That's why today I'm coming to you with my SIP, Real Audio, an audio plugin for Unity. Hello, my name is Kyle Lemons, and I'm a game programming major here at UAT, and this is Real Audio. First, what is Real Audio? In the simplest terms, it is a plugin for Unity that makes audio sound more realistic through 3 main customizable avenues: audio occlusion, audio echoing, and audio routing. Here you can see a diagram of all the main features. First, in the top left is clear audio. There's nothing interesting going on. Second, in the top right is the occluded audio. When sound goes through a wall, it sounds muffled in real life. So I made it so that you can customize that within Unity too. Third, in the bottom left is the echoey audio. This is for whenever you're in a tunnel or a large room and you want the audio to echo off the walls and ceiling and such. Fourth, in the bottom right, is the routed audio. This makes it so that the audio prefers to go through open areas instead of through solid walls. Now for a more technical explanation of what real audio is. First of all, it's open source. It's just free for download on my GitHub page. It's built in C# and tested in Unity. And for game developers, you can customize how individual audio sources sound. Things like music, gun, monsters, the environment, etc. And all these settings can be changed or updated during runtime. First, let's start with the simplest audio tech, the audio occlusion tech. In default Unity, an audio source may sound like this. But with real audio, it may sound like this. This audio occlusion tech comes with various options, with the main one being the starting occlusion level through any wall and how the wall thickness affects the occlusion. This allows you to start with little to no occlusion through a very thin wall, then allows you to ramp it up however much you want based on the thickness of the wall. There are also future plans to have a wall density or material check, so the wall thickness to occlusion level can be set differently based on different wall types. Next, we have the audio echo tech. In default Unity, you may have an audio source that sounds like this. But with real audio, you may have an audio source that sounds like this. The audio echo tech comes with a lot more important options. The first one being the minimum number of echoey surfaces, which simply defines how many surfaces there need to be around an audio source for it to start to echo. Next is the extra echoey surfaces boost. This defines how much extra echo the audio source gets based on the number of extra surfaces near the audio source. This can be thought of as an audio source within a room with 4 walls. It can echo some, and then if you put a roof on those 4 walls, it will echo more. Next is the minimum maximum distance for the audio source to consider echo surfaces. This allows game developers to fine-tune exactly what they want included in the echo checks and what they don't want included in the echo checks. Next is the wet-dry mix. I'm not an audio engineer, I can't explain what they mean, but they change the echo in such a way that it makes the audio source sound like it's bouncing off different types of environments. Lastly, there's the echo delay multiplier. This simply defines how long after the initial sound the echo sound will play. All these settings can also be updated automatically by calling a function within the audio echo tech script, with future plans to be able to customize the number of environmental raycast checks. So you can have a lot of raycast checks to make the sound more accurate, or you can have a small number of raycast checks to offload CPU usage. Lastly, we have the future audio routing tech. The audio routing tech makes sound route through open channels or open areas instead of trying to go through walls. An example of this can be seen in the game Rainbow Six Siege, where a lot of defensive strategies involve opening up large holes in walls so you can easily hear the opponents moving on the other side of the wall and be able to pinpoint them a little bit better. The planned options for the audio routing tech include the minimum and maximum distance to check for openings in walls or surfaces. Next is the layers to ignore when checking for both open channels or block channels, the sound volume lost by distance or around a number of obstacles, and the sound quality lost by distance or around a number of obstacles. But with all that being said, who is Real Audio actually for? To put it simply, game developers. Real Audio is for any game developer working in Unity game engine who want or need realistic sounding audio for their game. Well then, why not use any of the other great options out there? Well, to put it simply, there aren't really any other options for Unity. There's Fmod for Unity, which helps with scripting and behavior, but you still have to program most of it yourself. There's native audio, which just lowers the latency of Unity audio. The only thing close to real audio, and one of the main inspirations behind this project, is Rainbow Six Siege's audio. It does a lot of what real audio does, but on a completely different engine, and Ubisoft has never released any of the tech behind it for commercial use. But again, why even use real audio? It's sound design. It can't be that important. Do people even notice when sound design is good? Well, the short answer is no. A notion that I've heard from audio engineers that do work on films is sound design is best when the audience doesn't even notice it. It just blends it seamlessly into the piece of media. It becomes the unsung hero of every great piece of media, and you don't notice how good it is because you're too invested within the piece of media. Good filmmakers don't shortcut the auditory half of the film, so why should game developers? And beyond that, why not make your life easy with real audio and have an easy way to make good, realistic audio in Unity? Again, my name is Kyle Lemons. I'm a game programming major. If you would like to see the full version of the 2 small demo videos I showed, I have 2 QR codes that link to the videos. But other than that, this has been my SIP project, Real Audio. Thank you for listening.
All right, Kyle, questions, comments, Professor Markwood?
I love a lot of you guys, you game programmers are creating tools to help other people, or you're converting over to game design, doing game design tips. I love both of those. Anyways, but that's awesome. I love that. So with the sound stuff, because I'm not an expert in sound things, and assuming being that you're a game programmer, maybe you're not an expert in that area as well. What kind of research did you do to kind of figure out what would be useful, and have you on the flip side at created something? Try to contact people that are in audio and see if what you've created is going to be helpful for them. Have you tried either of those directions, or what was the process there?
For deciding what was going to be useful for this, I kind of just thought about what games I play. Like I played a lot of Rainbow Six Siege. I've noticed how the sound is very different from basically every other game. Like Overwatch is another game I play a lot, but Overwatch just has like direct sound that doesn't have anything special to it. There's Rainbow Six Siege, it has all kinds of things. It's very hard to get used to. So that was like, I guess, the way I thought about it. And then as for contacting any audio people, specialists, I haven't really done that at all. I do have some friends who know more about it, but I didn't really talk to them about my SIP project because they're busy doing their own thing.
I'd recommend it. You're doing good work and you want to get that out there. This is something that's going to help other people. So I feel like you really should try to get it out there and get opinions and kind of work on that. I think that would be awesome.
Larry?
By the way, it was amazing work. I'm not a game developer myself, but I do play Siege, and that's really the main issue that we have when playing games. It's like when you hear somebody, you hear the footsteps. Like let's say you're in between the stairs and they're upstairs, the audio gets caught if thinking they're underneath or upstairs, and that's where something like this for Siege 10, you could probably, hey, you guys need some good audio. And you can work them up. Good job.
Professor Prater.
So obviously you're not a child of the 90s, because real audio, when I heard the term real audio, it kind of threw a switch in my head. Where real audio was the name of the algorithm employed by Real Player, a proprietary algorithm employed by Real Player for streaming audio. So it's a copywritten term that actually, in the 90s it meant something. It doesn't mean anything now, but in the 90s.
Yours is really real audio.
Any other comments, questions? Yes.
I saw that you said you're gonna implement like environmental sounds like wind and rain, stuff like that, and then also with like tonal sounds, the reverberations. So like if somebody were to integrate this into like a fantasy game, so to speak, would it be real, like say somebody goes into a cave, like you hear the wind or rain like dying down the further you go into the cave?
Yeah, you can put these different scripts on the audio sources themselves, so that, and then call their update function so that you can have them update automatically as the player does things.
Any other questions? First,
Yeah, so just again, great presentation. Again, you have nice demonstrations in there. Yeah, I mean, overall, it's good. Unfortunately, kind of forces me to reckon with, where I live, kind of surrounded by like nice restaurants and stuff, like thin walls in my apartment. So I kind of wish I had like an audio system. Like if the world was really like a simulation, I'd like to have something to help me kind of editing, that sort of thing. But yeah, great stuff.
thank you very much, Kyle. This concludes the Spring 2025 Student Innovation Project Showcase. Thank you everyone for joining us this morning and this afternoon. Friendly reminder about Socrative. Everyone here is able to vote for People's Choice Award. Please consider all the presentations from earlier today, along with all of the programs. And you can scan this code so that way you can vote for SIP Viewer's Choice and ask your family and friends. Those of you joining us via Zoom, thank you again for joining us. You can also vote for People's Choice Award. I'd also like to invite everyone this Friday to join us in room 206, 207 at 10 o'clock, so that way we can announce the SIP winners. We have Best SIP, Best SIP Pitch, Most Market Ready, People's Choice, and Most Creative. And it'll be at 10 o'clock and also via Teams. I'd also like to thank all of the subject matter experts. Thank you, faculty, for all of your undying, wavering support for the SIP projects. Thank you to the students for working so hard and working so diligently alongside your subject matter experts. And I'd also like to thank Professor Derek Clark, who has been administering this entire event on the back end. Say hello, Derek.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much, Derek.
And thanks, That's Earth.
Thank you, thank you. And so Derek's been so courteous to make sure that we have all of the technology in place and that everything goes smoothly for today's event. So thank you again, Derek, for all of your support in the wee hours of last night and this morning. All right, everyone, thank you so much for this afternoon. I wish you the best, and I hope to see you this Friday.
They are.
No, it's not.
What? That's crazy. Video? What? What?
George should be smart.
I guess I'll do mine tomorrow.
Fourth quarter here,
Fourth quarter?
Fourth quarter.
Hey, I'm right there with you.